systems are offline.
Walloping Webspinners, Last Comic Shop fans, it's George from Shortbox Summary, and have my friends at the LCS Pod got a treat for you this Labor Day weekend. It's another carefully curated collection of past episodes from the evergreen archives of the Last Comic Shop podcast, all spun together into one extended play experience. Get ready, true believers, for a Sinister six-pack of shows featuring the one and only Spider-Man, including reviews of Kraven's Last Hunt, Maximum Carnage and the Venom 2 movie review, The Death of the Staceys, Spider-Man and Spider-Man No Way Home movie review, The Superior Foes of Spider-Man, and Spider-Man Double Trouble and Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse movie review. And look out for all new episodes of the Last Comic Shop podcast every Tuesday, everywhere fine podcasts are sold.
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, it is now time for your favorite hangout, the Last Comic Shop!
That's right, we are raking the leaves away from the front stoop and opening the shop up to newbies. Help them find their way underneath the comic book tent and hopefully not have any acorns fall on their heads.
Oh, yeah, that would be painful.
You know what would help avoid those acorns? The Spidey sense. And we're keeping the shop open for those oldies that have enough Spidey sense to read good Spidey comic books.
Ah, yes, and enough Spidey sense to tune into our show every single week. And we thank you for tuning in this week as well. I'm the host with the most, as always, Andy Larson. I'm joined, as always, by my co-hosts, Chad Smith and J.A. Scott. And as you might have guessed, we are doing a Spider-Man book on today's program. And it has nothing to do with the fact that there's a movie out. Yay!
The movie already came out. The More Fun Stuff edition with 15 extra minutes.
Oh, you're right. Just last weekend, they re-released Spider-Man No Way Home in the theaters again as a typical Sony cash grab or something.
I'll have you know, Spider-Man 2.1, the original Sony Spider-Man cash grab with 8 additional minutes, is a fine, fine film and an even better version of the already classic Spider-Man 2. That's where you had J. Jonah Jameson in the Spider-Man costume, standing on the desk.
All right. Who's going to see it?
By the time this show comes out, I'll already have done it at least twice.
J.A., I know I haven't seen it, and I probably won't. I mean, I might have taken the kids, but J.A., are you going to go see it again?
Yeah, probably not. I haven't seen any of these re-releases. The only one I really want to see is X-Men Days of Future Past Rogue Cut, where they put back a whole side story that featured Rogue, because Anna Paquin.
No, that is a good one. I mean, I never saw the more Coolio version of Daredevil. The only one I've seen is actually the Richard Donner cut of Superman 2. Oh, because, nice. I went out of my way to watch the Richard Donner cut because I was like, I really love Superman 2. It's probably in my top 10 favorite comic book-related movies, towards probably the bottom half, but I still like it a lot.
Kneel before Zod.
See?
You're talking DC. You also saw the Zack Snyder cut.
Oh, I'm trying to block that. I was one of the bots that they got.
No, not only did I watch the Zack Snyder cut, I then watched it. Justice is Gray.
Oh yes. No, the black and white edition with less fun.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's interesting news. I mean, you've got Ben Affleck saying he's going to be back not only for this new Flash movie that comes out next year, but he's coming back for Aquaman 2. Evidently, they're filming scenes with... So I don't know why didn't they say they were done with the Snyderverse? Didn't Jim Lee come out and say, no more Snyderverse, we're not doing this anymore? And yet they keep on making movies with the Snyderverse. I don't get it, guys. I don't get it.
I have no idea what they're doing over at DC. I almost feel bad. Warner Brothers. They're just so bad at it. It's hard to feel too bad. I mean, they did make all those Zack Snyder movies.
Why kick a dog when it's down? So we are doing a Spider-Man book on today's program in honor of the fact that Spider-Man No Way Home was re-released in theaters last week. We're going to be doing a really great one, kind of getting us geared up for the Halloween season. I mean, there's already people that put their Halloween stuff out. It's after Labor Day, so they're already gearing up for Halloween. So we're doing Kraven's Last Hunt, which in some circles is the most well-known Spider-Man story out there. I mean, I can think of other Spider-Man stories, but this is kind of like the Dark Knight of Spider-Man stories, right, Chad?
When you talk about Spider-Man stories, it's definitely in the top 5 that come to mind whenever people think about Spider-Man. Then it's weird to me just because it's such a departure from your standard Spider-Man story in a good way. But the Master Planner saga, the night Gwen Stacy died, those are things that pop up beforehand for me.
Well, I mean, I think that's a good conversation topic. Why don't we list some other Spider-Man stories that we all think about the moment we hear the word Spider-Man? And we'll start off with the person that probably has the shortest list, and that's J.A. Scott. But I'm sure there's still a couple stories that J.A. thinks about when he hears the word Spider-Man.
Well, Chad just mentioned it, so, I mean, one of my favorites got to be the Master Planner saga. It's the story where Spider-Man's got to save Aunt May from the cancer, and he's got all the building on top of him, and he's trying to get the potion from Doc Ock, and, he goes through the panels trying to push the building over, and it's really the coming of age of Spider-Man stopping to be a kid and becoming an adult and a superhero. Classic Steve Ditko.
See? Told you it's in there.
Yeah. What? Any other ones?
Spider-Man No More storyline with the classic cover where he's Peter Parker walking away from Spider-Man on the cover.
I'm surprised you didn't say things like Revenge of the Sinister Six or Maximum Carnage or the Clone Saga. These were the books, that were highlighting your read piles back in the day. For me, there are two really big ones that jump to mind immediately. One is The Death of Jean DeWolf. And that one was one of those ones that I didn't really read until way later on. That's a really kind of adult Spider-Man story that I really like a lot. The other one that I really, really dig, The Child Within, Gina DeMatteis' run on Spectacular Spider-Man all the way through Spectacular Spider-Man 200, the Harry Osborn arc, where he becomes the Green Goblin and basically terrorizes Peter and then ultimately saves Mary Jane's life and Peter's life and dies in the process. It was heartfelt stuff.
Yeah, and has ties to the story we're talking about today with all the vermin portions of The Child Within.
Boy, I completely forgot about it, but I don't know how I did. It's one of my favorite 2 issues of Spider-Man of all time, and that's Nothing Stops the Juggernaut. That is the best story ever. Hands down, Roger Stern was one of the best Spider-Man writers ever. He got the Hobgoblin, he got the kid that collected Spider-Man. He did some great work, and even though he was only there for a blink of an eye, it seemed, his stuff is genius from top to bottom. Yeah. So what do you got, Chad? I know your short list is probably a pretty long list, but what do you got?
Yeah, the big ones that had an impact are some of the first ones I read. And so I always think of Spidey Goes Cosmic.
Yes.
That was right as I was getting into Spider-Man comics when that storyline was happening. And then you had both Eric Larson's Sinister Six stories. The first one, The Return of the Sinister Six, that ran through amazing. And then whenever Eric Larson took over the adjectiveless Spider-Man, and it was the cyborg Spider-Man with the robot arm and, had all these other characters. Deathlock was crossing over into there. That was tons of fun. And then you already mentioned The Child Within, and that's where I learned to appreciate Sal Buscema, and 9 panels that look like they're repeating. But then that 9th one, something changes. Like, whoa. But no, I love that stuff. I love Brand New Day.
Well, I was going to say I'm a bigger fan of a particular part of Brand New Day. I'm a huge fan of The Gauntlet, when they just decided to just bring out all of his rogues gallery one by one by one and just tell really great stories by different artists and writers. And that was a gold mine. That could have gone on forever.
With the Marcos Martin art, and you had Mark Waid writing stories, and you had the Spidey Brain Trust. And it seemed like they were all bringing it. The Rhino story and that one was great. I don't know. Spidey's one of those characters. Whenever I talk about the differences between Marvel and DC, I always talk about how DC is great for trades and Marvel's good for long boxes. For me, so much of Spider-Man is that soap opera. You know, whether it's the relationship between Tombstone and Robbie Robertson and what they went through in the Spectacular Spider-Man magazine, they've rekindled that nowadays with Spidey's roommate Randy dating Tombstone's daughter Janice. Like, Spider-Man for me is just the culmination of all those stories. So it's hard for me to pick out those little slivers and say, oh, read this, oh, read that one, because it's like, no, you need to read issues 1 through 900.
So essentially you're saying is you're there for the as the world turns aspect of
exactly
Spider-Man. Days of our lives, like sands through the hourglass.
Well, another guy that does great Spider-Man is J.M. DeMatteis, and we're going to be talking about Kraven's Last Hunt right after these commercial breaks, so stay tuned.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special report.
We are Cheap Seat Reviews, the podcast that explores the Hollywood film industry for the greater good. Join us each week as we dive into the depths of streaming movies for the greater good. You can find us on Twitter at CheapSeatCast, Facebook.com/CheapSeatReviews, and our website is cheapseatreviews.libsyn.com. All for the greater good.
How can this be for the greater good? Shut it!
Cartoon Dumpster Dive.
I'm your host, Joel.
And I'm your host, Andrew. Join us as we travel back in time to watch the garbage cartoons from your past. Will you remember them? Maybe.
We painstakingly watch every episode of these cartoons to remind you that, hey, some things belong in the past.
Our pain is your entertainment. Thanks for tuning in.
And we're back to talk about Spider-Man Kraven's Last Hunt, a story that ran in 6 parts through Web of Spider-Man, issues 31-32, Amazing Spider-Man 293-294, and Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man, issues 131 and 132. J.A., why don't you give us the creative team behind this Last Hunt?
Kraven's Last Hunt was written by J.M. DeMatteis with pencils by Mike Zeck. Bob McLeod covered the inks, and Mike Zeck and Ian Tetrault did the colors for all 6 issues. And Rick Parker handled the lettering.
And it's got those gorgeous covers from Mike Zeck. Like that's, for me, one of the best parts of this entire series. Some of those covers are iconic, whether it's Spider-Man rising from the grave in his black costume.
Which, I mean, the version we read had some stuff on either end of it. It was the deluxe hard copy, I guess. And I was reading one of the retro articles at the end about it, and so he did that cover first of the 6. Because that was sort of the vision, that was like the thing. I can see Spider-Man coming up out of the ground, and then the entire story and everything else flowed from that image of Spider-Man digging himself out of the grave.
What a crazy image that was. All right, and that lends us to the synopsis here. Mr. Andrew, why don't you give us the 10-cent synopsis for Kraven's Last Hunt?
Yeah, so this is, again, one of the most famous Spider-Man stories out there, and it is really Kraven's last dance. He grew up not in an Indiana town, but some place in pre-revolution Russia, and, he's real old at this point. It's the first time, I think, that I realized how old Kraven was. But he's obsessed with the fact that he's never been able to beat Spider-Man. And I don't know if it's a sign of his already pending mental illness, which there are, hints of as we talk about this particular story. His mother committed suicide. And so he wants to not only put Spider-Man in the ground and finish his hunt for Spider-Man, but then he wants to become a better Spider-Man to prove that he's actually a superior Spider-Man. Where do we have heard that before? But in any case, he does. He ends up seemingly killing Spider-Man, although later on you find out he was just drugged or put into a zombie state or something through comic book hocus pocus. But ultimately, Kraven takes it upon himself to hunt down this villain named Vermin, who's like a half-man, half-rat creature, which I think originally appeared in issues of Captain America at the time. He was more of a Captain America baddie. But eventually, Spider-Man digs himself out from being buried alive and comes after Kraven. And Kraven's like, yeah, you fight vermin. And I don't know, he doesn't do as well as Kraven does. So Kraven's like, we're cool. We're all right. And then, Spider-Man has to track down Vermin and bring him in. And Kraven, he's not around after this story. Let's just say it like that. So that's a 10-cent synopsis.
And listeners, before we get into today's show, just a fair warning, there are some mature themes that are present here, including suicide. Please remember they have recently changed the suicide hotline to 988. Please, if you're having issues, don't hesitate to reach out and get the help you need. But with that said, on to the show.
Yes. So in preparation for this week's show, we were deciding what Spider-Man book to read, and Chad obviously had some thoughts about which one, and I think the one that he picked is actually going to be his recommendation for later on.
Spoilers! We already spoiled enough.
But at the same time, we decided on Kraven's Last Hunt because if you haven't noticed, in 2022, we've been doing a lot of comic books that are very well known. Again, we did Mouse, we did Crisis on Infinite Earths, we did V for Vendetta. This was another one, I think, and I guess I want to open it up to both of you guys to say, like, why do you think of all the Spider-Man stories out there, this one is so well known? Like, it is. I mean, like, this is like one of the gold standards when it comes to Spider-Man stories. But to Chad's point, this is very not the typical Spider-Man story we see. He doesn't wisecrack. It's very serious. It deals with serious things.
I think that is why it's so well known, because it's so outside the norm, especially for the time. It was quite groundbreaking. The fact that it's a very self-contained arc that doesn't deal with any of the greater Spider-Man universe, but yet is very emotional. When they originally pitched the story, it was just Spider-Man and Kraven, and then where it fell in the timeline was after the marriage of Peter and Mary Jane. So they brought in the whole Mary Jane element, which I think elevates the story just to another level emotionally. That he needs to get back to Mary Jane to get his new wife. And then, they spread it out across all three titles so that it wasn't just something that's happening within one Spider-Man title and the other Spider-Man titles. Spider-Man's, flipping around and cracking wisecracks, as you say, and sort of being typical Spider-Man. So it was something that impacted all of the Spider-Verse at that time.
Yeah, it demanded that you stopped and took notice. If you were reading any of the Spider-Man books, now you had to track them all down. But it did make sense because the story was so heavy. They gave it that respect to say, no, we're not going to have all these other concurrent stories going on. Everything stops for this because this is a big deal.
I mean, I was trying to think off the top of my head whether or not there were any other major members of Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery other than Green Goblin up to this point that had died in the pages of Spider-Man. I couldn't think of any. I mean, there were times in which you thought Mysterio was dead and stuff like that, but I don't think anybody really... Again, Kraven is one of the big ones. Like, he's a member of the Sinister Six. He was one of the Steve Ditko's characters from the first 20 issues, which I think are like the gold standard when it comes to Spider-Man rogues. And so not only to give you this tremendous story, but to just basically say, look, we don't think we can tell a Kraven story better than this one. After this, like, there's no going back. Like, we can't really just put him in the jungle again and make him, ride on the back of a Triceratops or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they did. That's one of the problems with modern Spider-Man comic books. But that's a whole different thing.
Right. I think this story makes him instantly more villainous, more complex, and yet more human and somehow relatable all at the same time. To do that is really good writing. To be able to take a bad guy and make him even more evil, and yet at the same time human. Where wow.
Yeah, when you get to the final notes of the story, and it's like, it's okay, Spider-Man, I won. Like, I'm okay. Like, you do what you're going to do. You can come back, whatever. He had completed his mission that he had set out to do. It's so strange, and it's so off-kilter, and it's so powerful. And it's a tough story to read, and it had ramifications in the Spider-Man books for years. until they screwed it up. It's hard not to sell like how big of a deal this book was.
And I mean, it makes sense from my perspective. I don't know if you could tell this story with a different villain other than Kraven. The whole notion of Kraven, what drives that character, what motivates that character in terms of the hunt and the pride and the victory almost. That's what it's all about. Like, he needs to prove not only that he can best Spider-Man, that he can be a better Spider-Man. That was a fascinating turn for a villain at the time. You didn't have people like the Joker saying, like, oh, I'm going to become the next Batman because I can do a better job as the Batman. You didn't have that. It all makes sense to me because if you go through some, 200 some issues before this one, where you're just getting the tar beat out of you every 10 seconds by Spider-Man, eventually you become obsessed with being like, look, it can't be human. Like, it can't be. Like, it has to be something that is beyond my comprehension, and I need to tame it. Like, I need to tame my fears or overcome them, which is really what the story is about.
Agreed.
All right. You know what my favorite part is, and J.M. DeMatteis does it. I love the play on the Tiger poem, just replacing it with Spider. But the fearful symmetry.
Blake, is it?
I think it is.
William Blake. Tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night. What immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? In what distant deeps or skies burnt the fire in thine eyes? On what wings dare he aspire? What the hand dare seize the fire? And what shoulder? Oh man, this is long.
Yeah, and it is. But you read it really great, J.A. And I think I'm sure all of our Last Comic Shop fans appreciated that. But that just the way that the panels are laid out and everything builds too in this story, right? Like, Spider-Man stays in the ground for 2 whole issues. And you don't think he's coming back. You really don't. Like, you think he's dead, right? I mean, I knew he wasn't, but, like, they really build that up that, like, he could be dead. Like,
well, I like that his battle to get out of the ground sort of mirrors his battle in his mind to overcome these things at the same time that Kraven is out pretending to be Spider-Man. One thing that we haven't mentioned besides the covers in the Mike Zeck art is, does this work if Spider-Man is wearing his red and blue costume? I don't think so. The black costume is so quintessential to this. And I would also point out, I really like what they've done with Kraven's costume, because Kraven, being an original Steve Ditko, he didn't have the greatest character design. It was a little bit hokey, his original costume.
You didn't like his leopard pants?
It isn't. It's not as good as Mysterio's design. That's the best one. Electro probably number 2, but no, I agree. Of all of his original rogues, I disliked his look the most. I never liked the mustache and his slick back hair and that lion garb he was wearing. I don't know.
Jay is right. It only works in that black costume, though, because if you put Kraven in the red and blues, like, you're going to tell that's a big, beefy guy.
Yeah, but plus the fact that black costume, it's almost like you put that on and it's like, here comes serious Spider-Man. Here comes noir Spider-Man. Here comes a Spider-Man from the shadows, and we can tell stories that deal with very mature things. Versus the red and blues, which I'm sorry, like, the red and blues are fun. It's almost like the difference between telling a Superman story and a Batman story. Yeah. Because you're like, Superman's red and blues. He's the hopeful character. He's the exciting one. And Spider-Man puts on the black, though. No, now he's the dark Spider. Criminals immediately fear him.
Yeah, see, in my heart of hearts, I'm like Mary Jane. I'm traumatized by the black costume. I never like when he puts the black costume on. It makes me feel uneasy. And I'm like, oh, I'm not going to like this. But keep in mind, this story in particular came out in 1987. This is on the heels of Dark Knight Returns. This is on the heels of Watchmen. DC promoting comics as comics aren't just for kids. And, there's a darkening there across the field of comics. But what separates this story from being like so much of the dreck that came out of, I was equated to like people trying to emulate Pearl Jam and Nirvana, and just, that's how we ended up with grunge. That sucked. But the thing that makes this story the opposite of that is that J.M. DeMatteis has so much of a sense of Spider-Man's humanity. And even him crawling out of the grave, that mirrors the Master Planner saga, where Spider-Man has all that weight and all that responsibility, and it's the love of the people around him that motivates him to keep going. And then he also has, the trauma. And even when Spider-Man is off his rocker for being buried in the ground for 2 weeks, it's such a human reaction. It's not just dark for the sense of being dark. I mean, there's a dark tale to be told here, but it's done in such a humane way. And even in some of the follow-ups, you have Peter Parker dealing with the trauma of this storyline. And with Vermin, and even leading into The Child Within, which would come 50 issues later after this. Vermin was still dealing with the consequences of this story. Like, this story had a weight and had a humanity that separated it from your everyday Spider-Man fare, and definitely set it miles ahead of so much of the other dark adult-themed comics that were coming out at the time.
Yeah, so I looked back at Part 5, that's Amazing Spider-Man 294, to see if it came with any sort of warning, and maybe, it was a different time, I guess, but that is the issue at the end where Kraven blows his head off. With the last sort of word bubble saying, they said my mother was insane. And then you see a picture of his mother. You see him put the shotgun into his head, into his mouth. It's really graphic. It's disturbing. He's disturbed as a character. It's disturbing to see it on the page. And it instantly brings the entire series, elevates it, if you will. I don't know. It makes it that much more serious.
Well, but to Chad's point, I think there's a counterbalance between like a scene like that and like I think just a few pages earlier, which actually was one of probably the nicest scenes I've ever seen of Kraven. He stops Vermin from killing Spider-Man, lets Vermin go, but he says in no uncertain terms, Spider-Man's just a man. And you know what? He's actually a good man. And for the first time, he's just respecting Spider-Man for just being a good person. To Chad's point, that humanity that Spider-Man exudes, which you sometimes don't get with other dark characters. You don't get that with Punisher. You can't be like, oh, he was a good man in the end. No, he murders people. Like Spider-Man stopped himself from killing Vermin. That's what made Kraven have to save him. I don't know. I just felt that counterpointing with what eventually happens to Kraven, I think it does make it very tragic. It's like this guy realizes in the end, like, he is screwed up, and unfortunately, maybe that's the only way out for him, or at least that's what he feels. I guess. I don't know.
I think, he's old, as you said, too, so he's sort of dealing with age, and it's the last hunt because he feels like he's dying, maybe. I mean, he's old. I mean, if he lived through the October Revolution, that was in 1917. Now, I know comic books being comic books, they have wonky age brackets anyways, but 1917 is a long time ago.
Right.
But I do think what you said is, in Kraven's mind, the spider has been separated from the man, and now he sees Spider-Man as the man, not as the spider.
It's no longer an abstract task. It's one of those things where you get close enough, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, this thing that I had built up in my mind, this thing that I had obsessed over, it's just a man.
Right. There are other scenes in this book that are actually pretty graphic, too. If Kraven hadn't jumped in at the last minute, you might have seen Mary Jane raped or at least beat up or something. These two dudes coming after her on like that rainy street.
But then to juxtapose that, she's rescued by Spider-Man, and it's even, dare I say, more terrifying to see Kraven as Spider-Man and like get that look of like, wait, that's not him. Like, oh no. Like, it's terrible.
And
yeah, because at that moment, she doesn't know where Peter is. He's been missing.
Yeah.
And then he finally comes back, and like immediately within like, I don't know, a couple hours, he's like, nope, I got to go back out there. And she's like, no, you don't. You've been missing for 2 weeks. You are going to stay here. And then there's that scene in the window. He puts her hand by his face, and then still goes out into the darkness to face the demons he has to. There's so much powerful stuff in this. You're right. This is why this is a story that people love, because it's great. From artwork to scripting to...
But let's not sing the praises for the entirety of this. Let's talk about that opening scene where Kraven punches a gorilla's head right off its body.
Wow!
It's a gorilla statue. I would point out it's a trophy. Yeah, they're trophies from his hunts. So they're thank you. Yeah, they're taxiderm. They're taxiderm trophies.
Right. He literally knocked the stuffing out of it.
I don't see any stuffing here.
But you're right. He doesn't punch that monkey's head off. And it was
so weird to me.
The reason why you can tell is because the first thing he throws is like the puma, right? And you see it fall on its back, but it's still in the pose.
Yeah.
So it's obviously a frozen... They're trophies.
Still, it was just a weird way to start your story there. Punch that head clean off.
But eating all the spiders, like being in a room and just filling your mouth with spiders and the juice and the drippings, and then Spider-Man laying around in his tighty whities, that was more disturbing for me. I don't need to see his Hanes, please.
That part was creepy good, you know.
Well, you know what also is creepy good? Our rating for Kraven Last Hunt. I'm sure it's going to be something that you'll want to stick around for. So right after these commercial breaks, stay tuned.
Has this ever happened to you? You're in bed, drifting off, and suddenly think,
who would win in a tug-of-war match between Superboy and Merlin?
Did Marvel ever try to make a long-haul trucker into a superhero?
How would it work out if I named my dog after a D-list supervillain?
The answers in order are Merlin.
Yes.
And amazing.
I'm Jessica.
And I'm Mike.
And we host the podcast 10 Cent Takes, a show that looks at weird, silly, and cool moments from comics and how they're woven into the larger fabric of history.
Moments like the time Superman shilled for Radio Shack.
When Archie got tempted by the devil.
Oh, and then there was that time that DC Comics gave a superhero AIDS in an effort to be topical.
It's always weird around here, but we'd like to think it's also interesting.
So come with us and commit random acts of pop culture archaeology, one issue at a time.
If you'd like to learn more, head over to 10centtakes.com.
All right, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our ratings, where we're going to take one last hunt to find a 1 out of 4 scale that would fit this show without being too dark or serious. So hopefully J.A. picks something like stuffed gorillas.
Parallel gravestones. Something snappy.
Rat smashing boots. What's our 1 out of 4 scale this week?
It would be easy to go dark with this. It's heavy material. Sometimes you need to step back and you need a bit of perspective. I did mention that I really liked the new Kraven costume design. So therefore, we're going to go with 1 out of 4 leopard loincloths.
Oh.
Some for the ladies.
That's right. Which is more than he wears many of the scenes of this book. There's a lot of nudie-doody Kraven floating around in this one.
Oh, yes. He loves to chomp on bugs, buck-ass naked. That's his kink, buddy. Anyways, Chad, you're a Spider-Man aficionado, so we're going to let you go first. This was also, you wanted to read other books other than this one. Is that going to affect your rating here?
I did. It always kind of bothers me that this is one of the top Spider-Man stories, not because it isn't great, because it is. I mean, the art is wonderful. The covers are disturbing. The story, you have those drum beats. This collection we read had the first appearance of Kraven, and there's a scene where Kraven's pounding on a drum, and in that 60s style, Spider-Man's like, oh, that rhythmic drumming is trying to throw me off. But this story was just like that. Like, whether it was the Gravedigger, they would just show those occasional panels of the Gravedigger digging the grave for Spider-Man and then digging the grave for Kraven. The parallel panels here. Anytime Kraven is smiling in this book, there's so many parts about this that are so unnerving. And it is really well done. But It's so much more of a Kraven story than a Spider-Man story for me. I guess that's why it bugs me that it's like always in the top Spider-Man stories. It's hard to argue that it's anything but a great story. You have to go for, what are we doing for? Loincloths. Yeah, I mean, it's the perfect combination, and the fact that J.M. DeMatteis as a writer was someone that carried the effects of this story with Spider-Man for a long time. And as a longtime Spidey writer, he had the opportunity, to go back and have callbacks and make this really have the same impact as a Death of Gwen Stacy. This really stuck in the Spider-Man lore, so its spot there is deserved.
All right, J.A., what is your rating?
Yep, I have to give it 4 out of 4 loincloths. It was eye-opening for me how serious, how dark it was, how Batman-esque, and I think it's very apropos comparing it to Dark Knight turns. They bring out the true horror of Vermin and what he is. I like that Kraven becomes sort of honorable and tragic at the end, and I love that they don't just treat it going forward until, of course, they messed it up, but that the trauma that Peter Parker has to go through, being locked away in essentially a coma, dead to the world, and the PTSD that he suffers because of that informs not just his character, but a lot of the storylines going forward. I think I can see why it's considered one of the greatest stories. The artwork is incredible. You were talking about the drum beat and the Gravedigger. There's also the thunderstorm, and there's all this thunder always coming in. Kakroom, kakroom. And then I think that ends when Kraven kills himself. That's the last boom you hear. Just done so well. I love the choices they made as editors, as we mentioned, to put it across all 3 titles, to make it that this is Spider-Man. These 6 issues are going to stop everything else that's going on, regardless of continuity in Web of Spider-Man and Spectacular Spider-Man and Amazing Spider-Man. This is the story going on right now.
Yeah, I think just like we did Mouse last week, that was a unanimous 4 out of 4 book. This is too. I mean, we're knocking it out of the park this year with some of our picks. Maybe Chad's end of the year wrap up when he gives our grades is going to be easy for him because most of our books will be unanimous 4 out of 4s. But it's tough. I mean, you got to call it as it is. This is a 4 out of 4. This is one of the best Spider-Man stories ever. And I feel like it's one of the best because of, I don't know how to phrase it, but almost like editing. You know how a lot of people say that the trench scene in Star Wars was saved in the editing room? That it could have been just any other dogfight in space, but because of the certain shots that they picked and the way that they lined them up, it told a more convincing story. That's what you get here with these 6 issues. This could have been told by a different artist writer team, and it could have not had anywhere near the effect that this story does. And it's because of the subtle notes. Again, using William Blake's poem, Spider-Man blacks out before you see Kraven shoot him. And then the next thing you know, he's being put in the ground. Oh my gosh, did he kill him? I don't know, what's going on here? And oh my gosh, the scene in the 6th issue of this, where after being buried alive for 2 weeks, Spider-Man has to go into the sewers underground again, and he's climbing through the sewer pipe, and he's just like, no, I'm not back in the coffin, I'm not back in the grave, I'm just in this dirty sewer pipe. But he's messing with. I think that's the only thing that I would have potentially dinged it, is Spider-Man doesn't seem as pissed as he should be. He does, there's moments when he does, but seriously, he was buried alive for 2 weeks. He should have knocked Kraven out the first moment he saw him.
Well, he's more than pissed. He's broken.
I guess that's what it comes to, is he's not even thinking straight anymore. All he knows is he has to confront Kraven, but he doesn't know what he's going to do once he gets there. It's the same old, what are you doing, you bad guy? It's almost on instinct. And I guess that's the only way. So I guess maybe, yeah, that's brilliant too. So it's a 4. You should read it. And there's a lot of great stories that come after this. You can get it in this deluxe edition. which has a lot of great stories. You not only get Kraven's first appearance, you get Spider-Man's first fight against Vermin in a team-up with Captain America, which
has the photo cover.
Horrible cover. I just want to point out that photo cover is even worse than it sounds. An image of Manhattan. They've got these images of Spider-Man and Captain America as actors, and then they've literally it looks like they went and scissored them out and put them on the background.
Oh yeah, look at Spider-Man's foot. You want to yell at Rob Liefeld? These are real people that don't have feet.
But it also looked like Spider-Man's head is drawn in. Like they didn't get the lines quite right, so they added. It's all sorts of bad.
But the story's good. It's also written by J.M. DeMatteis. Plus, you get Soul of the Hunter, the sequel book, where basically Spider-Man fights to save Kraven's soul.
Which is not as good. I thought they went back to the well one too many times on that.
Well, it was weird, too, seeing Mike Zeck, who's a classic Marvel artist, obviously trying to, imitate a Todd McFarlane style, which was in vogue at the time.
Yeah.
On the red Spider-Man costume. It was just unnerving.
But, I mean, that's a good way to pick it up, though, because you get some bonus material. So if you've never read it before, pick up the deluxe hardback edition, because you get some bonus content, which I really do think makes for a nice collection. And some other great things for your bookshelf includes our recommendations. Yes, on the Last Comic Shop every single week, we like to give you other comic books that you can pick up in addition to Kraven's Last Hunt, the deluxe edition, at your local comic book shop today. You can also get Kraven Last Hunt issues, although that's really hard, because those are pretty pricey, I think, at this point. But there are also other trades, like this story's been reprinted a ton of times. But something that hasn't been reprinted a ton of times is Chad's recommendation this week, because it just recently came out.
So, yeah, I have a chip on my shoulders. I feel our podcast has wasted an opportunity, because this week we could have covered Amazing Spider-Man issues 1 to 900.
I'm not reading that much. I got a life.
But the trick is, it's only 6 actual issues. They recently rebooted the Amazing Spider-Man story with Zeb Wells and John Romita Jr. and Scott Hanna on art. And they had this really great story about Spider-Man going up against Tombstone. I had alluded to it earlier. Robbie Robertson's son, Randy, is asking Janice Lincoln for her hand in marriage. And so while that's going on, there's a crime war happening. And the story opens up and Spider-Man has screwed something up and everybody hates him now. Aww. And then it led into the anniversary issue, where issue number 6 of this new series doubles as the legacy issue 900. And it's Spider-Man as part of the Sinister 7. Spider-Man in the original Sinister 6 going up against the super adaptoid that has all the Sinister 6 powers. And it's one of those things where it was Ed McGuinness and a handful of other folks worked on this one on the art team, in addition to Zeb Wells writing it. But it's one of those stories that shows that Zeb Wells understands what makes Spider-Man tick. And for me as a Spider-Man reader, I've gone on record about Dan Slott, who I'm sure, there are lots of Dan Slott fans, but my favorite Spider-Man stories he did were the ones where it was Dr. Octopus's Spider-Man, because Dan Slott has a different Peter Parker in his head than I do. And then Nick Spencer, as much as I love Nick Spencer, who was the other Spider-Man writer who picked up after Slott, so much of his stories devalued the life of characters. We're talking about Kraven's Last Hunt and, what they did with Kraven. Slott and Spencer, they've brought back so many people as clones, and it's almost like the X-Men books where life doesn't have any value because they'll bring people back, whatever. But Zeb Wells picks up the pieces from there, and sure, you have Kraven is back. Sure, the original Electro is back, but he still manages to understand what makes Spider-Man tick and what makes him so special. And so I'd recommend, if you are looking for great Spider-Man stories, don't hesitate to hop on to the latest go-round that just started a few issues back. You could read issues 1 through 900, and then I think it goes back to 7 the next issue. But yeah, it's good stuff.
And some more good Spider-Man comes from our other co-host, Jay Scott, who's got an omnibus for everyone.
You know me, you know my omnibus. Omnibuses. I'm going omnibuy. This one as part of that 1 to 900 Amazing Spider-Man run, specifically the part where David Michelini and Todd McFarlane combined from Amazing Spider-Man 296 to 329, you get some classic villains come back. Todd McFarlane really busting his chops with the Amazing Spider-Man. Peter Parker and Mary Jane are a hip happening couple living in Chelsea in New York. She's stepping out as a supermodel, and they're living their best lives as 20-somethings, I guess. I don't know. But you get the return of all these classic old school villains. Doc Ock, Sandman, Lizard, Green Goblin, Scorpion. Captain America shows up a bit, Sabretooth for an issue. And then, of course, this is the introduction and first battles with Eddie Brock's Venom. So just some great early Todd McFarlane Spider-Man, sort of where he made his name, and then he went on and he did the Spider-Man book, which people thought was too dark, and then he went and did Spawn, which people thought was too dark. So this was the original. It's a little bit more fun, and you get that great Spider-Man 300, 301, where it's essentially the front and back bookends. You get Spider-Man 300 with the black costume, Spider-Man 301, the exact same pose, but the reintroduction of the blue and red costume, and then with the big Todd McFarlane eyes and everything. This is the original of that.
Yeah. So which omnibus cover do you have? Do you have the blue and reds, or do you have the black? Unfortunately,
I have the blue and reds. I wish I had the black and white because it's my favorite costume. I will point out that the omnibus I had was a gift from you. So it is your fault. You know what it is? It's you're getting back at me for giving me your blue and red Spider-Man Secret Wars action figure.
Oh, yes, I did. I eventually got it back, but that was a no-brainer trade. I gave you the blue and reds for the black. It was fine. I'll take that trade any day of the week. And one other thing that I'm going to take every day of the week is more Black Hammer out of Dark Horse Comics. I've been a fan of the Black Hammer series that's been going on over there. Jeff Lemire's brainchild, where he basically took his spin on Golden Age and Silver Age characters such as Mary Marvel and Slam Brady and Martian Manhunter and all those characters. And if you've never read Black Hammer, there's another opportunity for you to get up on board that Black Hammer train with the recent release of The Last Days of Black Hammer. This is done, again, by Jeff Lemire, who's the brainchild of this entire universe, with art by Stefano Simone. And I really love his art on this. Not to say that Dean Ornstrom's art on the original Black Hammer series isn't great too, but I really like the art on this particular series because this is really a prequel. And that's why I think you can jump on a Black Hammer if you pick up this book, because it really does set the table for what happens in the Black Hammer series and then in Age of Doom, which tell the entire story of what happens after their fight with the anti-god. But this really tells the story of Black Hammer, who was kind of the most powerful member of that superhero group that you're introduced to, and dies in the first issue of actually the Black Hammer series proper. So you really don't get to know him very well. You get to know his daughter a lot through that series. But in this particular series, you get to really know him and what made him tick and why all of the superheroes were devastated when he died, why they were kind of leaderless, why his daughter eventually would try to span the dimensions to find her long-lost father. And it's got some great stuff. Like you pick up the first issue and it kind of like throws you into what would have been like issue 500 of Justice League with the Hyper Guild War conclusion. So like you get to find out like, oh, this was supposed to be their last battle. No, it wasn't. And he was supposed to hang up his boots and he gives his hammer to somebody else. Nope, he's got to pick up the hammer again and fight the anti-god and eventually perish. It's tragic. It's wonderful. Some people might think of these as just like the Dollar General versions of some characters you already know. I always look at it as an opportunity for you to tell an interesting story without being bogged down with all the continuity. So if you can tell like analogs to these classic characters, great. Just do it. Tell these good stories, like, again, the Black Hammer series or the more recent Last Days of the Black Hammer. So what we hope is it's not the last days of the Last Comic Shop. We're going to continue to go for many, many shows from now, especially starting next week, where for the rest of the month of September, we're going to have guest hosts. Yay! And a lot of them are actually comic book artists and writers. So starting next week with Alan Dunford, who's the wonderful writer of a great series called Pocus Hocus, who supported his Kickstarters in the past. You can hear him come on this show. He gets to pick the read pile. He gets to talk about his great stuff. And we hope that you will rate, review, and subscribe to The Last Comic Shop so you don't miss that. You need to do that. Go out to our website, www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com.
And you can find us on the socials at Last Comic Shop, where you could find things like weekly polls or Golden Age covers to help tuck you in at bed at night, or what we're picking up at comic shops, or whatever we want to talk about. Sometimes we have pictures of the baseball game the other day, whatever. And it's all down there on the Twitter and Instagram at Last Comic Shop. And if you need help finding that, you can always go back to our home base, www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com, where they can find what else, J.A.?
Well, we have links to our merch store, where this week we have a special on loincloths.
Ooh.
Wow.
That's right. With a strategically placed Last Comic Shop logo. But in all reality, we are entering into the Halloween season, so be on the lookout for our special Halloween Last Comic Shop t-shirt or mug or umbrella or tote bag or whatever else you want on the merch store. I still think that we could get that loincloth. I think it would sell.
Do they still do the face masks?
Yeah, that's all you'd need to do is just get the face mask and then
Maybe that would fit you, but I don't know if it would fit me.
Oh, well, people have been clamoring for the Last Comic Shop calendar.
Do you mean a colander? Like one of those things that drains the water out? We can put our logo on those. I think people like that better.
Chad Smith in the loincloth with a Dalmatian in front of the firehouse.
Even I say no thank you.
Any case, what do we do say, though, when it comes to where you can find these books that we just recommended, Chad?
Yeah, so if you want to find these books we recommended, including the Todd McFarlane, Dave Michelini Spider-Man Omnibus. Oh, that's a great one. So many good stories. The Spider-Man Hobgoblin. All right, I'm not going to talk about it. You could read Jeff Lemire's The Last Days of the Black Hammer. You could read the new Amazing Spider-Man series. It started with rebooted issue number 1 and made it all the way to 900 within a matter of 6 issues. Or you could pick up that perennial Spider-Man classic. Get ready for that Kraven the Hunter movie that's supposed to come out here in another year or two with Kraven's Last Hunt. All that and more is waiting for you at your local comic shop. Don't know where that is? Go to www.comicsshoplocator.com and you can find one near you.
All right. Until next week, I was the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Chad Smith and J.A. Scott, as always. And we hope that you come back. Until then, stay safe, staying alive. Staying alive, staying alive. And remember that Kraven is really, really old.
So if he was like a baby, even if he was a baby, like 1 year old in 1917, he would have been like in his 70s.
No, he's an old
in
folk.
the 80s.
But now he has the serum.
Yeah, exactly. The jungle stuff. His jungle potions. Potions and lotions. Don't you know that keeps the rheumatism away?
The Last Comic Shop was a 2022 Black Angus production.
Looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture bric-a-brac. Make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCSPOD at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD. Cheers!
Countdown to the last comic shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Swinging in to another week of the Last Comic Shop podcast.
Yes, we are crawling around our web of comics, opening them up to newbies to make them understand that they don't need to buy this or read it. Really appreciate it.
Wow, we are keeping the lights on for the oldies that know better. But here we are. It's Maximum Carnage week here at the Last Comic Shop. Thanks, Andy.
Hey, I want the fans out there to know that I am delivering this for you. For all those young folks, those Gen Zers, those late millennials that didn't have to suffer through reading Maximum Carnage when it was coming out weekly on the newsstands like some of us oldie fogies, but still for some bizarre reason have fond memories of this event. Like, they're like, oh my gosh, do you know Maximum Carnage? They should make a movie out of that. They should do this. Should they? We'll see. I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson. I'm joined by Chad Smith and Jay Scott on this wrapping up of the Merry Marvel March Society. And to put that capstone on this wonderful month where we've reviewed a bunch of Marvel comics here at the Last Comic Shop, I thought we would provide ourselves with a treat of some sorts by reading a series that is, again, very, very famous. I mean, a lot of folks know about this 90s event called Maximum Carnage. They know about Carnage, they know about Venom, they know about the symbiotes, they know what happened, sort of, or maybe they don't. But we decided on this week to read the 14 issues that make up this story arc, which I mean, Chad, he can tell me whether I'm wrong or not, but this is one of the few events that was like Spider-Man specific, other than maybe Clone Saga.
No, you're wrong. For the most part, in the Spidey book, stories would be self-contained. You would have a few exceptions, like Kraven's Last Hunt, that went throughout the different Spider-Man books. But then whenever you would have things like the Return of the Sinister Six, that was often Amazing Spider-Man. For the most part, Spider-Man was the opposite of the Superman titles at the time, where the Superman titles had their little symbols at the top, and then each of the 4 books would rotate one chapter in a story. That's not how the Spider books did it. Traditionally, it was Amazing Spider-Man had their storylines, Spectacular had theirs, Web of Spider-Man dealt with their own thing, and then this story actually introduced a new book, the Spider-Man Unlimited series.
Yeah.
So more of an anthology sort of thing.
On nicer paper, it was the beginning of high-end comicking.
It was.
The death of Chad's beloved newsprint.
Oh,
it is amazing, though, because for some bizarre reason, they thought, we have 4 Spider-Man titles, but we need more. Actually, I think they had 5 at this time, because they could have still been putting out Marvel Tales. I think Marvel Tales was still there, featuring reprints of Spider-Man. I'm not 100% sure whether it wrapped up by 1994, which, is the year this came out, but
I feel like it would have been around then, not a little bit earlier.
Absolutely. And speaking to Chad's point, before we get into the 10-cent synopsis and the creators of this, Chad, do you feel like this was kind of a reaction to what was going on at DC at the time, with the fact that, like, you had things like the death of Superman, you had Nightfall, you had all of the different Batman and Superman titles, even like Green Lantern, like they had the Emerald Dawn, Emerald Twilight, right. all those bigger storylines that they basically, you had to buy every book in order to understand what was going on. Do you think this was Marvel's reaction to that?
Honestly, it feels like that, in the fact the whole brainchild behind the Batman Nightfall was, the readers want a darker, more aggressive Batman. Let's give it to them and show them why they're wrong. And that sort of seems like, okay, the readers want Carnage. They love these symbiotes. This is what they want. Let's give it to them in this over-the-top extreme format. And what gets me is, as a Spider-Man fan, Part 5 of this series occurs in Spectacular Spider-Man 201, which longtime Spidey fans will know. Spectacular Spider-Man 200 was the death of Harry Osborn. That was probably the high watermark in terms of 1990s Spider-Man storytelling. The culmination of all the James DeMatteis and Sal Buscema had been working on, The Child Within, and the whole Harry Osborn saga that dated back into the 70s, finally wrapped up in issue 200 in this, grand emotional event. And then Maximum Carnage started.
Oh, well, without further ado, I think we should start talking about Maximum Carnage. We do have a movie review later on in the program, so let's get to that. So, Chad, you'd mentioned J.M. DeMatteis or J.M. DeMatteis, however you pronounce it. He was on a Spectacular Spider-Man with Sal Buscema, but who else was involved with crafting this 14-part epic?
Yeah, you had plenty of cooks in the kitchen here. On the Spider-Man Unlimited chapters, those were 1 and 14, you had Tom DeFalco and then Ron Lim. On the Spectacular Spider-Man chapters, you had J.M. DeMatteis and Sal Buscema. You had Terry Kavanagh writing the Adjectiveless Spider-Man book with Tom Lyle. For Web of Spider-Man, that was Terry Kavanagh and Alex Saviuk. And then on the Amazing Spider-Man, you had David Michelini and Mark Bagley.
Yeah.
And then we had a host of inkers, including Sal, Sam DeLosa, Ramsey Amberlin, Scott Hanna, Don Hudson, Al Milgrom, Jim Sanders III. With letters, we have Steve Ditro, Chris Eliopoulos, Rick Parker, and Joe Rosen. And on colorists, we had Joe Andriani, Jim Houston, John Callis, Chris Mathis, Erica Moran, Bob Sharon, Kevin Tinsley, and Neil Yumtov.
These are all familiar folks to me, except for one, Tom Lyle.
Oh, he did the Robin miniseries.
Okay.
Robin 2, Robin 3, Cry the Huntress.
All right. Well, maybe that's why, because I wasn't a big DC fan. But anyways. And speaking of some of those creators, by the way, if you want to hear some interesting interviews with some of them, we do have an interview with Alex Saviuk on a previous episode of The Last Comic Shop in our archives, as well as Scott Hanna. But speaking of archiving things, let's go ahead and get that 10-cent synopsis from J.A. Scott. I don't know, was this the first time you actually sat down and read this, J.A.?
Yes, it was.
Buddy.
Anyways, we're 6 years into the Peter Parker MJ marriage, and they're still in the sometimes married people fight stage. And she's now smoking cigarettes. And Peter Parker's parents are back. Clones or something. I don't know. I didn't get that part.
Should mention Smokin' MJ. That was a Spectacular Spider-Man running plotline. Peter Parker's parents return. That was happening in Amazing Spider-Man. Carry on.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Let me pause. Carry On was actually a Spectacular Spider-Man guy. He shows up later. Okay. Go ahead.
So, this starts out by Carnage breaking out of jail, and in the midst of his breakout, he runs into Shriek, who then proclaims her love for him, and they break out together and just go on a massive killing spree, because it turns out that Shriek is influencing his emotions and mood a bit, but he's also crazy. Just all he wants to do is kill people. And during this killing streak around New York City, with lots of people dying, kind of gets glossed over sometimes, the amount of death that is involved. You get all these randos show up, like the aforementioned Carrion, the doppelganger Spider-Man from Infinity War, because, okay, we have Demo Goblin, which is like Hobgoblin, but a demon.
Yeah, the Demogoblin and Doppelganger, those were both from Web of Spider-Man. They had just gone through a whole big thing with Venom and Ghost Rider and Blaze and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, go ahead.
Venom is now in San Francisco, but he finds out that Carnage is out, so he goes back because he wants to kill Carnage.
And this was after the Venom Lethal Protector miniseries that showed his exploits out there in San Fran.
We get Black Cat showing up in what's got to be the ultimate 90s edition of her costume. Like, seriously, how she kept anything in, jumping around. Wiggle wrong, and you think something's going to pop out. Who else shows up? Captain America, just randomly. Not the rest of the Avengers, but Captain America is there to help. Iron Fist to recite some of the worst dialogue ever written for his character. Firestar in a very unfortunate 90s version of a costume that probably people regret making to this day. Everyone went through the whole baggy pants phase.
Hey, that's coming back. Jeans. Flares are, evidently.
There was the dude who's like half robot, half...
Yeah,
Deathlock.
Just awful.
And don't forget Cloak and Dagger, then just Cloak, then Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, Cloak and Dagger.
I mean, to defend, some of these people make sense, right? Like Venom, yeah. Black Cat, yeah. Cloak and Dagger, huge allies all through the 80s with Amazing Spider-Man. Firestar, an amazing friend. Even Captain America, I feel, given the history of Spider-Man and Captain America, that one makes sense. And Morbius, it's Morbin time.
And Nightwatch. Don't forget Nightwatch.
Yes, and Nightwatch.
Although I thought that was just Spawn. Because, like, I was trying
I thought it was Spawn, too.
Yeah, it was just Spawn. Just get it out and be done with it.
Why is Spawn showing up? Why is he here?
I did like that Morbius would show up for like half an issue and then disappear for 2 issues because it was morning. And then he'd come out at night again. And you're like, oh yeah, he's in this book again.
Yeah. And he had like some strange feud with Demo Goblin. Yeah.
So to finish my 10 cents, because I think we're spending a lot of time on the people that were in it, the whole plot is essentially Carnage and this gang of ne'er-do-wells go around killing people, and Spider-Man enlists a whole bunch of allies to help him stop them from killing people. That's the plot. There's no MacGuffin. There's no grand master plan. The plan is to kill people and let's stop them from killing people for 14 issues.
Right.
At one point, Deathlock goes into the internet for something. That was the plan there.
And Shriek, she's manipulating all of the emotions of people all throughout New York City, making them barbaric, and lots of other killings going on and rioting and all this other stuff. And and even at the time, because again, this is I have not read this story for probably at least 25 years. I read it as it was coming out. Maybe I read it slightly again in my mid-20s, but I haven't read it since then. But one thing is true, even through all of those readings, is that there is no reason why this needs to be 14 parts. This was like 6 issues tops, maybe like, a bi-monthly title. That's all this story could contain. But yet it's still 14 parts. Every time you feel like these two forces are just going to fight each other and just get done with the conflict, everyone's like, no, I just got to go back to my house for a little while. I'm going to go over here and have some drama with Mary Jane, and I'm not sure whether I can kill Carnage, but we're gonna talk about that for a couple more issues. And
how about Firestar? With all her concern about killing someone, she's hitting him with microwaves. You're not even supposed to stand by the microwave, Firestar. You're killing all kinds of people.
But I seriously though, I'm going to challenge everybody on this show. Like, I think we all agree that Maximum Carnage is not good. But any other podcast out there can just come onto a show and just trash a book for 20 minutes. I want to challenge both of you that this is a book that's not really the greatest, but is extremely popular and extremely well known. Why is that the case? J.A. is a first-time reader. Why did this appeal? Why would this be something that people would remember?
This came out in 93 into 94. It's definitely peak 90s comic booking. You have all these just rando crazy characters showing up. There's a lot of action. So I guess who cares about a story or a plot when you can just have lots of fisticuffs? And there's a lot of that. it's almost like every issue is trying to top the previous issue. So I got into a point, okay, who are we going to see next issue? Is Thanos going to show up? What's going on here? There was a bit of anticipation about where they would go, and they never let you down. While you're in there, it's like a roller coaster. It's a bit of a ride. You don't know what you're getting around the next bend. No, it's Iron Fist. I totally did not see that one coming at all.
All right, Chad. Again, I'm not going to say well remembered, but remembered by lots of comic book. Did he freeze?
No, he's not saying anything because he's.
It's the dumbest fucking question I've ever heard. They're all terrible. No! Maybe the defense is there's a video game out there that was a beat 'em up for the Super Nintendo and the Genesis, because this plot is the plot of a video game. A 90s, go around, punch a garbage can and get a turkey or an apple, and then keep going and punching and kicking more people sort of video game. That's what the plot of this story is. And you want to compare it to the Clone Saga. The Clone Saga, at least... No, that was bad too. No, these are dark times, man. We're coming off of the Harry Osborn stuff, and that was so good. And then everything from this point forward was it was bad. I mean, you had Peter Parker's parents. You show me a good story involving Peter Parker's parents, and that'd be the first time someone showed me a good story involving the parents of Peter Parker. They had come back, they were clones, but then it was a whole Alistair Smythe thing.
No, it was Harry. It was Harry Osborn making the clones. Come on.
Anyway, it wasn't good. It's bad. It's just all bad.
There's no defendable part. There's no reason why this should be as popular as it is.
But that's the thing, is this is where you take the talented people, and I firmly believe I'll defend James DeMatteis, I'll defend Sal Buscema, I'll defend Dave Michelini. They have written some wonderful Spider-Man stories. They are capable of great storytelling. But then you get some folks in here like, no, we need to make this big dumb thing to appeal to the masses and give the people what they want. And this is what you get out of it. This is where you stop letting people be creative and tell their own story and shoehorn them into a plot and be like, all right, figure it out. And it's sad because you're watching talented people have to suffer through this. Like, there's not consistency throughout here. This isn't someone's passion project. This is just corporate shrill. Is that the word? Dribble? Chill?
No,
I will say that I was a big fan of when the Spectacular Spider-Man issues did roll around. Because I feel like JM did try to class up the joint a little bit. He is a talented writer, so like you would have some of those internal struggles with a lot of his issues. Spider-Man's like, yeah, we're going to kill Carnage. Go ahead and do it, Firestar. And then at the last second, he's like, no, Firestar, don't do it. And then Venom's like, huh? And I was just like, this is good stuff. I remember fondly the David Michelini, Mark Bagley issues where I really did forget how much I love Mark Bagley's art, especially at this time. Like, I really did like it. And then there's like rando, scenes of Mary Jane and bra and panties for no good reason at all other than just rando as Venom falls underfloor. And I enjoyed all that. I still am and was disappointed in the Web of Spider-Man issues. Those ones, not so good, yo.
Well, it's coming off of having Jerry Conway and Alex Saviuk were a great team. And the inker Don Hudson here, he kind of muddles Saviuk's art, and so it goes from being less of a John Romita pastiche to just this murky, muddy, wasn't a great fit for me.
Right. But it was nostalgic to revisit this particular era. Some of the rando guys that showed up are just, why? Like, why are we using these people? The rest of Marvel was like, no, you can't use any of the other good people. You can't use the good villains. Like, we're not going to let you do that. You have to use these terrible villains. Or these terrible heroes, right?
As someone who doesn't have a lot of skin in the Spider-Man game, so to speak, I didn't mind that they were all rando because the whole story was rando. So it sort of, two random wrongs make a right a bit. I thought it was like, if you're going to go that crazy, you might as well do it with characters I have no care for. Because at least on the Rogues Gallery side of things, I did like seeing the Spider-Man doppelganger, because every time I saw him, I got a little smile because it reminded me of Infinity War, which was also a crazy 6-issue crossover. And then you had all the Infinity War spin-off crossover event. So, yeah, the problem is I thought they had all of these things, all of these characters and situations, some of it forced on them by where Spider-Man was at the time. So, Peter Parker's parents and MJ smoking and all these things that were sort of going on in the background, plus all these random characters that they've included. But the whole genesis of the story, the whole idea that there's just Carnage and these bad guys going around killing people for no other reason than they want to kill people, is the main detriment of the entire story. Carnage never gets fleshed out. He doesn't have any dimension to him. He's this one-dimensional rage machine.
Well, there's also the creepy family dimension where he and Shriek decide to play mommy and daddy and all the rest of these guys.
Oh, right.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
And something's going on there that you don't want to ask. Is that like a wink, wink, nod, nod, or not?
Like, this was kind of like that Natural Born Killers movie by Oliver Stone, where they're going on this kill fest murder spree, and that's cool. Later on in the show, we'll talk about Woody Harrelson playing Carnage, and I'm like, actually, that's kind of inspired casting. Which I agree, J.A., even when you find out, like, Carnage was abused as a kid, and, Shriek was abused as a kid. You're like, I don't really care. Because, like, there's no reason to care. They're just killing people. I don't really care about this.
I did like the whole, where's Dagger gone? But she can't be completely gone because Cloak can't teleport without Dagger, and he's still teleporting. So that was kind of a throwaway in one thought bubble. But you would think that Cloak would know that and figure out, why can't I still teleport? Maybe Dagger hasn't gone. Just saying. It's always good to see Cloak and Dagger. I think they're often underutilized in the Marvel Universe.
Well, there you go. Well, let's get into our ratings for Maximum Carnage, the 14-part miniseries. We do have a movie review to get to. So, J.A., what's our 1 out of 4 scale for this?
1 out of 4 plot devices?
No.
Like the alpha wave?
There aren't any plot devices. No, okay. I'll go. 1 out of 4 random bad guys.
Carrion was like the ultimate one.
He just floats up out of a manhole cover. Literally floats up out of a manhole cover. That is totally a video game.
That's all this was.
Let's start off with Chad. He's saying it was just a video game. What's your rating, buddy?
Yeah, I hate it so much. And it makes me sad because there are so many talented people involved. We were talking off air about Ron Lim. So many of us loved Ron Lim, the Silver Surfer. I don't think he was a fit in the Spider-Man universe, though. Mark Bagley had such a storied run on it. Amazing Spider-Man and then Ultimate Spider-Man. And he's still kicking around with Dan Slott on other Spider-Man books. Like, he's been making it with Spider-Man for 40 years and doing an excellent job of it. Sal. There's so many great writers and artists that worked on these books, so I can't give it nothing, but I can't give it much. So I'm going to say 1 out of 4 senseless killing. No, what was the scale? 1 out of 4
bad guys.
Chocolate emojis. What? 1 out of 4
random bad guys.
Random bags of trash. No, 1 out of 4 random bad guys is my rating.
All right. I'll go next. I'm going to go a little bit higher than Chad. Again, there were some interesting... No, they weren't really interesting. I enjoyed this, though, because, again, it was an opportunity, like listening to an old Pearl Jam album or something. I just was going back to my youth. I was 14 again, and the things that I liked about the series when I was 14, like the art on some of the issues, was still something that rang true even some, 30 years later. Some of the writing that I liked, again, I really did feel like JM did kind of class up the joint with his issues. Like, you could tell he was writing them, and there was a gravitas to some of his language. There's a scene where where Peter Parker's all broken down. He's got broken ribs, and he goes and sees Aunt May, and it's a really nice scene. And it's counterpointed with his dad at the time and how his dad hates all people because he's going through PTSD or something because he was in a Russian prison camp or something. I don't know, but there was a couple good scenes in that. And then you got Black Cat in the background, and although she's with Flash Thompson, she still has, this thing with Spider-Man underneath the surface a little bit, which is kind of neat. It is not as bad as the Clone Saga. I'll just say that. So I'm going to say a 1.75. Almost average. There's some issues that are average. They're pretty decent for 90s Spider-Man that you were buying once a month. J.A.
Peak 90s, as we mentioned. I'm just on the page where Firestar comes in, and I can't blame these artists for that costume. I'm sure that costume existed before Maximum Carnage. It's a bad costume. We're talking a bomber jacket a la Rogue and yellow glasses, red gloves and boots, a black leotard with red and yellow on the arms. She had an all-time classic outfit. And how many years did they put her in this derivative dreck of a costume?
It was a long time.
Yeah, she was at least through the Kurt Busiek Avengers. She was in that costume.
Oh, it's a bad costume. Anyways. Oh, and we forgot to mention Molten Man shows up randomly again. So yeah, it was. It's not very good. It's 90s excess. It's sort of a convoluted plot and not much of a story, but you read it, I guess, for how crazy it is and how off the rails. I don't know. It's like a 1. Honestly, it's 10 issues too long. Maybe even 12 issues too long.
Wow.
Maybe even 13 issues too long. Seriously, the plot you could have told in a single issue. And what happens to Doppelganger at the end anyways? Does he go away?
He's dead, isn't he?
Does he ever show up after that?
Turns up, J.A., he did die for a long, long time, but then showed up years later in Carnage #1. He becomes the Kenny of the Marvel Spider Universe, where he just keeps getting killed and resurrected and killed and resurrected. That he eventually reunites with Carnage and Shriek, and they form a cult to worship Null. There you go.
Wonder if is that a Donny Cates idea?
That I don't know.
They should have got rid of Demo Goblin too. Man, I hated Demo Goblin. I was like, oh man, I don't even get a good Green Goblin version anymore. I got to get Demo Goblin. That's awful.
I guess. Oh, and we didn't mention Shriek's got white skin, so that's also a very cleavage. There's a lot of cleavage costumes in this book.
Yes. Black Cat's costume goes down to her navel.
So does Shriek's. They're equal but opposite, and both bad.
What I love is no one's gonna not know it's a Black Cat because she has those little black outlines around her eyes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Felicia, that's really gonna hide your identity.
Nobody's looking at her eyes.
That's awful. But one thing that's not awful is more of the Last Comic Shop, and we'll be right back with more of our Carnage Spectacular with a Venom movie review. Stay tuned.
Hey, it's Mikey Wood, frequent Last Comic Shop guest and collector. And as a collector, I'm always in need of boards, bags, long boxes, and more to house all those comics. That's why I use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off my orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get me a discount on BCW's already low prices, but I know using LCSPOD at checkout is another way I can show my support to the Last Comic Shop podcast and their continuing mission to bring fans together under that big comic book tent. So if you're in need of comic book supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's LCSPOD.
Hello, Last Comic Shop listeners. This is John from Part Time Comics. You may have heard of our great series Drumsticks of Doom or Child Possession Services, but we have a new series coming out in 2024, LCS. A series of global catastrophes has left life on Earth decimated and made comic collecting a huge disaster. Follow a group of survivors as they run the last comic shop. You can find more information on any of these books at linktree/part-time comics. That's part-time comics with an X.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. And after all that talk about Maximum Carnage, we got another little golem to bring us a movie here, a little sneaky preview of our upcoming movie mayhem. But this one's in March. So we are going to be tackling the 2021 film directed by that particular golem, Andy Serkis. It is Venom, Let There Be Carnage. J.A., can you give us the who's-its involved in the Venom, Let There Be Carnage 2021 action sci-fi adventure?
Yes, as you said, this was directed by Andy Serkis on a screenplay from Kelly Marshall. The story by Tom Hardy and Kelly Marshall. Tom Hardy played Eddie Brock and Venom, did the voice of Venom as well. Michelle Williams is Anne Weying. Naomi Harris as Shriek, the aforementioned from the Maximum Carnage series. Reed Scott played Dan Lewis, a lawyer. We had Stephen Graham as Patrick Mulligan, and like maybe a slight cameo as Toxin at the very end. I don't know. And Woody Harrelson as Cletus Cassidy Carnage. And I forgot, additionally, you had Peggy Lou reprising her role as the convenience store owner, Mrs. Chen, who has a thing for Venom.
Add all those folks together, mix them up, and then, Sandy, why don't you tell us what happens when there be carnage?
All right. Well, here's your 10-cent synopsis. And really, there's not really a dime worth of plot in this movie. It picks up sometime after the original Venom movie ended, in which Eddie Brock and Venom have now decided they're going to be losers together and making a mess of Eddie Brock's apartment. Cletus Cassidy decides he wants to be Eddie Brock's friend? ? He's killed a lot of people, and he invites Eddie Brock to do some last interview before he's going to be executed. And pushes some of Eddie Brock's buttons, Venom's buttons, whatever. And I don't know, there's some biting involved, and somehow Cletus gets a symbiote and becomes Carnage. And then he breaks out of prison, and he wants to go find his long-lost love, who is Shriek. Who's at Ravenloft Asylum for the criminally superpowered?
Ravencroft, not Ravenloft.
Like okay. Lara Croft.
But she's there, and Carnage breaks her out, and then they decide to get married and kidnap Eddie Brock's former girlfriend, and then there's a big fight in a church. And that's it.
Well, it's because they all want to kill someone that did them wrong. She wants to kill the cop, Cletus wants to kill Eddie Brock, and Carnage wants to kill Venom.
Yeah. Look, I'll say this. The best thing about this movie is the fact that it's only like 90 minutes long. I felt like it was not so much a movie, but a glorified episode of a TV show.
It's the Odd Couple. It's the Odd Couple. With action scenes. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say the best part was that it was only 90 minutes long. That was a good thing. I liked the whole interplay between Tom Hardy and Venom. Or Tom Hardy and Tom Hardy, essentially. I thought that was good. I thought that the writing was snappy. It was witty. It was funny. I found myself laughing out loud. I assume it's for some... I mean, no, it's Sony. Sony owns the rights. Why isn't Venom shooting webs and swinging around? Is it because he hasn't been introduced to the Spider-Man stuff yet?
Yeah, he doesn't have a spider. He doesn't have web shooters. Yeah, I have to believe it's because he doesn't have anything to do with Spider-Man at this point.
Well, no, because they have that thing about the hive mind and all the symbiotes know things. And
I thought it was that he doesn't do the web swinging because there were a couple big fights with like cool CGI stuff, but like actually that's kind of few and far between in this movie. Like again, like it looked like a TV show. There were like minimal actors, minimal stuff going on, 4 locations. And again, I'm glad that there's that Tom Hardy Venom interaction because that's always fun. And that's what saved the last movie, too. It didn't really seem like a movie to me. Do you kind of get what I'm saying, Chad?
Well, I think your standards might be too high. I think you had some very great actors participating in this film. Michelle Williams everybody knows not only was she Oscar-worthy talent, she's from Dawson's Creek. Woody Harrelson, he's got his Oscar bait out there, and he was on Cheers. Tom Hardy was in the best of the Mad Max movies. He got to be Mad Max and let Furiosa outshine him. But you have these great actors here, and they are slumming it here in this picture, but they're having fun. I didn't think anybody did a particularly bad job. I like the relationship between Cletus Cassidy and Shriek. I didn't think that Woody Harrelson was just phoning it in. Like, he seemed like he came to play. But I do agree that those moments weren't nearly as entertaining as the relationship between Eddie Brock and the symbiote. And so Tom Hardy, that is the milkshake that brings you to the yard in these movies. That's the part that you're having fun with. And I will say, on like an action movie scale, I kept waiting for that thing that you could do with the symbiotes that you couldn't do in any other movie. That didn't happen. This was just a B-level action movie, but it was fun. It was good for what it was. You need to set the bar real low. Don't forget, just like Venom 1, real low. But if you do, you can have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, if I had any critical notes to say about this movie, it would probably be that Naomi Harris's Shriek character was a bit too close to Naomi Harris's Calypso character from the Pirates of the Caribbean. They sort of were the same person. She essentially played the same role in both.
Yeah, who cares? It's Venom. Nobody gives a shit.
But I did love, all the interactions between Tom Hardy and Michelle Williams and Venom and Michelle Williams and even Dan were great. And it was only 90 minutes long. It was a fun movie. I thought I was going to hate it, and I actually enjoyed it a lot more than probably it deserved.
Well, I'm not saying that I didn't enjoy it. I'll say that. I liked some of the fight sequences between Venom and Carnage, even though they were just CGI slugfest. It still was kind of cool. I liked Woody Harrelson. I don't know. He was just chewing scenery sometimes, and you were just like, all right, fine. I loved when Venom goes to that club, and he gets up on stage, and he's like, everybody should like aliens. And
yeah.
You should be yourself. And he was so proud of himself. I wish Eddie could have seen me. And it was I was like, aw. But yeah. I can't get away from the fact it didn't seem like a movie. Maybe this was because it was shot during like COVID or whatever. There weren't really crowd scenes.
Can I channel my inner symbiote and once again just say, it's Venom, who gives a shit?
This guy.
All right, well, let's get to ratings. I guess we don't have to spend a lot of time on this. What is our 1 out of 4 scale for Venom? There may be Carnage, or will be Carnage.
Let there be Carnage, right?
Let there be Carnage, yes.
1 out of 4 brains, because the whole movie was Venom wanting to eat some brains. I need brains.
And he eats the chickens instead. Chickens. We're not going to eat those 2 chickens. They're my friends.
Were they Laurel and Hardy? What were the chickens' names?
I think it was Laverne and Shirley. Was it Laverne and Shirley or Ozzie and Harriet or something?
Sonny and Cher.
Sonny and Cher. Yeah, but that's part of the fun of this movie. There's so many just dumb, fun parts. Jay, we were talking about this. When Venom sees Carnage for the first time, his reaction, do you remember?
Yes. He's like, oh, that's a red one. We're going away.
Prepare to die. And by die, I mean us. We are going to die. Listen, it hasn't been since Christian Bale's Batman that I've had this much fun doing a voice. And the irony is, it's Bane. Am I doing the ratings? I forget. What did we say? Brains? 2.75 brains. It's not Shakespeare, but if you want to turn your brain off for 97 minutes or however long it ran, this is what big dumb movies are supposed to be. 2.75.
J.A.?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's like 2.75 as well. It was fun. I laughed. I love Tom Hardy in his 2 voices. I thought that's what I came for. The interplay between him and himself. for most of the movie. The CGI stuff, I thought, I thought they didn't quite get the symbiote right. It's a little too bubbly, and it's not quite stretchily viscous enough for my taste, I guess. I don't know. It comes off a bit too bubblegummy, but that's just a CGI thing. So, you're really there for the interplay between Eddie and Venom the whole time.
I'm going to go a little bit lower. I think I'm going to give it a 2.5. I think. Is it the best? No, it's not anywhere near the best Marvel movie out there, but I don't think it's trying to be.
Nope.
No, it's not, and it is hilarious at times, and so it's a good movie like the original Venom to have a couple drinks and just have a good time with some of your friends. So for that, and unlike some of the other Sony Spider-Man universe movies, like It's Morbin Time and this Madam Web garbage, again, it knows what it is, and everybody involved with the project knows why they're doing it. Again, Sony just wants to keep the rights to Spider-Man, so they want to keep on making these movies. And luckily, Venom is actually a decent enough character, thanks to the Tom Hardy performance, that it can anchor a fairly decent movie. Again, though, I didn't think it was a movie. It didn't feel cinematic in some way. It felt like a television show. It felt very small scale and limited. And even though there are these big stakes, like people climbing up on top of cathedrals and police, trying to get Eddie Brock and this guy killing all these people, you don't really see any of that stuff. Like, it's like small scale, and I don't know, like that's not a movie for me. That's TV. Maybe that's me nitpicking.
Listen, pal, go watch those other Sony Spider-Verse movies outside of the animated ones and see if they gave any shits. This is at least entertaining.
And that's why it still gets a 2.5. The rest of those ones get like somewhere in the ones. They're dregs. They're awful. They're there to keep rights. This one's decent, so I'm glad I watched it. In any case, we've got more Last Comic Shop coming up right after these commercial breaks with our recommendations of other awesome books that you can pick up at your local comic book shop today.
So by saying other awesome stuff, you're suggesting that what we read today was awesome.
Awesome in the fact that it happened and no one stopped it or had the sense to do anything better with it.
LastComicShopPodcast.com is the destination for all things shop. Plan your week with upcoming show schedules, the latest books, recommendations, and chatter from the crew. Subscribe to the show on all major podcasting platforms from one convenient location. Show your support and browse the merch store. T-shirts, tanks, hoodies for the fam, coffee mugs, magnets, totes, and more. Check out exclusive content through the show's YouTube channel and follow the pod on Instagram, Blue Sky, Threads, and others. All this and so much more at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com.
Hey, I'm Jeremy Plum, and I'm here with my good friend Dan Bublitz, and I want to talk to you about a new podcast we're doing.
That's right. Welcome to Panel Picks, a new podcast on Tape Deck Media.
We're just two comedians that love comic books a ton, and we want to be your new comic book best friends.
And we release our podcast every Tuesday just in time for New Comic Book Day. We're going to go over everything coming out each week and spotlight our favorite books.
Not only that, Dan, we're going to talk about our favorite old books, we're going to talk about the amazing self-published books that are out there, and we're going to give you all the pop culture news you're going to want.
Panel Picks Podcast is available wherever you get your podcasts, so take us with to your favorite local comic shop.
And let's go on this weird, wacky journey together.
Enough said.
All right, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for recommendations. Yes, that time of every single show where if you weren't a fan of Maximum Carnage and or Carnage, there could be Venom. I guess, no, it's the other way around. Here's some other stuff that you might pick up at your local comic book shop instead, or in addition to, or something. And we're going to go ahead and start off with Chad, because I feel like he's got some camp for us in case you didn't have enough of it.
With the two things we're dealing with today, the Venom Let There Be Carnage movie was totally campy and fun and silly when it was good. And even with your villain and Carnage in that one, Carnage and Shriek, their interactions were also a little bit just classic camp villainry. And then it's there to meet the equal but opposite of Spider-Man Maximum Carnage, where that was the opposite of camp. It was just darkness, darkness, darkness. Hey, look, there's some light at the end. Oh, hooray. But I decided to steer into the campy, fun, and wholesome side to counteract that. So I'm going to go with a 6-issue miniseries. This came out in 2019. It was a combination between Archie Comics and DC Comics. It was Archie meets Batman 66. It was a 6-issue miniseries written by Jeff Parker and Michael Marecki, pencils by Dan Parent, and then inks by Jay Bone. So the plot starts with the old Batman 66 villain Siren, who sings her song, and they send it out over the radio dials in Riverdale. And then the Bat villains slowly turn all of the grown-ups a little bit crazy and a little bit malevolent. And then it's up to Archie and the gang to figure out what's going on. And they eventually enlist the help of Batman and his crew. And so Batman sends Robin and Batgirl first to infiltrate Riverdale, and then he shows up, and chaos and calamity and cheeseburgers and everything else ensues. And it's just a fun team-up romp. And so if you need something a little bit more wholesome, this series is worth it for the covers alone. There's so much fun happening in this book, and it's just lighthearted fare. Archie meets Batman 66 from Archie and DC Comics. Check it out.
All right. Well, yeah, I think I'm going to check that out, Chad, because I do dig anytime they do crossovers with the Batman 66 stuff. I like the Batman 66 and Green Hornet crossover. That was a lot of fun. You can always do fun stuff with Archie, right? Like, yeah, why not? Okay.
Damn straight.
Well, one thing that I was going to recommend this week, but I ended up not deciding to do it, was Dark Web, because I read that at the same time as I was reading the Maximum Carnage, and there's a lot of parallels to that, kind of a return to some 90s excess, but I'm not 100% sure whether or not I liked Dark Web or not.
Talk about trying to make fetch happen. They keep trying to do things with Ben Reilly.
So I'm not 100% sure whether or not I like that, so I'm not going to recommend it. I hope some folks out there, though, get out on our social media and tell me what they thought of Dark Web, because I'd be interested to hear what other people's thoughts are. But one book I actually did really like was another miniseries featuring Spider-Man, and it's called Marvel Superheroes Secret Wars Battle World, to celebrate the anniversary of the original Secret Wars series being released by Marvel. Some wonderful folks, Tom DeFalco being one of them, and Pat Olive, who we've interviewed on the Last Comic Shop previously, put out a 4-part miniseries, which is kind of like a coda of sorts to the original Marvel Secret Wars series from the 80s. It tells the story of Black Suit Spider-Man getting whisked away by some other Beyonders in the last seconds before everybody's shipped home. And he's put into his own experiment. And as a result of that, they have to test him with certain things. So they give him allies. They give him first the Human Torch. And then they give him folks like Iceman and Falcon and Daredevil, which seems like they're random until you think about the fact that those were the characters in the Wave 2 of the Secret Wars action figure series. And they put him up against folks like Absorbing Man, which wasn't, but the other ones are Hobgoblin and Baron Zemo and Constrictor and Electro, all of which were, again, in that Secret Wars Series 2 and technically Series 3 that they didn't release in America. But long story short, it's like, again, you get an opportunity to see what would happen if they actually continued that comic book series and brought in the characters that they were making new waves of action figures for. But it's still that Secret Wars fun where they just kind of fight, and eventually it leads to like Peter Parker proving yet again that he's one of the greatest human beings of all time, as he saves the rest of the human race by just shouldering that great power and that great responsibility and just being the everyman that we have fallen in love with over the years. So it's really, really good. The art's great by Pat. The writing is classic by Tom DeFalco. And I'm just glad that it used a lot of characters that they made action figures of that weren't in Secret Wars.
Yeah, that never made sense to me. They had so many characters there that didn't get toys.
J.A.,
Okay, I'm going to recommend something that has a lot of what was in Maximum Carnage, but just in a much better setting. So you have Black Suit Spider-Man, and I looked it up, it is actually the symbiote costume Black Suit Spider-Man. This is pre-Venom, post-Secret Wars. You have some crossover appeal. There is some Daredevil shows up to help out. And you have Spider-Man going through sort of a existential crisis, having to deal with the fact that he wants to kill somebody and then ultimately being the better person and saving this person. And I'm talking about the death of Jean DeWolf that took place in Spectacular Spider-Man 107 through 110. And this really explores sort of a darker side of the Spider-Man universe. Peter David, the writer, essentially sets up a serial killer, Sin Eater, murders police captain and close friend of Spider-Man, Jean DeWolf. And Spider-Man has to deal with the pain and the trauma of losing a friend. And so he joins forces with Daredevil to put an end to Sin Eater's reign of terror. And he's pushed to his limit because Sin Eater then targets Betty Brant. And so he ends up nearly beating this guy half to death, but he redeems himself later. He saves Sin Eater from a mob who wants to kill him for killing Jean DeWolf. So it's a groundbreaking entry sort of into the Spider-Man saga, and I think does much better than the entire 14-issue opus that was Maximum Carnage in just 4 issues. So and that's again Peter David writing with great Rich Buckler art.
Yes, that is one of the best Spider-Man storylines of all time, honestly. I actually think it's better than Kraven's Last Hunt, to be honest. I really do like that story. And maybe it's because it's Black Suit Spider-Man. I'll argue that in Kraven's Last Hunt is Black Suit Spider-Man anyways. But I like those stories. Plus, again, 4 issues. That is a perfect arc. If you can't tell your story in 4 issues, then you don't need to tell a story. You don't need to give me 16, 20 issues. Tell something in 4. Move on. That's what I say. And we hope that you move on with more episodes of The Last Comic Shop coming up here in the next month, because there are going to be no Marvel books. That's right. The Merry Marvel March Society is over. We probably won't get another Marvel book for some time because, again, if you look at the quotas that I'm trying to keep equal for Chad in his ratings, we've been kind of Marvel heavy thus far in 2024. X-Men and Deadpool and this whole month of ROM and Spider-Man. We hope that you enjoyed it. And we hope that you enjoy it enough to rate, review, and subscribe over at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. So you don't miss any of the DC books that we'll be covering in the next couple of weeks, the indie books that we'll be covering in the next couple of weeks. We've got things like Doom Patrol. We've got things like 8 Billion Genies. Great stuff. And then Movie Mayhem right around the corner with our celebration of the 35th anniversary of Batman 89?
35? No.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Yes.
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 Oh. No.
Eat it chronologically.
That's one of those things when you realize we're closer to the 60s than today is closer to the 90s.
Oh, man. Well, if you need to pull yourself out of some existential dread, you could always go to our website. It's www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. You can find links to all our social media things. We're on the X. We're on Blue Sky. We're on Threads. We've got polls coming back. Yeah. We've got Golden Age covers all the time and all that other comic discussion. All that waits for you on the social medias there. Find those on the website. And you can always double back to the website as well to check out the merch. And J.A., what are we merching this week?
Well, we always have t-shirts, coffee mugs, tote bags. This week, a special on symbiote costumes. Ooh. Red or black.
He's got a red one. We better run.
Not t-shirts that are cut down to your navel? Jeez. Just an entire V. You just look like Jennifer Lopez just showing up.
She must have painted on or something. I don't know how that
so
costume
much glue.
Yes.
So much glue.
Tape. glue, industrial adhesive. What's that thing that Baron Zemo has? Adhesive X?
Yes.
Well, once you're done with all that tape, just remember, well, we might be the last comic shop podcast. We don't want to be the last comic shop. So we encourage everybody to head out there to your local comic shops. Maybe you want Maximum Carnage, maybe not. But you definitely want to check out things like Marvel Superheroes Secret Wars Battle World, or Archie meets Batman 66, or Spider-Man, The Death of Jean DeWolf. All that and much, much more awaits for you at your local comic shop. And we hope to see you there.
All right. Until next week, I was the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Chad Smith and J.A. Scott, and we hope that you come back to the last comic shop. Until then, stay safe, stay Spider-Man-y, because he's still the best. He's the flagship character of Marvel, baby.
We've yet to do a definitive Spider-Man story.
We did since last hunt. And you're saying that Superior Foes of Spider-Man isn't a definitive Spider-Man story? That made me care about Boomerang in ways that I didn't know it could be possible.
That's a good one. We need a red suit Spider-Man story that counts, not like this one. You know, what's good?
What do you suggest?
Death of Gwen Stacy? Some Ross Andrew? That's 2 issues?
Yeah, you always get Master Planner, Kraven's Last Hunt, considered some of the best. I reckon Death of Gwen Stacy's got to be up there.
Can we do Captain Stacy too? All the Staceys?
All the Staceys. Murder!
The Last Comic Shop podcast was a 2024 Black Angus production.
Hey fellas, looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture goodies, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCS Pod at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD.
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All celebrity voices are poorly impersonated.
Welcome to the Last Comic Shop, true believers. This is your old pal, the ghost of Stan Lee, speaking to you from the afterlife, which is a lot like a terminal at the old TWA airport in New York. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about death. The death of the Staceys, which is something that I wrote back in Spider-Man. There you go.
Take it.
Spider-Man. Stan Lee.
Carnegie Deli. Get yourself.
I love the Spider-Man.
Go down there and get
Even
yourself.
though you didn't write it.
Mike, you are going to get haunted by Stan Lee. Keep this up.
I sure am. I already am.
You certainly
You're going to wake up in the middle of the night and he's going to be, Mikey, true believer, why do you keep talking to me?
Yeah.
Jay Stanley is Asian.
Stan Lee. Don't do that.
Terrible stereotypes. Jeez, guys, come on.
Oh, Lord.
Stan
Yeah,
Lee's
you're talking about this guy
spelled L-I.
that made all these great comic books. I will not have you besmirch the name of Stan Lee on my show. I'm the host with the most, Danny Larson. And again, welcome back to the Last Comic Shop. Thanks so much to Mikey Wood, who comes on this show once in a while and does an awesome job of trying to do an impression of Stan.
I'm going to get haunted by Jack Kirby, but Stan Lee's going to take credit for it.
Oh, yeah. I'm also got folks that I don't have to take credit for their awesomeness. That's Jay Scott and Chad Smith, my wonderful other co-hosts. And Chad, what are we reading? Like, because this is actually something we voted on just a couple months ago, right? Like,
yeah, it just feels like last week. But you tasked us with picking a Marvel book to read to finish out our Marvel quota, and I was lamenting about how, we read Kraven's Last Hunt, but we haven't read a ton of Spider-Man, and one of the only other books we had representing was Maximum Carnage. Like, So let's read some good Spider-Man. So that's why I put out, and eventually it made its way through the tournament after through some very tough competition. But that's why we ended up with the Death of the Staceys as our reading this week, which has great material from Stan Lee and John Romita, as well as Jerry Conway, Gil Kane, and John Romita.
Everybody that I run into at shows, if they're an older penciler from that remembers or bought issues back in the Bronze Age, they say this is the definitive Spider-Man. This is the definitive Spider-Man for them, which is Gil Kane pencils with John Romita inks.
With good reason, yeah.
Again, it's really nice looking. It is the classic looking Spider-Man from that Bronze Age. And I got to say, I'm really happy that we're reading it too, Chad, because I did a hell of a lot of extra credit. Even though there was only, 7 issues we were supposed to read this week, I think I read like close to 20 issues of Amazing Spider-Man this week in preparation for the show, all around the issues that we were supposed to read. Because I was like, I actually hadn't read a lot in the lead up to the death of Gwen Stacy. I hadn't read some of those issues preceding it. So,
where Spider-Man goes to, is it Germany?
Or where does he go with the Hulk attack? He goes to Canada and he fights the Hulk. Because, the Hulk's up there for, I think he's fighting Wolverine. He could be fighting somebody else, but it probably, it's weird because the Incredible Hulk, it went 1 through 6, and then it jumps because they eventually made it the Tales of Astonish. So it got the Tales of Astonish number in it. So it's like it turned over somewhere in the 70s of Tales of Astonish. It became the Hulk book. That makes sense as to why there's about 60 issues difference between the Hulk book and the Amazing Spider-Man book at the same time. So you got 120 and 180. Yeah, he's fighting Wolverine at the same time.
So Hulk 181 was released in November 1974.
Oh,
and I believe this story takes place in 1973. So they're very close. Maybe Hulk's continuing on in Canada.
All right.
To meet up with Wolverine after this. But
here I was trying to do comic book mathematics, because it always is very, very weird to me with, again, they gave Mighty Thor the Journey into Mystery numbering, and it's like it comes in way later too. So that's just weird. But in any case,
still get a no prize for the effort.
No, thank you, Chad. One thing that we're hoping that everybody gets a no prize from is our opening segment, which, if you loved Marvel trivia, get ready for the 3rd annual Last Comic Shop Mighty Marvel Trivia Challenge. That's right. Every year here at the Last Comic Shop, we invite Mikey Wood onto this particular show so that we can publicly shame him.
That's right.
By answering more Marvel questions than he can. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
We have him on because he does know a lot about comic books overall. You'll have 1 minute to answer as many questions as he can. J.A. is going to be our quiz master, and it'll be me and Chad and Mikey Wood all getting a turn. And whoever has answered the most Marvel questions by the end of their minute will end up getting said aforementioned no prize, which will be put in a no envelope. Chad has a no prize, though, right? You have a no prize. No, they didn't send you the no.
I do not.
Oh,
no, I got a letter from Stan thanking me for my art submissions, but it was not a no prize. I do have the comic book, the no prize comic book.
Okay, that's where it is. I
have the variant cover to Spider-Man 19 that had the no prize envelope on the outside, and the non-stop Spider-Man came with a little cardboard wraparound that mentioned no prizes, but no actual no prize. No, you know what? The Marvel Vaults had the reproduction of the no prize. I do have one.
Aha! See, I knew if you started talking long enough, sooner or later you would remember all of the stuff that you had in that treasure trove of yours. So, J.A., where would you like to start? Since you are the quiz master, you get to throw it out. Who do you want to start the Mighty Marvel Trivia Challenge?
Why don't we go with Mr. Marvel himself, you?
Ooh, make mine Marvel. All right, I am ready for these questions. So,
what does the acronym Jarvis stand for?
No idea. Move on.
Just a really very intelligent system. What was Wolverine's name when he was a horseman of the apocalypse?
Logan?
No, Death. Daredevil and Elektra first met at which school?
I have no idea either.
What's the matter, you?
Columbia. The Thing has how many fingers on both hands, including his thumbs?
6.
No, 8. The Silver Surfer's surfboard is composed of what?
Power Cosmic.
Nick Fury has a brother who became a villain. Which villain is it?
Baron Strucker.
Scorpio.
No,
Scorpio.
I got one.
You got one.
That was tough. Criminy. Jarvis? Just awful.
I thought you would get that.
No Spider-Mans, no Fantastic Four question. Well, no, I almost got the Thing one right. Who's going next, J.A.?
We'll go Chad, I guess.
Okay.
Are you ready, Chad?
Always.
Bullseye killed Elektra with what instrument?
Size.
Yes. What does SHIELD stand for?
Strategic Homeland Espionage Intervention.
I'll give you half a point for that. You got half of it right. What does the K in MODOK stand for?
Kissing. No, killing. Killing.
You said kissing.
You said kissing, though.
Come on, I was kidding. Kidding.
Jarvis was a one-time member of what group?
The Invaders.
No, the Royal Air Force. Wyatt Wingfoot was a college roommate of who?
Johnny Storm.
Namor's cousin Namorita is what?
A new warrior.
No, a clone.
Fish?
I was looking for a clone.
Hot fish lady?
Hot fish lady.
She's a clone.
Wow.
The hot fish lady.
I don't feel as bad.
I don't know. Yeah. Those questions were kind of slow. I got to protest the Namorita one, too.
It's true.
Yeah.
She wasn't. It was open.
That was too open. Yeah, that was a bit open-ended, so I'll give you a half for that.
So what did you get? 3?
3.
Okay.
Million.
So that is what you have to beat, Mikey. You have to beat 3 questions.
Oh, God.
I expect more from my co-hosts.
All right.
Starting, where is Captain America from?
Brooklyn.
What is Killmonger's Wakandan name?
Carl Weskivitz.
No.
Okay.
What is the name of the theory created by Jane Foster?
The Foster theory.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's Australian for beer.
Fosters.
Where does the Mandarin live?
I think it's the Cave of Souls.
No, it is the Valley of Spirits.
The Valley of Spirits, okay.
In college, who did Mr. Fantastic room with?
Victor Von Doom.
No, Ben Grimm.
Ben
Come
Grimm.
on.
Oh.
I thought you would get that one. Wyatt Wingfoot is a member of what Native American tribe?
Apache.
No, he was a Kiwazi.
Okay.
That's it.
Oh, you needed the options on that one.
That's it. You didn't. How many did you get? 2?
I think you got 2.
Oh, thank you, Namorita.
Is that even a real thing?
Good gravy. You could have legitimately got 4 if you hadn't been mouthing off with the kissing thing. I know you knew it was.
Yes.
Issues where it's kissing. He changes it.
But you still won. Chad Smith, our resident Marvel master here.
And for the record, SHIELD stands for Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division.
I think I skipped the L entirely.
I think it used to be Law Division, I think. They changed it halfway through. I got Jarvis. I didn't even know Jarvis was a name. Like, he's still a dude with a vacuum cleaner. Like,
he's Alfred.
Oh, is it not fair? Did I not ask enough questions about Charlie Brown?
And he just got a rock.
All right. Well, Chad, kudos to you for winning the third annual Mighty Marvel Trivia Challenge here on The Last Comic Shop. And we'll be right back with more of The Last Comic Shop right after this as we school you on some amazing Spider-Man. Stay tuned.
Hi, it's Carlo Calantuan, Last Comic Shop podcast listener and comic book tragic here in the Philippines. Mabuhay! When I'm in the US, I'm always on the lookout for a good deal on boards, bags, boxes, and all other manner of comic book related supplies. And that's why I love to go to bcwsupplies.com and use the promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off of all my orders. Not only do I get a discount on everything I buy at BCW, but I'm able to support the podcast when I use LCSPOD at checkout. So if you're in need of comic book supplies, head over to bcwsupplies.com and use the promo code LCSPOD. Oh, and guys, I'm still waiting for that Tressie review. Come on, when is it?
Dragon Ball Z, One Piece, Naruto, all things that we love, all manga that were originally published in the legendary magazine Weekly Shonen Jump.
But not every series can run for 300 chapters and have a hit anime. This is David.
This is Jordan.
We're the hosts of Shonen Flop. Each episode we look at manga that ran in Jump that didn't quite make it.
We discuss what it did wrong, what it did right, how the series could have turned itself around, and ultimately, was it a flop or not?
We're on all your favorite podcast apps, and you can find us at shonenflop.com.
Keep on flopping, floppers.
And we're back. And as we alluded to earlier, we're going to go over some classic Spider-Man stuff. If you are a Spider-Man fan, you owe it to yourself to check out these issues. It's just some of the best. And so we are covering the death of the Staceys. And the collection we read included issues 88 through 92, which covers the death of Captain George Stacy. And then also issues 121 and 122, which covers the death of Gwen and the Green Goblin Norman Osborn. So, J.A., why don't you tell us the creators involved in this creative endeavor?
Okay, so these stories were written by Stan Lee and Jerry Conway with pencils by Gil Kane and John Romita Sr., with inks by John Romita Sr., Jim Mooney, and Tony Mortellero. Colorist for the version that we read was David Hunt. I don't know if he was the original colorist or if that's the recolors.
Oh, no, he was the colorist on the Goblin issues. So
There you go.
And letters done by Sam Rosen and Art Simic.
All right, so, Andrew, what happens?
All right. Here's your 10-cent synopsis for these 7 issues of The Amazing Spider-Man, which, again, absolute treat going back and reading some of these. So the death of Captain Stacy starts off with Dr. Octopus, who has been separated from his arms, like doing mental push-ups or something, so that he can connect from the vast distances with his arms. His arms go crazy. Eventually, he tries to hijack a plane. Yes.
I have a question about that, because Spider-Man is fighting the arms without Doc Ock, and then he gets knocked around and he loses the arms somewhere in New York City. It's like, I don't know where the arms went. Wouldn't logic dictate that the arms are going to go try to reunite with Doc Ock? So why wouldn't you just go to the prison where Doc Ock is being kept and wait for the arms to show up?
This was the 70s. He didn't know where Doc Ock was.
You're not going to get 22 pages out of that.
He didn't have like an iPhone. He wasn't just going to plug it in. Where's Doc Ock being held? Like, no, come on.
Yeah.
Plus,
Miles Warren has given him the business. His grades are slipping.
If the warden and the jailers knew that Doc Ock's arms were on the loose, which they did, why didn't they just put Doc Ock on an airplane and fly him away from the arms so that he was further distance?
Listen,
they didn't believe in his mental Bluetooth expandability.
Right. I thought your real question was about how long can those arms extend? Because
we're going to get into that later because you haven't gotten to that part of your 10-cent synopsis yet.
Okay, all right. Doc Ock seems to die in an explosion. He doesn't die in an explosion. Eventually, Spider-Man has to fight Doc Ock, which leads to a chimney falling and Captain Stacy pushing a kid out of the way as he gets crushed by the rubble.
That's not the most important part. It's the fact that he's Spider-Man's best friend suddenly.
Come on now. We haven't even got to that point. He is really upset that Captain Stacy dies, because it turns out that Captain Stacy knew he was Peter Parker all along.
This all seems ginned up, though. How long has Captain Stacy been in Peter Parker's life?
I don't know, like 30-some issues. I think he comes in like the 50s and or the 60s, right, Chad?
Well, I guess he has showed up more than Uncle Ben did, right?
Oh.
Uncle Ben's in like one issue.
Oh my goodness. You guys.
Yeah, everybody blames Spider-Man for the death of Captain Stacy, and even Gwen is like, I hate Spider-Man, and he was about to reveal who he was.
It is his fault.
It is his fault, because he did fight Doc Ock. But eventually, there's like this weird storyline where there's this guy that's, tough on crime. And Iceman shows up, which is awesome because he's an amazing friend. And I don't think Iceman had a book at this time. I think this was while X-Men were in reprints. Flash forward a little bit, and then you get to the real meat of this week's episode, which is the death of Gwen Stacy, the thing that ended the Silver Age of comics. That's right. This is the moment that ends the Silver Age in a lot of people's minds. And as a result of Harry Osborn having a drug relapse, Norman Osborn gets super pissed, decides to become the Green Goblin, and then kill Gwen. As a result,
Spider-Man kills Gwen.
Yes, he does. The little snap that, yes, he also kills. Everybody kills Gwen.
Poor Gwen.
Gwen was just laying there, and bad stuff happens to her. But then, eventually, the Green Goblin dies.
Again.
For a long while, actually. Although, it's weird, because of all the deaths of all these characters in any of these books, the fact that Norman Osborn eventually comes back from the dead actually made the most sense to me. I'm like, yeah, no, I like that. I don't think Norman should have died in this. Getting rid of the Green Goblin off the board, bad idea. That's the arch nemesis. Run with it. But that's the 10-cent synopsis. The one thing I wanted to add to all of this, the collection that I read came from the Omnibus, or at least some of the issues. I read from Omnibus Volume 4. And right when you get to issue 121, which is Turning Point, Who's Gonna Die? Before that, you have a 3 or 4 pages written by Jerry Conway, who was about 20-something. He wrote this. And he talks about how the fact that they wanted to shake up the Amazing Spider-Man because he'd become too complacent. There wasn't enough threat that something bad could happen at any point. So they wanted to kind of shake things up a bit. So they were going to kill Aunt May. They thought, like, oh, let's kill Aunt May. She's already almost died in so many issues. Let's just get rid of her. But Jerry Conway put the brakes on that and said, whoa, whoa, whoa. Old people die all the time. And so what would be more tragic? What if Gwen Stacy died? And so everybody thought it was a good idea. And actually, they didn't think it was a big idea at the time because Gwen Stacy wasn't Peter Parker's first love. That was Betty Brant. There was other women in his life, Liz Allen, Mary Jane was always around. So I mean, it wasn't like this was the only love of Peter Parker's life here, and but huge backlash after she died. But it still was the trajectory that launched a million ships, right, Chad?
Yep.
Very cool. I have a question. Obviously, at the time, this is a seminal event in not just Spider-Man, but Marvel comics and maybe even comics in general. If you look at it as the end of the Silver Age and comics tackling more serious subjects and getting with it. But today, is the impact of this issue lessened by the fact that they brought back Gwen Stacy?
I was going to ask that same question. That's a great question.
All right, well, we're going to have Chad take a stab at that first as our expert Spider-Man aficionado. Is it lessened, Chad?
Well, here's the thing. Following this, you have the death of Gwen Stacy, you have the death of Norman Osborn, you immediately go into the Harry Osborn saga. And Harry Osborn becomes the Green Goblin. And that story runs, off and on, including a brief interlude with some hobgoblinery for 25 years?
Mm-hmm.
Like a good long time. Until after they take Harry off the board and then Norman returns. So bringing Norman Osborn back, for me, that was the cheaper move. The bringing Gwen Stacy back, at that point, there was no storytelling integrity left. It's all multiversal. It's kind of weird and creepy. They bring back Spider-Man's ex-dead girlfriend, and he's an adult and she's a teenager, and it's just weird.
Then there was that whole thing with Norman Osborn and Gwen Stacy.
Oh yeah,
clone or whatever it is.
The Sins Remembered, or should have been called the Twins Remembered. All of a sudden, there were twins.
God, I think it cheapens it.
I'm going to disagree. I don't think that bringing back Gwen cheapens the original death, just simply because, after reading the words of Jerry Conway and how the thought process of killing Gwen Stacy off and reminding us all that Spider-Man is not a hero that is motivated by a lot of things that other superheroes are. He's not motivated by a sense of justice. He's not motivated by revenge. He's not motivated by some, altruism or something like that. He's motivated by guilt. Genuinely, from the beginning, the great power, the great responsibility. Not that he couldn't save Uncle Ben, but the fact that he let the robber go by, and as a result of his actions, people paid the price. This moment where Gwen Stacy, falls off this building, and even though he catches her, bad things still happen, reminds us that, he is the most tragic superhero out there. And tragic in a real way, right? Not tragic in the way that Batman's parents get killed and then, boo-hoo, for 1,000 years, I'm really upset about that. Tragic in the fact that you call it that Parker luck, that bad stuff that always happens to Peter Parker, but it's a seminal part of his character. Bad stuff happens to him because, it's what drives him. It's what continues to motivate him. So if you don't have the death of Gwen Stacy, then you don't continue to build off of that. It was a launching point, and for forever, that'll be the launching point.
Yeah, but that does beg the question, and we just talked about The Watchmen a while back. Does she die if he's not Spider-Man?
No, because her connection to him isn't there. There's no reason for the green.
You know where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah.
You see, the question I'm asking is she's not in that situation if he's not Spider-Man,
right?
Well.
The whole thing is tragic because, unlike Uncle Ben in his scenario where Spider-Man lets the killer go past, this time Spider-Man's trying to do the right things. He's trying to stop Doc Ock with Captain Stacy, but he's the guy who messes up Doc Ock's control, which leads to Captain Stacy's death. Yeah. He's the one trying to save Gwen Stacy, who's only in this situation because she's his girlfriend, was in his apartment. He's trying to save Gwen Stacy, and it doesn't happen. It's the elevation of the tragedy. Now you have Spider-Man acting to do the right thing and still having these tragic outcomes. And that makes it so much deeper.
It makes it more real life. You can do all of the right things and a bad outcome still happens. Yeah. Because that's just a part of the nature and the random nature of existence. I think that's why this is the end of the Silver Age, because you start getting into these storylines that allow you to do things where you're like, there are no more sacred cows. There are no more, just because the hero does the right thing in the end, a positive outcome will happen. Now you could do all the right things. You could try to save the day, and you're not going to be able to. And I think that's super powerful from a superhero story perspective. It's a lot more interesting, at least for me.
See, none of you are talking about the hidden villain of these books, Harry Osborn's forehead. What is going on with that young man? These are good. I've never been much of a Spider-Man guy. I've never been much of a Stan Lee guy. I know, but these are. I enjoyed these.
It begs the question. You go back to. Is it Spider-Man 50? Spider-Man No More, where he walks away from being Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Right.
Had he stayed away, the Staceys would still be alive, maybe.
Yeah, but how many other people would have died?
Very true. So that's the question then, right?
Yeah, but would the Green Goblin, for instance, would he be the Green Goblin if it wasn't for Spider-Man?
This is like a Joker Batman thing?
Yeah, they always talk about how Batman sort of may actually be the cause of all of his villains. Is the same thing with Spider-Man. It's the same thing with all superheroes. Is Spider-Man the key point of all of this? Would any of these people exist in villainous form? I mean, except for the ones that, but would any of the the key ones, the Green Goblin and pissed off Elton John and his mechanical arms.
Now, normally I would argue against this, Mikey, but the fact of the matter is Spider-Man being Spider-Man is what reminds the Green Goblin that he is the Green Goblin.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and it is the one thing that pushes him over. Plus the fact that if Peter Parker wasn't Spider-Man, he could have actually been there for Harry. And it reminds you of the other tragedy that happens throughout all of Spider-Man history, which is how really sad Harry Osborn's life was. This was a guy that never got a break. Even though Peter Parker seems to never get a break, Peter gets a lot more breaks than Harry does. Even though Peter loses his dad figure in Uncle Ben, at least he had a good dad figure. Harry never had that. Even though Peter comes from modest means and never really gets a lot of money, Harry has that, but it doesn't really make him happy. Even though Peter doesn't seem to have very much luck with him, and he gets Mary Jane, Harry doesn't get Mary Jane.
I take issue with you say that he never had luck with women.
Yeah.
He had the hottest of the hot babes. Blonde Bombshell in Gwen. He had Mary Jane, who's I guess she's a redhead,
supermodel wife.
And with the drug problem, I'm pretty sure Harry got Mary Jane a couple of times. Pretty sure. But that was actually daring storytelling at the time, using drugs. It was going on in Green Arrow and Green Lantern over on DC too. So these stories were actually quite timely too. If you take away all of the superheroics for a little bit, there was some pretty heavy stuff going on in there too.
Well, there's a couple moments in here that rereading it for the first time in a couple years really again hit me hard. After Gwen Stacy dies in issue 122, where Peter Parker becomes so single-minded about finding Norman Osborn and getting his revenge that he goes to Harry, and Harry's just he is out of it. He is in a sorry shape. He has been left to basically his own devices in this drug-addled state, and he climbs out of bed, and he's like, Peter, don't leave me. If you leave me, I don't have anybody. Chance for Peter to become a real good friend and probably save himself a lot of heartbreak later on if he just would have taken 5 minutes to turn around and say, sorry, I'm trying to find your dad. Kill me.
I gotta go kill your dad, Harry.
Now this is
go back to bed.
This is going to be a stupid question, but bear with me. This is before Harry ever was the Green Goblin in his own right?
Right.
Or he hadn't gone that route yet.
The only thing leading up to this point is Harry had found Peter's costume.
Okay.
I think that's what causes his relapse into drugs, is because he found Peter's costume and he couldn't deal with it.
Okay.
But this is going to lead to eventually Harry becoming the Green Goblin, and rightfully so, because Peter Parker was a
better Green Goblin, Harry or Norman.
Ooh. Chad?
It's tough because Norman has been the Green Goblin for the last 20 years, in addition to all those great stories at the beginning. But man, my Green Goblin is still Harry Osborn. He ran the gamut. He became a hero for a time in the late 80s, early 90s. Yeah. He was just great. So he's my guy.
I'm still going to go with Norman, just because if you don't have Norman as the Green Goblin, if you don't have all that pathos of him, even back in the day when he was running the underground and then Spider-Man ruined his plans, and then he's the first villain to ever find out Spider-Man is Peter Parker and setting that all up. If you don't have all that, then you don't have Harry later on, and it's not as powerful without that shadow of Norman over everything. There is a reason why he's the arch nemesis above and beyond everybody else in the Spider-Man mythology. It's because of that. But I wanted to really quickly pivot back to Chad real quick with a question here. When we were originally going to read this series, J.A. questioned why we would read the death of Captain Stacy. Defend why the death of Captain Stacy is important in this collection, leading up to the death of Gwen Stacy.
It just lays the groundwork for the tragedy that is Spider-Man. And anytime there's those moments, those glimmers of hope or happiness, or, he starts to get ahead a little bit, it's taken away from him by his own choices. And so with Captain Stacy, you have this guy who's, he's a good man. He's the police captain who's not on the take. He's the consummate professional. And then, he dies in a heroic effort and tells Peter Parker that he knows he's Spider-Man and to take care of Gwen. And it's so touching. And Peter fails. And it's just, and that's Spider-Man. It's the, getting knocked down 7 times and getting up 8, but he tries and strives and he fails. And
was this the first time, again, this is me as a Spider-Man novice, really, was this the first real loss in the character's life since Ben died?
That's a great question. Well, there was Frederick Foswell.
Yeah.
Who was the crime master.
He was a tertiary character, but it made an impact because he did die.
And he worked at Bugle. And
yeah. Honestly, this is probably of the quote unquote supporting cast. I mean, I'm trying to hard pressed to think of somebody else. Everybody else is still alive. Flash is still alive. Liz is still alive. Betty Brant's still alive. Robbie, J. Jonah. They're all there.
No, this is definitely it was so close and so heartbreaking, and they screwed it all up in that movie.
So really, if you think about it, he loses Captain Stacy, he loses Gwen, and he really loses Norman all within a matter of days.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is, weeks or however long time passes in comics. But, the Gwen thing was the same day, wasn't it? Or at least a day after.
Those were back to back. But, and think too about Spider-Man. So much of Spider-Man is fighting against adults. Yeah. All his biggest villains are people representing the adults that are doing things the wrong way. Yeah. Whether it's, him going up against the Vulture or the Dr. Octopuses or the Miles Warrens later on. Captain Stacy was a legitimate father figure that he could latch onto, and that's it. It's just so tragic.
Yeah. Well, one thing is that's not going to be tragic is our rating of this book, and we'll have that right after these commercial breaks, so stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Zach Williams, son of the late Robin Williams. While the holidays are a joyful time of year, they can also remind us of what we have lost, who won't be with us at the table, or what isn't going right in our lives when the world around us seems to be full of cheer. I'm here to tell you that there is help and there is hope. If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide or experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline connects you to trained crisis counselors 24/7. You are not alone in crisis. Call or text 988 or chat at 988lifeline.org.
Hello, friends. Do you like the 80s and Transformers? We are the Autopod Decepticast, and we started our podcast doing a minute-by-minute breakdown of the 1986 classic animated feature, Transformers the Movie. We've since moved on to an episode-by-episode review of the G1 series and just started Season 3. We have over 180 episodes, so if you're just discovering our show, there's plenty of gold to stuff into your ears, and it is very funny and fantastic. I'm not biased. We are on every podcast aggregator you could possibly stomach: Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, Google Play, and our web presence is autopoddecepticast.com. We are at APodDcast on Twitter and all of the things. Autopod Decepticast, friends, for all your animated Transformer needs.
All right, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for ratings. That time of every single show where we take something that is very, very well known among comic book circles, like the death of Gwen Stacy, and we decide to condense it down into a 1 out of 4 scale. So, J.A., what do we got this week?
1 out of 4 Bronze Ages, since this is the end of the Silver Age, the beginning of the Bronze Age. How many bronzes are you going to give this book?
Oh, wow. Very, very cool. Good. Well, as our resident Spider-Man aficionado, I think I will give Chad the honors of going first. Chad, what are you giving this?
Well, before I give this my ranking, I need to preface the personal aspects here. of why I love this storyline so much. When I was getting into comics, the big thing for me was the Batman. After that hit, I found like, I can, instead of collecting baseball cards where you just memorize stats, I could collect these comic books, which helps me with the collecting bug, but also there are these stories that you can read and draw and all those other things. And if it wasn't for the Batman movie, I don't think I started reading comic books. But what kept me reading comic books and what got me super into it was my cousin at the time handed me a stack of Spider-Man books. And one of the books in that Spider-Man stack was issue 122. It's one of the first Spider-Man comics I read is after the Green Goblin has killed Spider-Man's girlfriend. And he goes and tracks him down and realizes that if he follows down that path, he's going to be just as bad as Norman Osborn. And so he turns away. And then the Goblin is undone by his own malfeasance. Boy, that hit me. And then also, this was the late 80s. I'm picking up Todd McFarlane comics, and what's he doing? He's doing the covers for this Marvel Tales book. And what's Marvel Tales reprinting but the death of Captain Stacy? I'm opening that up and getting those stories too. And it's like, boy, as far as defining moments in the life of Spike, you have the Stan Lee, Steve Ditko run, but these are the books that made that lasting impression, that told me who Spider-Man was, that gave me those tragic elements and showed me, how he gets back up and he fights through still, even though he's screwed up, and you made him one of the most human of characters. And so, I learned to love Stan Lee writing. I learned to love Jerry Conway writing, the John Romita art, the Gil Kane art, like everything mixed together. It's just the best of Spider-Man. So for me, it's not just the fact that these are great comics, but they are great comics. The art is beautiful. The stories are emotional. But these are the things that got me into this stuff, and here I am. Oh, geez. Let's do the math. 1989 to 2020. Yeah, a long freaking time later. I'm still reading comic books. And it's because of these issues. So, yeah, it's definitely 4 for me.
Okay. Well, I'm going to share that sentiment and give this as a 4 Bronze Ages as well. And I think, honestly, I would give this a 4 Bronze Ages just simply for the epilogue at the end of Amazing Spider-Man issue 22. Probably one of my favorite, 9 panels in comic books, where basically Peter Parker comes back all crushed over the death of Gwen Stacy. Mary Jane's waiting for him. Kind of says, "Hey, man, I'm really beat up about Gwen Stacy," and Peter is just, again, a colossal dick. Just a terrible
He was
person.
such a dick back then.
He was such a terrible person, and he tells her, go back to your partying or whatever. And honestly, Mary Jane had every reason to just walk out and never come back. But nope. She just closes that door, and that's the moment that they're together. That's the moment. It's Mary Jane and Peter Parker, which is my OTP when it comes to Amazing Spider-Man, if I haven't said it before. So yeah, if not the death for Gwen Stacy, then Mary Jane would not have come into the picture and again provided me what will be my recommendation this week, which was Amazing Spider-Man The Wedding, which is a great collection of some issues that you should pick up. But yeah, it's great. I read 20-something other issues in the teens leading up to the 20s because I just wanted to sink my teeth into what I arguably feel is some of the best years of Amazing Spider-Man ever. And so it will always be a 4 for me. J.A., you are not a Spider-Man aficionado. What do you rate this?
I think for the sheer importance of it, what it did for comic books, you have to put it almost at a 4. We haven't mentioned the art, and this is some really great. John Romita Sr. and Gil Kane, they're at the sort of the top of their form. And again, it harkens back to those great Steve Ditko designs for these characters in Doc Ock and the Green Goblin and Spider-Man's costume as well. It's just really fluid, beautiful artwork, great panel layout, and choices for the time as well, not feeling constricted sometimes with the panel layout. The writing, it's bombastic. It's a bit Stan Lee at times. I mean, Spider-Man swings around the city talking to himself half the time. No normal person would do that. But then these are comic books, and so they're not meant to be normal people, I guess.
Superheroes do this a lot. They shout their superhero names. It's like maybe they have to contend with Iceman. Like
that's how he pumps himself up. What do you want?
Well, I think it's a way to tell the reader who may not know who Iceman is who that is. But
I just like the transition where it's like, oh, he gave me the thumbs up. He must be on my side now.
Yeah.
I thought the death of Captain Stacy, they were really forcing that father figure thing on him just to kill him then. It didn't feel as earned, maybe.
No.
The whole reason why is because they have to put it all together so they can sell it. It's packaging.
They can't just put 2 issues in a book, please.
It
Marvel's done it before. Marvel do it again.
Because they're related, you're putting them together because it's father and daughter, but they don't carry the same weight. And if anything, the Gwen Stacy elements of it, which is the most powerful bit, is only 2 issues. Well, you've got 5-6 issues of Captain Stacy, and I just the way the story came together, and there's a lot of fighting against Doc Ock. Maybe a better collection would just delve into sort of the impact of the death of Gwen on him, and you can put some further issues on it. I don't know. You guys tell me, you're the Spider-Man experts, but for this collection that we read, I would say it's a 3.75, just because I felt like not enough impact on the death of Gwen, and a lot of time spent with Captain Stacy's death, who's suddenly his best friend, which I thought that was Harry or somebody else.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll argue that this is the end of their stories. You don't get the issues leading up to where Captain Stacy is, a prominent member in the community.
He's very old. He is very old.
Everybody knows that.
The age difference. He must have been like 50 when he gave birth to Gwen. When he
fathered Gwen.
Yes, thank you. Yes,
sired?
when he fathered. Yes, sired.
Like, I think he's one of those guys like Hal Holbrook who just looked old all the time. Like he looks like Hal Holbrook. Like he does.
All right. Well, Mikey, what are you giving this rating?
I'm not a Spider-Man guy. And I'm not a Stan Lee guy. And I know this makes you guys upset. You probably don't care either way. But I don't like Stan Lee's writing. I never thought Spider-Man it just never grabbed me. I like him as a visual, and I think his villains are fun and goofy. He worked really, I love the Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends cartoons. I watched it all the time. I love the live-action Spider-Man show from the 70s. Just never got into the comics. But when I think of Spider-Man comics, these are the Spider-Man comics I think of. This is what he looks like in my brain. This is what Peter looks like in my brain with the fucking sweater vests. This is, but this is the pure essence of Spider-Man to me, because I was never really one for Ditko's artwork. I've grown into it as time went on, and the sort of cheeseball thing that they talk a lot about, how Stan Lee's comics were hip and modern and things like that. Nowadays they feel really cheeseball, like really, really silly. These don't feel that way to me. There's comic book silliness and stuff in there, plenty. But there's some pretty dense and heavy things going on there, and pretty big character moments, and like you said, defining character moments. So I found myself really enjoying these. And does that mean I'm going to keep reading Spider-Man and suddenly become a Spider-Man guy? I doubt it. I'm the guy that really likes Spider-Man Reign. I really like that. Nobody else does. But it's a 3.5 or something for me, or 3.75, I think, for me too. It's like how if somebody said Superman to me, in my brain, I see Jose Luis Garcia Lopez's drawing of Superman that they used for everything. If somebody says Spider-Man to me, it's this Gil Kane. It's just like the coloring books that I had when I was a kid. This is what I see it. The Mego Spider-Man doll that I had was this in my head. So as a non-fan, this is good. This is good stuff. I quite enjoy it. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad.
Yeah.
And one other thing that we're hoping that people are glad about is our recommendations. That's right. This is the time of every single show where you can pick up some other comic books in addition to The Death of the Staceys or any of the other myriad of ways that you can get these particular issues. Marvel Masterworks, Epic Collections. Again, I mentioned the omnibuses. Omnibus number 4 is a particular favorite of mine. Going into omnibus number 5 of The Amazing Spider-Man, those are the good years. But yeah, these are other books that you can pick up. In addition to that, we're going to start off with Chad. What do you have on the docket this week?
Okay, so I'm going to go with Lo This Monster, which was the Spectacular Spider-Man. Not the title you might be thinking of. This was the magazine for Spider-Man that ran for 2 issues. There are a couple of different ways you can find this story. Like I said, it's you can track down the original magazines. The first one is in black and white and gray tones. It's written by Stan Lee with art by John Romita Sr., and it is absolutely gorgeous. It's in that magazine style, so it's a larger than your standard comic book. And then the second issue is John Romita on art yet again. There are some other folks involved, but this one's in color. They did reprint the first black and white magazine a few years ago in magazine size, and they reprinted both of them in normal comic book size, which isn't as good, but still, you get both issues here, and you get to see the masterful gray tone Spider-Man work, which is just beautiful, and that colorized Green Goblin story. They retell Spider-Man's origin with Larry Lieber on art. It's just, if you enjoyed the John Romita Spider-Man, this is more of it. And with the black and white gray tones, you get that slightly different tinge to it that makes it feel like something special. It's because it is special. Find it whatever way you can get it.
All right. J.A., what else do you have? I think you have more Spider-Man for us?
I have more Spider-Man, and we're going back to the original source, that is Stan Lee and Steve Ditko. I'm recommending the Penguin Classics Spider-Man edition, especially the hardcover version, the gold leaf pages and muted coloring. Just really beautiful. In this, you get Amazing Fantasy 15, which is, of course, the first appearance of Spider-Man, and then Spider-Man 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 13, 14, 17, 18, and 19. So you're getting the first appearances of a lot of the great Spider-Man Rogues Gallery. Electro, Chameleon, Green Goblin, your favorite, Mysterio, the Vulture. You get Doc Ock.
Do you get the first annual in there?
I don't think you do. You don't get a couple. No. You don't get Kraven. You don't get the first Kraven in that, but you do get the first Enforcers. Shrug. I don't understand why they included that. Not the Living Brain or the Lizard. I don't know. It's a good collection, but they did miss a couple good issues, I think, among those Penguins. But still, if you're a fan that's never read it, my son loves it. He keeps his copy next to his bedside because he loves some of those issues so much. So it's good.
Yeah, and also what I like about it is you get these great forewords, and in between they explain sort of the issues that aren't in the collection, what's going on. So not only are you getting some really classic Spider-Man, but you're also you're getting sort of a history of the first 3 or 4 years of Spider-Man as a Marvel property, and you know the thought process behind Stan Lee and Steve Ditko creating this great superhero.
Yeah.
Those collections are just so handsome.
Oh, they are.
So
they should keep coming out with
except that I just really wish that the gold leaf wasn't flaking off my Black Panther.
Well, one thing that definitely made an impression on me, I don't know about flaking off, but definitely made an impression, was the fact Peter Parker was married to Mary Jane Watson. When I was growing up in the Amazing Spider-Man universe, that's what was happening. They were happily married. And so I didn't know any other Spider-Man out there. Like, I didn't know that he was Gwen. He would talk about Gwen once in a while. So I was always about those two folks being married. And as a result of that, I was oftentimes reading one of my favorite trade paperbacks at the time, which you can still find in used bookstores everywhere. It's called The Amazing Spider-Man: The Wedding, and this collects a couple of wonderful issues of both The Amazing Spider-Man. I think it's 290 through 292, which has the stories about where Peter Parker proposes to Mary Jane, and it kind of comes out of nowhere, and she originally turns him down, and then they go, and there's some stuff with Mary Jane's sister, and a Spider Slayer shows up, and ultimately Mary Jane ends up hitting a Spider Slayer with a baseball bat in the leg, and that's when Peter Parker's like, oh yeah, you're the one for me. And then it comes into that great annual where they finally get married, which is a great story in itself.
Is that the one with the cover where that's the Spider-Man head is the heart?
Yes. But I was going to add, J.A., that a special side note to this entire book was it was one of the first trade paperbacks that my cousin J.A. ever got me for a Christmas so many years ago. So I still have it in my collection. So thank you so much to J.A. for reinforcing the fact that Peter Parker should be married to nobody else other than Mary Jane Watson.
So it essentially took him almost 200 issues after the death of Gwen Stacy before he finally made Mary Jane
Yeah, he made her an honest woman. Yeah, now it's...
yes, thank you.
It is nice, though, if going back to another great Jerry Conway book with Parallel Lives, like the whole notion that Mary Jane knew all along. Even if you read some of these issues, 121 and 122, yeah, she knew. That's why she shut the door. She knew he was a dick because he
Come on. Are you saying like she's the Chewbacca that knew everything was going on and allowed it to happen?
Absolutely. She was covering for him when he was out riding his motorcycle, getting himself into trouble.
Yeah.
She always knew.
So, Mikey, what do you got for us to close us out on recommendations?
Oh God, I knew everybody was going to do Spider-Man stuff, but I don't have any
Batman.
Spider-Man.
Come on, do Batman.
I do have a Batman thing. I'm going to do a Batman thing because I've been catching up on my reading, and in the past couple of days, I've absolutely devoured the recent run of Detective Comics, starting with 1062 by writer Ram V and multiple artists like Raphael Albuquerque and a few more down the line. And it runs all the way through to like 1087. I enjoy stories where the heroes are kind of knocked down to their, and in a way it kind of fits with the Spider-Man story. They're kind of knocked down to their lowest point and they have to kind of fight their way back. And this is one of those. There's scary moments. It teeters on the edge of almost horror kind of stuff, but not quite. It's lush and dense and wordy, and I love that. And there are backup stories by Cy Spurrier, who I'm finding out that I really love, tie directly into the story going on. And I'm sure it's collected in trades, but I'm reading the floppies. But I highly recommend it. Ram V is just an incredible writer, just amazing. His run of Swamp Thing was amazing. This is amazing. His stories of Justice League Unlimited were amazing. Like, he's just so good, and so I can't recommend it more. So
all right. Well, that's all the time for recommendations we had this week. Make sure that you're coming back to the Last Comic Shop every single week for more recommendations, as well as awesome other Read Pile classics in upcoming episodes. Yes, and you can do that by rate, reviewing, and subscribing over at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. It's a terrific place where you can get all of these episodes, as well as checking us out on YouTube, because they all exist there as well, plus bonus videos and comic book flip-throughs and all kinds of great stuff. So make sure that you're checking all that out, all the links out on the website. Hey, and make sure that you're tuning in just 2 short weeks. That's right, 2 short weeks. It is time for DC Ember. That's right, our month-long extravaganza where we try to fill up our DC quota, which is, again, still behind for this year. But we built it into the schedule. That's how we work. So we'll have 5 weeks in a row of awesome DC material for all those folks that like that other house of ideas. Mm-hmm. Mikey sure does.
I sure do.
All right. And while we might be the Last Comic Shop podcast, we don't want to be the last comic shop. So we encourage you guys to get out there and support your local comic shops. There's still that comic shop locator, www.comicshoplocator.com, where you can find a place that could sell you things like The death of the Staceys Spider-Man. Spider-Man, Low This Monster, or Spider-Man the Penguin Classic Spider-Man Edition, or Spider-Man the Wedding, or Spider-Man Not Really Detective Comics 1062 to 1087 by Rom V. All that and more potentially waits for you at your local comic shop, so make sure you get out there and give them your support. And then come back to our website where you can find blah, blah, what, J.A.?
Hi, you've got a link to our merch store. Every week we sell t-shirts, tote bags, coffee mugs, and hats. But you can't get anything with Spider-Man on it because that's copyright. And, the Mouse House is very litigious, but you can get some beautiful artwork by Mr. Mikey Wood that has all of us and me as a robot in the background.
Maybe we could get a design just with spiders, man.
Yeah, man.
Spiders, man.
Yeah. It's just a bunch of spiders stacked on top of each other, stuffed into a suit.
Like a squirrel girl outfit, but with spiders instead of squirrels.
There you go. One also thing that we make sure that you check out on our website is our promo code to where, Mikey?
Well, that's to bcwsupplies.com, where if you use the promo code LCSPOD, you get a wonderful 10% discount on all of your comic book storage supplies like bags and boards and boxes and everything that will keep these beautiful works of art in tip-top condition for when you die and your family sells them off.
Poor Captain Stacy. You think Gwen sold his comic collection?
I believe she probably did it. It was probably all Charlton. Or Atlas Seaboard.
Oh, Lordy. But no, seriously, folks, hey, it is the Christmas season. If you are looking for something to, grab one of the comic book aficionados in your life, grab them some boxes. They have some awesome, plastic boxes and, graphics boxes and pretty cool stuff over there at BCW Supplies. And again, that 10% not only saves you money, but it keeps the lights on here at the Last Comic Shop. We don't have a Patreon. We don't have any way of charging you for content. We give it freely. And so make sure that you're doing some things to help support us. Using that promo code is a real easy way to do it. Get some stuff for yourself in the process. In any case, I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Chad Smith and J.A. Scott, as well as the wonderful Mikey Wood. And we hope that you come back to the Last Comic Shop next week. Until then, stay safe. Stay George Washington Bridgey. That's right. GW Bridge.
But it's not the George Washington Bridge. They got the wrong bridge name in there.
They did?
Yeah, it's the Brooklyn Bridge.
GW Bridge, just like that person from X-Force. One of my favorite action
GW Bridge, Eric.
That I never opened. He's still on card for me because I never wanted to play with him.
The Last Comic Shop podcast was a 2024 Black Angus production.
Looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture bric-a-brac, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCSPOD at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD. Cheers!
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, Good day, eh? This is the Christmas part of our podcast. You can play this at your Christmas parties or for yourself on Christmas Eve if you got nothing else to do.
Good day, eh? In case you thought I wasn't on this part.
Oh, I guarantee you'd be on. So, good day. This is, again, our Christmas part, and we're going to tell you what to get for your true love for Christmas.
Look out the window.
Where? What you doing?
It's snow, you hosehead.
Oh, that's because it's the last comic shop, and it's snowing outside because it's Christmas time. Hey, hoser.
What?
Here's a quiz. Quiz for Chad.
Okay, I got my thinking toucan.
Yeah, right. What are the 12 days of Christmas? Because, figure it out, right? You got Christmas, and that's when?
25th.
Right. And then you've got the 24th, that's Christmas Eve, right?
That's 2.
And then what do you got after that?
Wrestling Day.
No. Boxing Day, okay. So that's 3, and then what you got after that? No.
New Year's.
Well, okay, that's 4.
New Year's Eve.
Okay, that's 5. Well, so where do you get 12?
Well, there's 2 Saturdays and Sundays in there, so that's 4. So that's 9, and then 3 other days, which I believe are mystery days.
The mystery days. I think there's more to that. Maybe. I don't know. But anyways, this is the Last Comic Shop. Welcome back to another week and our Christmas episode. Just for all you fans out there. Christmas is in the air, and we're reading comic books, right?
Yep, that's right. We've scraped the ice off and are opening the shop up so we can help people under the comic book tent.
And, we're going to keep the lights on for those oldies to help you guys level up by, reading and talking about comic books.
And I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson, and I'm joined by Chad Smith and J.A. Scott. And it is time to unwrap our Christmas Day special for you. And again, because Spider-Man is being delivered to all you folks out there on movie screens right now, we thought we would deliver to you a review about Spider-Man.
More specifically,
Spider-Man! Oh, yay! Because that's a thing too, right? They've got lots of Spider-Men. There's tons of them. There's Peter Parker and Miles Morales, and sometimes Otto Octavius, and sometimes Tobey Maguire, and other times Andrew Garfield and Tom Holland.
Who's got to be the first British? No, Andrew Garfield's British too, right? There's 2. Why is all the Brits playing Spider-Man? Does that make Spider-Man Captain Britain?
There are lots of Spider-Men out there.
Yeah. Isn't there one with like a mohawk, like a punk mohawk? Isn't he a member of the Spider Universe?
The punk Spider-Man. There are all sorts of Spider-Man. Every occasion, every size. There's a ham-based Spider-Man. You never know.
And that's right. That's what we're covering on today's program. We're covering a book called Spider-Man. It's the first one. Chad, who did the Spider-Man book?
So Spider-Man came out initially in 2012, was written by Brian Michael Bendis with art by Sarah Pacelli, colors by Justin Ponsor, and Corey Pettit did the letters.
It kind of predates a lot of things, like Miles Morales actually being in the 616. This is still when he was part of the Ultimate Universe that eventually got blown up in Secret Wars. Everybody died, except for a couple people. I think he was the only one that survived, maybe a couple other folks.
Well, him and his supporting cast, I still don't know how that worked.
Cool Nick Fury survive? Or we'll just call him MCU Nick Fury?
Well, they actually brought in Nick Fury's son to become Nick Fury. And then they jettisoned old Nick Fury to replace the Watcher, who was killed and had his eyeball ripped out by that eyeball guy.
Yeah. It makes absolutely no sense. They should have just, done so much of that reset button. They tried with, the Secret Wars crossover. I don't know why they just didn't hit the reset button on that either. But anyways, ultimately, Miles Morales did give Molecule Man a cheeseburger, and therefore he was saved. Everybody else, not so much. But this was before that. I don't know, how long after the Peter Parker in the Ultimate Universe died did this come out, Chad, do you think?
Miles was still relatively fresh when this happened. He just showed up in August of 2011 and made his first appearance in Ultimate Fallout 4, so he had not been Spider-Man very long when this crossover happened.
Yeah, and so speaking of this crossover, let's get to that 10-cent synopsis, and that comes from J.A. Scott this week. So, J.A., what happens in Spider-Man?
I have so many questions. So, Mysterio sends Peter Parker into an alternate universe where Peter Parker is dead and the Spider-Man mantle has fallen to Miles Morales, sort of like Batman going to Robin. Miles Morales is young, very, very young, 13 years old in this, and then it's basically them teaming up against Mysterio to try to get Peter Parker back to his normal universe. That's where my questions begin. Because I haven't read Spider-Man in such a long time. When I was reading Spider-Man, Peter Parker was married to Mary Jane, Aunt May was alive, Gwen Stacy was dead. How much of that does not exist now? Or at least in 2012?
That is a great question. 2007, there's a storyline called One More Day, where Aunt May has been shot due to some machinations from the old Kingpin there. And so Spider-Man, in order to save his sweet, dear, really, really old Aunt May, decides he's going to make a deal with the devil. And in exchange for Aunt May returning back to full health and whatever wellness she had, he and Mary Jane agreed to offer up their marriage, which then begat Brand New Day, where single Spider-Man is out there swinging around, and Mary Jane had been his girlfriend the entire time, because that makes sense. It doesn't matter. That was the status quo for a good long time. And then you also might not know about the Ultimate Universe and Ultimate Spider-Man.
It was pretty much Brian Michael Bendis deciding that he wanted to reboot the Amazing Spider-Man mythology and start from square one. Be like, okay, all that continuity wonk stuff from the 90s, cut that out. We'll just start all over. We'll start fresh. Like with all the Ultimate books. They just started fresh, and we were like, what happens if all these great ideas we had from Marvel didn't have any of that previous continuity weighing it down, and we could just tell the stories with the best parts of the old stuff?
So it's like Marvel's New 52?
Basically, the big difference was it happened alongside with regular Marvel, and so those came out right along the time of the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies, and so they were trying to get a way for new readers to not have to worry about all that extra stuff.
Right. But eventually, they had so much continuity built up in the Ultimate universe that they needed to hit the reset button there, too. And so they killed that Peter Parker, and they brought in Miles as the new Spider-Man in that universe. And so this is really a first combination peanut butter and chocolate of the two Spider-Mans from these different universes.
And I was going to say, too, this was also born out of another Spider-Man movie. Fast forward to when they were going to recast what eventually the role that went to Andrew Garfield. And Donald Glover had campaigned hard to be Spider-Man. And there was a big tizzy in the online world about a black Spider-Man. You can't have a black Spider-Man. And Bendis was like, why can't you have a black Spider-Man? So he killed Peter Parker and created half black, half Latino Spider-Man named Miles Morales. But that doesn't happen either unless you have all the controversy from the second round of Spider-Man films.
Which universe is Spider-Gwen from?
That's like a whole different universe.
Oh, right. Okay.
But long story short, there's a lot of Spider-Mans. And eventually they tried to convalesce a lot of this stuff that was brought up in this Spider-Man series that we're reading now. I think if you read this one and then you watch Into the Spider-Verse, there's a lot of parallel. At least I thought.
Yeah, I was loving it. It had that same vibe. And you know, I'll go on record. I think I've been on record maybe somewhere saying that Into the Spider-Verse was the best Spider-Man movie ever made.
Oh, there you go. But it's close.
But any case, so your initial thoughts as somebody that hasn't read Spider-Man in a long time, and I know that you wanted to read this particular book this week because you're like, I haven't read anything with Miles. So what did you think?
I thought it was fun. It was a fun book. I didn't know all of Miles Morales' power set. Like the whole Venom touch thing is really cool. I didn't know that he didn't have webs. And he could just, does he cling to walls? Can he cling to walls, or does he not have that either?
He can cling to walls. He does it in the series whenever he's camouflaged at one point, and the whole camouflage power, too.
Which is really cool, yeah. What I really liked about the movie, and they didn't really get into it, this one, was where they have sort of the spider sense link up. Where they, like spider senses tingling. And they all
like a spider mind meld thing.
Yeah, I like that in the movie, and they didn't have that in the book. But it was fun. It was reminded me of like reading comics when I was a kid. And maybe Mysterio is good for this. feels like he's a big bad villain, and then you realize that he's just a mess up. So there's not the world isn't at stake. It's not this overly dramatic, X-Men type storyline where if they don't do something, the entire world is going to implode. It's sort of like, they've got to figure out this question and send Spider-Man back to his own universe, and at the same time beat up Mysterio.
It kind of goes hand in hand with the fact that, like, Mysterio's whole plan in this, I don't know, did he have a plan to begin with? Like, he creates this dimensional rift, which is awesome. That's why I love Mysterio. But at the end of the day, he was like, I sent Peter Parker to some other universe. Ha, ha, ha. I'll just stand here and cackle.
Wait for them to figure out which one of me to punch.
Right. His whole grand design was basically, I'm going to remove you from this universe, and then everyone will miss you. And I'll put you in the other universe where they miss you. And now you'll be there, so they don't miss you. Oh, no.
Let's just agree it wasn't a well-thought-out plan.
Right. No. But I think I won't lie, I've gone on record saying I didn't like Spider-Man 2. There's a sequel to this, and I hated it. The art's good, but I don't know. I didn't like it at all. And this one's a little bit better. But it's ultimately, the plot is just like, hey, how do we get two Spider-Mans together so that Peter Parker can say to Miles, yeah, you're okay. I'm giving you my blessing to be Spider-Man. And that's important because at the time, like, there were some folks, and even today, that don't accept, Miles as a legitimate Spider-Man. And I'm like, that's crazy. Everybody can be Spider-Man, and that's the best thing about Spider-Man is you wear the mask and you can't see the face. Anybody can be Spider-Man. I think it was really neat that they got to team up and everything, but really it's an overblown issue of Marvel Team Up. If you were a fan of, like, the 1980s and you read a lot of Marvel Team Up, it's like Spider-Man just shows up and, I don't know, Ghost Rider's there. Great. Let's have an adventure together. Great.
I don't know. Can I take my umbrage yet with that?
You can. Sure.
All right. I'm here and I'm ready to bring the umbrage. And this is because I read the Ultimate Spider-Man book, which is an awesome book, by the way. I highly recommend people check out the Ultimate Spider-Man series. But when Peter Parker died and Miles took over, Bendis did a really great job of tugging at those emotional heartstrings in the story. And then you have this follow-up, which is like a year later. And it's not just your standard team-up. I mean, there's parts of that, for sure. That's actually probably one of my favorite parts is, like, with the Sarah Pichelli art. It reminded me of the Spider-Man versus Superman, or those big event crossover situations where, like, this is simultaneously a big deal and doesn't matter. It's just for the fun of it. But then Bendis takes the time to go through and say, well, okay, if Peter Parker really did go into this alternative universe, what would he do? And he stops by and he visits Aunt May and Gwen Stacy, and he finds out about what's going on. He locks eyes with Mary Jane, and she runs off. And there's all those sorts of things in addition to the relationship that Peter has with Miles and figuring all that stuff out. Like, there were just a lot of things in here that rewarded fans of the Ultimate Spider-Man series proper.
I get that, I guess, a little bit. I mean, I won't lie. I read some of the Ultimate Spider-Man, but it was really hard for me because, again, I'm still a 616 guy. Like, that's my Peter Parker. I didn't want to really start over again with, like, the other Ultimate. I never liked any of the Ultimate books, to be honest. Like, I was just like, I get it. Continuity is crazy in the 616. You just kind of deal with it, or you just kind of gloss over it. You put a little, sheen over your brain and you just keep moving forward. Like, I didn't really need any of my characters rebooted, but I got why they did it. And I'm sure that there was a lot of folks that enjoyed it. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm really glad that Miles came out of it. As I've mentioned before, like, I think the best part about this is just the fact that Peter Parker and Miles meet and they have a little bit of a team up, and that's cool. But, like, I will be honest, I like their team up more in Secret Wars. Like, they're much cooler in that one. They're like, it's the end of the universe, and 2 Spider-Men survive. As a Spider-Man fan, I'm like, hey, only like 6 people survive, and 2 of them are Spider-Men. Awesome. And it's one of those things that I wish would have happened more often. That I really do like their camaraderie in this a lot. And I'm not going to say that, like, one is, I want to say subordinate to the other. But, like, to me, it was like the kind of feeling that you got from reading a really good Batman and Robin story, right? Where, yeah, Miles might play the Robin part, but, like, at the same time, they were equals, they're partners, they're friends. They're just two Spider-Men that are hanging out together, if you get what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, I mean, Miles is a lot younger, and he hasn't been, around the block as much as Spider-Man is. So Spider-Man has not only age, but sort of that wealth of experience, where Miles is, the young whippersnapper that has equal powers and sort of equal ability, but, he's young. Young people, they think they know the world, and sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Most times they don't.
Yeah, Miles is definitely, finding his way in this book for sure. But I think the big sell for this, in addition to the Peter and Miles meeting up, was just seeing the proper 616 Peter Parker in the Ultimate Universe. And one of the things about Bendis, he was the perfect writer for Spider-Man. He had that whip-snap dialogue, that was perfectly suited for that character. And when he would write him in books like The New Avengers or things like that, he always handled Spider-Man really well. But Bendis never wrote the 616 Spider-Man proper. And so it was neat seeing him being able to take this. And he never needed to because he had his own version. But it was nice to see him play, with the toy that we're all familiar with. 616 Peter Parker interacting with the Ultimate Nick Fury. And how fun was that scene where, Nick Fury's interrogating him and Spider-Man's like, well, actually, and then the very next panel, 6,000 words all crammed into one. And it's like, that's the kind of stuff that writers weren't doing with Peter Parker Spider-Man at the time. And it fits. It was so great.
I wanted to get J.A.'s thoughts on, issue 4 of this series, where it's like, again, the big thing where Peter Parker goes back and he visits the Aunt May of that universe. And they have kind of like a little bit heart-to-heart, which is, in some ways for me, like kind of an epilogue to the Ultimate Universe's Peter Parker's death, where, basically Aunt May gets to finally heal and say, like, there's a Peter Parker out there that's still okay. And he grew up and he was a nice boy, just like I raised him.
Yeah, I liked it. I thought Gwen being there was a little bit odd, only because that was my question was going to be, was what age is 616 Peter Parker in this? 'Cause, is he supposed to be in his 30s? Is he late 20s? Is he?
Yeah, I guess mid 30s.
Okay, so he's become a man. He's grown into himself, and so his relationship with Aunt May, I thought, was very adult. But Gwen is supposed to be a kid there. She's like a high school student, and so that kind of was a bit jarring. I thought it wasn't written as good as it could have been. Maybe remove Gwen from that, and it's a much more powerful moment.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I know it was supposed to mean something, but that was actually a creepy part of this book, is where, like, he locks eyes with, like, the teenage Mary Jane, and I'm like, no, dude, you're in your 30s. Like, you shouldn't be looking at teenage Mary Jane. I'm sorry. Like, I get it that that's your soulmate, I guess, in all the universes, but, like, that was still weird. You're not teenage Peter Parker with teenage Mary. No, that's just weird.
All right, I will stick up for him here, because I don't think he had romantic intentions in any of these interactions. I thought Peter Parker handled himself well, and it was just about the discovery of, oh, there's this other universe where, like, all my friends are teenage versions of themselves, and you want to find out, like, okay, well, what's Mary Jane doing, or what's Flash Thompson like, or, you're seeing Gwen, and this isn't the Gwen that he knew. This is, she's goth. And
is the Gwen that he knew dead?
No,
right?
She's still dead. Yeah, 616 Gwen is
so
still
that's if she
dead.
was dead, I would think him seeing Gwen would have been much more impactful than it was. It was kind of like, oh, hey, little sis girlfriend that died that I couldn't save and majorly changed my life, yet you're not dead. But
well, to compare this to a book that we have read recently, I didn't think it was anywhere near as creepy as the Clint-Kate Bishop relationship in Hawkeye. Like, I never saw...
It's not creepy. That's just adult.
That one made me queasier than this. I didn't see Peter Parker trying to hit on people, and I thought, if anything, there was that extra layer of awkward where, one, he's finding about his friends, as teenagers, and then Gwen is asking questions. Mary Jane gets to be a model? What happens to me? And then Peter Parker's like, oh, I shouldn't talk about this. Like, how do you tell somebody? Green Goblin throws you off a bridge.
Yeah.
Because he sees it. It's like, you're Gwen Stacy, right? She's supposed to be dead, and that's supposed to be some, fundamental moment in your life. But it wasn't written like that. It was just kind of like, oh, you're young and you're Gwen Stacy. Not, oh, wow, you're the girlfriend that I couldn't save.
Yeah.
Right. And you're alive. So I don't have to,
It's all multiversal hijinks. It's all fun and games until Gwen brings up Norman Osborn and Kitty Pryde.
Which was so cool. Kitty Pryde dating Peter Parker, that's a book I would have read.
Doesn't Iceman live with them for a little while too? Like,
eventually, yeah.
Firestar too? Do we get
It's Human Torch, actually.
It was the original Amazing Friends before they couldn't get the rights to Human Torch. Hey, what we got next is our rating for Spider-Man. J.A., what's our rating scale for this particular book this week?
Because it was a little bit of a plot point, we're going to go 1 out of 4 web shooters.
Okay, I like that. So we're going to go ahead and start off with our resident Spider-Man aficionado. That would be Chad Smith. Chad, what are you giving Spider-Man, the original?
So I will say I read this whenever it came out, and I honestly wasn't as much of a fan. It felt kind of incomplete, and I wanted a meatier story. But fast forward, good golly, however many years it is. I sat down, I read this in one sitting. It was super fast, and I feel like I appreciated it more for what it was. And we have not gushed enough about the Sarah Pichelli art in here. It is gorgeous. And not only is it gorgeous, her panel layouts, she has that style that almost felt reminiscent to me of like the 1970s Spider-Man comics with the bigger panels, and just I loved all of that stuff. So do I wish there was more meat on the bone, or Mysterio's plan made more sense? Yeah, I do. Do I wish that sometimes Bendis would have focused more on those minute details? And like, there were a lot of times where he was just happy to gloss over stuff and just be like, it's comic books, deal with it. So because of those notes, I'll ding it. But this second time I read it, I had so much fun with it. I'm going to say 3.75 web shooters.
All right, I'll go next, and we'll leave JA for last. I'm going to give this actually a 2.75 web shooter. I'm going to give it that because I feel like there's not a lot here other than Miles Morales and Peter Parker joining up. I mean, there's some good moments. Like, I won't lie, tugged at the heartstrings when he's talking with Aunt May and she says, I made all the right choices and everything like that. Those were really good moments. There's some great dialogue between Miles and Peter. To my point about them being like, Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson of the Marvel Universe. That feels natural. That feels right. These two people should hang out together. They understand each other. And, I think the worst part about it is when they were fighting a little bit. It doesn't last for very long. But at the end of the day, there's not really a villain. Most of the time, there's not really conflict. It's really kind of talky and kind of really setting up other things that would come later. Like, again, you read this, go read Secret Wars, which, basically kind of expands on the relationship between Peter Parker and Miles Morales as they're, saved from the universe imploding, and they get to team up and do some cool things together in that series. I guess I'm not going to give it less than, a 2, because this is good for people that haven't read a lot of Spider-Man. Like, if you need an introduction, great, read this. Because it gives you everything you need, and then you can read either Peter Parker or Miles Morales. It's a good starting point for folks that want to get into the Spider-Man universe. And I like the Sarah Pichelli art. I will say this, I like the Marcos Martin art more.
That's an unfair judgment. Marcos Martin is great too, just in a whole different way.
I don't know, I got like an alternate cover or something with the Marcos Martin, and I was like, I like Marcos Martin. Where's his art? Oh, is that wrong for me to say?
I totally disagree, but I mean, you can have your opinions.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you a little bit that it sort of sets up other stuff. I found myself reading this and wanting to have the backstories or the things they were talking about. Like, oh, I want to see the Kitty Pryde Peter Parker stuff, or I want to know what Miles Morales in the 616 is, and what's that cliffhanger at the end of the book where he Googles Miles Morales and he sees something and he says, oh my gosh, and then it stops. I was more interested in basically all the setups or the backstories than the actual story itself. That being said, the story was fun. It was quite easy to read. I think it's approachable. I could hand this to either of my children who don't have a lot of history of reading Spider-Man comics, and only know Spider-Man from the films, and they would totally enjoy it and get it. So I can't ding it too much. It's almost like a nice appetizer. That's what it is. It's like a good appetizer. It's like stringy fried cheese. This is the mozzarella sticks of Spider-Man. So I'm going to be 3. It's a solid 3 web shooters that are shooting mozzarella sticks.
That's actually
Stringy
good. That's
flips.
a good visual, because that's what it looks like sometimes. Melty cheese. In fact, it's making me hungry.
I was going to say, before we go too far, I agree with Andy. I would not recommend Spider-Man 2, where they find out what Peter Parker found out when he Googled, and it's actually really stupid.
What is it?
Spoiler alert for Spider-Man 2. The Miles of the 616 universe has wiped himself off of the map. And so Peter Parker never should have found anything when he Googled Miles Morales from the 616 universe, because he was actually a criminal in league with the Kingpin and helped Kingpin early on in his Kingpinnery. And then as a result, the Kingpin was like, because you've helped me so much, I'm going to help you get out of this and enjoy a normal life, and we'll erase you from everywhere. So Peter Parker wouldn't have found squat.
Yeah. Make sure that you go out to our Twitter page. I wrote a whole article on Spider-Man 2. I'm going to be posting it this week so you can check it out. But really, the worst thing about that book is it's not even a Spider-Man book. It's a Kingpin book. I don't know why they just didn't call it Kingpin. It made me so mad. It's like buying a tube of toothpaste and then finding out it's Preparation H. You're like, wait a second, I'm brushing my teeth with Preparation H. This is awful.
It wasn't that bad, but it just isn't something I'd recommend.
All right. Well, that's all the time we had for Spider-Man, right? Because, again, we can't watch the Spider-Man movie because it hasn't been released in the Philippines yet, so we can't watch this new Spider-Man movie and review it, right?
The last comic shop, we're all for one and one for all. We're not going to watch this movie without our good pal J.A.
That's so great. You guys are just so nice. But don't worry about it. Just go watch it. I'll be fine.
Really?
Sure. I mean, I'm sure you could wait. I guess they couldn't wait. Nice to know that I've got friends. We'll be right back after this commercial break with their review of the new Spider-Man movie. And I'm just gonna go make myself a milkshake and eat some cheese sticks, I guess. Fun.
Hello everyone, my name is Dominic and I want to tell you about the Comic Book Report. It's my YouTube channel where I review, unbox, discuss all things comic collected editions. I review so you can get an idea of what to read. So stop on by and tune in to the Comic Book Report, only on YouTube. You can also find some of my promotional accounts on Instagram at The Comic Book Report and on Twitter at Comic Book RPT. That's for Comic Book Report. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, have a good one.
Looking for a podcast all about nerddom? Want a podcast with an emphasis on representation?
The Nerd Alternative is the podcast for you. Join me, Ram.
Me, Hassan. And me, Levi.
3 black British nerds tackling the pop culture we love and sharing why we love them. The Nerd Alternative, a sweet melting pot of all things nerdy.
All right! We are back with the last comic shop, and whoa! Wow, we just finished up that movie.
All right, now J.A. can't hear us, can he?
I don't think so. He's in the other room making cheese sticks. I told him to put earmuffs on, like the adults do. We're not going to do any swears, but spoilers are just as bad as swears, I feel, for some people, to be honest.
All right. Well, let's start with a spoiler-free, just quickie review for all the Spider fans out there, and then we can get into spoilers shortly thereafter.
Okay, fair enough. So why don't you kick it off then? What did you think, Chad?
So I think if you are a fan of the Spider-Man movies, you saw in the trailers, I'm sure, about how they're bringing together all these villains from all these various movies. And I think it not only is a fine John Watts style Spider-Man movie, just like Far From Home and Homecoming, but it also gives closure and endings for so many of those characters that you've seen across 20-some years now. It's definitely worth checking out.
And I can definitely agree. This was the first movie since Endgame that I was really excited to see. And when we went to the movie theater, it was packed. And even in these times of COVID and stuff, to see a movie theater that packed with Marvel fans, I feel that kind of fervor that I had about this movie was palpable among everybody that was there. Like, this was the event that a lot of people were waiting for. Big MCU blockbuster with characters that, I hate to say it, people give a damn about. I mean, we're talking about Spider-Man. No, I'm serious. Shang-Chi was a fine movie. Eternals was, a movie. It was okay. But again, those were characters that not a lot of folks knew, and it's good that you're bringing in some new blood and introducing some of the vast universe that Marvel has to offer. But this is Spider-Man. This is the flagship character. More than the Avengers, more than the X-Men. This is the most important character that Marvel has. He's right up there with Superman and Batman in terms of overall importance as a superhero to pop culture. So people are going to want to see Spider-Man on the big screen. To throw in not only Spider-Man, but to then throw in all of this history and this backstory and all these characters and just put it all... Again, it just had like an end game kind of quality to it. And so I think you should just go see it just because it's an event like that.
Oh, yeah. People were clapping in the theater and hooting and hollering.
Right. If you love Marvel, if you love good comic book movies, you just go see it. Because, again, you're going to get that same feeling that you did when Avengers wrapped up their big, humongous story arc as well.
So the big question I have, now we are comic book aficionados, and this is a comic book movie for sure. Do you think someone who has not seen all 8 Spider-Man movies can show up and enjoy this movie?
Ooh,
Your answer took too long. The answer is yes. This is like starting on issue 328 of a title and just figuring out as you go. The answer is yes. Everyone can enjoy this.
Exactly. They give all the best villains. It's not like they give like D-list villains in this. They give you Green Goblin. They give you Dr. Octopus, Electro, Sandman.
They do make fun of the D-list villains.
They give you Boomerang and you don't know, or Stegron, and you're like, okay, I don't know who these people are. Whatever. All right, so that being said, we are done with our spoiler-free part of this show. So if you want to skip ahead about 12 to 15 minutes to the next commercial break, you can check out our recommendations. But now it is time for spoilers.
Dun, dun, dun.
So if you haven't seen the movie, stop. Put your earmuffs on. Go in the other room. Fast forward. Do whatever you need to do. Because we're going to say a lot of stuff, and we're going to start off with a 10-cent synopsis. So what happens in this movie, really?
Hot off the heels from Far From Home, where Mysterio has just revealed Peter Parker's identity to the world at large. J. Jonah Jameson is blasting him on the TV screens, and you see the repercussions as they unfurl in Peter Parker's life. And it's not just Peter's life that gets affected, but there are helicopters and press and everybody swarming his apartment with Aunt May. Ned and MJ are denied admission into MIT because of their association with Peter Parker. And so because of that, he goes to Doctor Strange and he says, is there a way you can undo this? Once Doctor Strange begins the spell to make everyone forget Peter Parker's identity, Peter Parker finds a way to screw that up and eventually not just screw up the spell, but make it so that anyone in the multiverse who remembered his identity starts appearing. And so as a result of that, you get all these bad guys that pop in. You obviously, probably the biggest spoiler, that you get to see the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, you get to see the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man. And the big difference this time around is as all these Spider-Men are teaming up to take care of all these baddies, they decide that no, this time they're going to heal them. And a really touching moment. There obviously is a cost. And I'm rambling. I don't know. What am I leaving out?
I was going to say, I mean, when, the one character that we all thought was going to show up in this movie and ultimately did, and that was Daredevil, or Matt Murdock. I mean, and it was exciting because this was like the same week talking about the Kingpin on the Hawkeye show. So to have Charlie Cox's Daredevil show up in the same week, I mean, Chad turned to me and he said, oh, look, they got Daredevil right within 30 seconds when he catches a brick through the window and he says,
like, I'm a very good lawyer. But it had that joy. Well, we'll talk about that in a minute.
Not only did we get Charlie Cox's Daredevil, not only did we get all of these baddies, and they're the best baddies. Like the William Dafoe Green Goblin, one of my faves. Alfred Molina, Dr. Octopus, probably one of the best supervillains ever put on screen. His face turn after basically join forces with the rest of the Spider-Man to be, in essence, the superior Spider-Man, to stand up against the baddies with them, that was awesome.
That was a bit of a stretch with Superior Spider-Man, but I get where you're coming from.
You get Thomas Hayden Church, who was wonderful as Flint Marko, a.k.a. the Sandman. He comes back. Even characters like Jamie Foxx, who played Electro, got a really great turn in this, I felt. His character had just some teeth to him.
Not the fake teeth that he had in the last movie. So
that's true.
That was a big deal.
And even the Lizard didn't seem that bad from the original Amazing Spider-Man movie. But the showdown with Doctor Strange and Spider-Man and the Mirrorverse, and he's like, what's cooler than magic? Math. That was a great scene. Gosh, I could just gush so much.
Right. But I was really impressed with this movie for a couple of reasons. One, I liken it to a lot of the Avengers movies, where if you look at the plot of the first Avengers movie, it's not much. There's a hole that opens in the sky and heroes punch aliens.
Yeah.
But that first Avengers movie was great because it was the first time you saw those characters sharing a universe and interacting together. And how cool was it, that scene where you first see all three Spider-Men hanging out at Ned's house.
Yeah.
And you've got Tobey Maguire in his cool youth pastor outfit. But not only does this movie have those Avengers level feels, also similar to Endgame, where Endgame by itself as a movie is a solid movie, but really what makes Endgame so special was it was the culmination of, was it 22 movies at the time?
Yes.
That have been building up over the course of a decade for this one big story, and they put so many little notes and fan service nods. It was so impressive how they did that. So not only do you get the magic of seeing these characters interact for the first time, but you're getting all that fan service. You're getting all the nods. You're getting the quips. You're getting the Spider-Man comparing web shooters. And that scene where they're asking Tobey Maguire, like, well, where do your webs come from? Like, we're just curious. We just want to know. We're not trying to insult you or anything. But they did all that. And the thing that was even more impressive, those 8 movies happened across 20 years and 3 different universes, 3 different reboots. And they managed to find a way to not only respect all of those movies and fix a ton of stuff. I mean, they gave Doc Ock his face turn, Andrew Garfield. Boy, did they redeem his character in my eyes. And they let him make the big save. They let Tobey Maguire rescue Spider-Man from himself.
Yeah.
He's just ready to cave into his darker demons.
I want to really quickly just jump in on that because sincerely, like, how good was Tobey Maguire in this movie? Like, he had like almost like a Chris Evans Captain America type, the elder statesman, the man that's going to say, all right, everybody calm down. Like, I'm here to help. And
yeah, he's been through it.
And to have that scene where he stops Tom Holland's Spider-Man from killing the Green Goblin when he knows in his heart of hearts that, like, he's justified. This guy killed Aunt May. Like, he knows the rage and got in that seat, and to him stand up and go, no. Oh, man, it just gave me feels. Like, I was like, Toby, you've got that gravitas, man. You've got it.
No, I thought that was great. And I mentioned before, it also respects the Tom Holland movies. So much of this movie that I don't think people are talking enough about are how fun Ned and MJ are. Whenever Ned steals some magic materials from Doctor Strange and he's opening up portals, that was hilarious. Whenever Ned gets the cape, that was a shining moment. And like, those characters all get their chance to shine. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it also gave Tom Holland a chance to shine. I love the scene where Tom Holland's like, no, we have to work as a team. He's like, I've been part of a team. I was part of the Avengers. Is that a band? Are you a band?
We don't have them. No, it was awesome. And plus the fact, I'm not going to say it redeemed Tom Holland, but it brought Tom Holland's Spider-Man back to the roots. He's not running around with all this massive tech at the end of this movie. Nobody knows who he is. He's living in a cheap-ass apartment, and he made his own Spider-Man costume. Right. The classic blue and reds. Nothing fancy, real classic. And that just like, if you're going to do 3 more movies with Tom Holland, that's a perfect reset button that makes sense and allows the character to grow from here.
Yep, he's no longer Tony Stark Jr. He no longer has the Tony Stark tech that heals everything all the time. And he has that sadness that Spider-Man should have. He has that burden of knowing, oh, I could go and talk to MJ, or I could talk to Ned, my best friends, but he doesn't. You know, there's a cost to his power. There's a cost to what he has to do. He doesn't want his friends to have to pay that cost.
And I will say this, that this movie in some ways mirrors some events that happened in the 616. As again, we're a comic podcast, so we're going to talk about, you know, this and parallels to kind of, I think it was One Moment in Time, which was the story that tried to explain what happened between One More Day and Brand New Day and how everybody forgot who Spider-Man was and everything like that. And a similar thing happens in which Doctor Strange casts a spell and Peter grabs Mary Jane and holds her so that she doesn't forget. But at the same time, like, I feel like this particular story, unlike what happened in One More Day and then One Moment in Time, this was so much cleaner. To reboot the character, to reset the character, to bring him back to his roots, I feel like this movie did a better job of that than even the 616.
By far, it did a better job than the comics, because not only does it clear the table, it also told entertaining stories. Like the 616 comics, when you were reading One More Day or One Moment in Time, you could tell, like, those were machinations. They were trying too hard to reset things, reboot things, and it really wasn't a satisfying story. And here they managed to pull out all the multiversal things that made this that much more entertaining. And you have those nods to all the other stuff they didn't even bring in, like when Electro was like, oh, you know, you got that cool suit, you're helping out poor people, I thought you were black. And like, that was great. Now, I will say I don't want to just totally praise the movie, because there were some things that I thought, if you stop and think about for a little bit, it wasn't perfect. I will say, because of the size and scope of the movie, everything just seems too easy. It starts off with that Doctor Strange magic spell, where it's like, well, you can just magic something. What's the point in struggling or working hard to do stuff? But other things, like when all the Spider-Man come together, like, I love the thought of, we can't send these guys back to their universes where they're going to die. And like, all right, well, let's go work in the lab for 15 minutes. You got it? I got it. Okay, I got this one. You're good? Let's go. And even the other things, like, when they all meet, they all just take off their masks right away. And like, are you Peter Parker? I'm Peter Parker. How are you? Admittedly, the movie has a fairly long runtime, which I didn't feel. But like, they didn't take the time to flesh a lot of things out.
No, I can agree with that. As much as MJ and Ned were kind of important to the story, the love affair between Peter and MJ in this, it gets glossed over a little bit. It kind of gets shuffled to the background. She's off screen a lot of the time. She's not really with Peter. He's kind of mixing it up with the baddies for a little while. And then after the other two Peter Parkers show up, she really takes a little bit of a back seat. She's just kind of there in the background, and she you know, they have some good moments, but she's not like constantly in the picture, which, you know, and plus some of the bad guys, I mean, you can't spread all the love around. Of course, the Green Goblin's the one you're going to focus on, and he was great. I don't even care that he, like, Goldberg power bombed Spider-Man through 4 floors. It was awesome. I loved it.
The theater went crazy for that spot.
And it shows how menacing, you know, and what I loved about the Norman Osborn in here is the fact, like in the comics, is just trying to push Peter. He wants Peter to come over the dark side with him. He wants him to be his quote-unquote son and follow in his footsteps. So he's like, why you keep on doing all this nice stuff, Peter? You should be bad like me. I'm only doing bad stuff to push you so that you're bad like me. It's a different feeling than you get from, like, Batman Joker.
Willem Dafoe just slid right back into that role.
Right.
handled the sad, pathetic Norman Osborn so well, and then the menacing Norman Osborn, like, you could see the range and, like, just so impressive. And considering that it's been 20 years.
You could say the same thing about Alfred Molina, too, because he slipped right back into that Doc Ock role. And at the end, it was almost like a tale of two Peter Parker dads, because, like, Doc Ock became, like, the good dad, right? I believe in you, Peter. I believe in the power of science and the power of healing, and what you're doing is great, and I'm going to help you do this. And, Toby and him have that moment where he's like a meeting of the minds, like a true mentorship, like he should have had with Norman. But we don't have a lot of time. We got to get J.A. back in here. So real quickly.
Okay, skipping over into final thoughts. I turned to Andy after we saw the movie, and I said, I would be okay if this is the last Spider-Man movie they ever make. And I totally mean that. They managed to fix every complaint you would have with the Spider-Man movies prior. They managed to provide closure where we needed closure. And honestly, like, once they're done and they set the table again where Spider-Man's in his classic comic costume, he doesn't have money, he's no longer Tony Stark Jr., but I don't know where you go from here. Like, how do you tell another Spider-Man story now that you've literally pulled out all the stops from 3 universes in 20 years? You're going to go back to him punching Kraven?
Oh, God. There's ideas.
Maybe go Black Cat.
That's what you have the opportunity. He's free of MJ. He can meet Black Cat, kind of do a little bit of that. And if you bring in Kingpin, and then you tie in the Daredevils and some of the other MCU street-level stuff, come on. Have some street-level Spider-Man for once. Cosmic.
I get you. It was a great way to close out this era of Spider-Man, this era of comic book movies. And the thing that it had on Endgame was the culmination of 20-some movies, but those movies were designed to be a continuous story. I mean, sure, there were little things here and there that they'd have to patch over along the way, but the Spider-Man franchise was not designed to be one continuous thing. Like, they were 3 very separate universes with 3 very separate goals, and to sew all that together so well, I can't sing the praises of this movie enough. So, are we rating it? Out of 4? Okay, I'm gonna say, forget it. I'm gonna give it a 4. I give it for the small stuff, but it really was just so great.
Yes, it's a 4. It's a 4 movie. It's arguably in the top 5 Spider-Man movies. I don't know exactly where it is. It could be close to the top, and it's really hard not to say Spider-Man 2 still isn't the best. But, I mean, this movie, as I mentioned in the opening, felt like Endgame to me because it felt like a comic book. To have all the different characters, that's what I love about Marvel. That's what I always loved, is people would show up in each other's books all the time, and it was such a shared universe. And you got that here, whether it was Doctor Strange, whether it was Matt Murdock showing up to defend him. Why did he take the case? Who cares? They glossed over it, but it didn't matter, because Matt Murdock defends the superheroes. You know that intrinsically. You don't need it explained. You had all the baddies and all the best baddies. You even had Venom at the end in the post-credit sequence, which I had to kind of think about, because I want to know how he knows there's a Peter Parker. Because everybody that was pulled through knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man. That's how the spell worked. So therefore, Tom Hardy must know a Peter Parker somewhere. That's the only way it makes sense. How else would he be pulled through the universe? Doesn't make sense.
You're just thinking too much, and they have a Venom franchise.
Whatever. But it was great. 4 out of 4. You know where they go from there? I want to see Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, Honey Picture. That's what I want to see. I want to see them two team up. I want them to cast a live version, Miles Morales, bring him in. Let's do Spider-Verse. Come on, let's go for it. All out. I don't even care if they bring in Moreland. Do it. Just do it. I want to see more Spider-Man hanging out. That's what I want to see. In any case, we'll be right back after these commercial breaks with our recommendations for Christmas. We've got recommendations for each other. Make sure that you get out there and see this new Spider-Man movie. It is great. Stay tuned.
Did the Iron Fist Netflix series leave a bad taste in your mouth? Are you caught up in the hype of Shang-Chi and the Legends of the Ten Rings? Have you ever wondered what these characters' true origins and adventures are like, but you don't have the time to read through hundreds and hundreds of issues? Then subscribe to the Deadly Podcast of Kung Fu, where I, JVD, traverse the continuity of Marvel's most prolific martial artists in Iron Fist and Shang-Chi. Each week I break down a story arc and discuss the good and the bad within the pages to save you hours of reading through comics so you can focus on the best of which each character has to offer. New episodes drop every Wednesday for you to listen to on your way to your local comic book shop to pick up your pull list.
All right, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our recommendations. And because it's our Christmas episode of The Last Comic Shop, we're going to do a little bit of something special for all of our fans. Well, actually, it's kind of special for us. In the spirit of holiday cheer, we're going to give gifts to each other. And these gifts are going to be comic books that we should read.
So instead of recommendations for fan, it's like recommendations for the other guys.
Yeah, these guys on this show. Where's J.A.? Is he back with his cheese sticks yet?
That was good.
You didn't hear anything, right? You had the earmuffs on, right? You didn't hear any of us talking about Spider-Man, right?
I was just eating my cheese sticks. I have no idea.
Oh, good. Well, we are going to do our Christmas recommendations to each other. Why don't you start off with, I think you pulled my name this year, so what's the recommendation of a comic book series I should read?
So I'm going to recommend something a little bit out of left field, or I should say out of the future. Now, this is a comic series that I got a couple of back in the day when it was first coming out, and I think you probably read the first issue because I had it. And this is Spider-Man 2099, the original, not the reboots, not the stuff that came out in the aughts. I went 92 to 94, original run. They've got it out in trades now of Spider-Man 2099. You know, it's full-on futuristic flying cars. It's like Spider-Man meets Coruscant. Essentially that.
Anything that deals with the Phantom Menace, you're not really selling yourself for me. But you're right. I haven't read a lot of that series, and some of these issues are supposed to be really, really good. What was it? Written by Peter David, and it's got the Rick Leonardi art.
It's so shocking good, man. Wait till you get there with the future slang. Now, I love that book. That's great stuff.
Oh, the Miguel O'Hara. Absolutely. No, I will make this a 2022 New Year's resolution that I will read the entire series of Spider-Man 2099.
Really? There's a lot.
Yes,
got a
lot
of
4 years of comics. So, and this is back when they actually put comics out on a monthly basis.
Okay, I only made it up to issue 25. I want to
see. Now I got to beat Chad's record. I'm going to read all of it. I will read all of it, and I will come back on The Last Comic Shop at some point in 2022 with my review of the entire series.
I also think it's timely because if anyone has seen the trailer for the next Spider-Verse movie, he's in it.
So I'll be ahead of the curve.
Absolutely. And how cool is that costume? That has to be one of the coolest costumes to come out of 90s comics.
Yeah, I think it's the only one that's stuck, right? All the other 2099s they weren't so great.
Well, who do they got to compare to? Ravage 2099? Please. He looked like a hobo. Anyways, I think then we've got Chad. You picked J.A.'s name. So what's your recommendation for J.A., Chad?
Okay, so my recommendation is something more recent. It just wrapped up within the last month. But I know J.A. is a big fan of the sword and sorcery genre. I know he's a big fan of folks like Oro Monroe. And so I want something that combines those things. And so I'm going to go with Care Andrews' Amazing Fantasy miniseries. And the best part, unlike however many issues Spider-Man 2099 was, this one's only 5 issues, Joe. Really awesome art. And the premise of the story is they pluck various Marvel superheroes from various time periods. You get Captain America from World War II. You get Spider-Man from his teenage years. You get a younger Black Widow. And they're all dropped in on this island. They don't know what's going on. And they have to figure it out from there. And I'll be honest, I still have to finish it. but I've read the first couple, and it's awesome.
Yeah, it's all swords and sorceries and barbarians and Captain America running around in a loincloth.
I love it. I just pulled up the cover of the first issue, and it's Captain America with a beard and a battle axe on top of a lion like he's He-Man.
It's riding a lion. Check out the cover for number 4 with Storm. You're going to love it.
Now, and the best part about that series is it's coming out in treasury format. So, like, you can read it with the big extra size pages. So although that format hasn't been released yet, if you read it and you really enjoy it, you can eventually get it in treasury size, which is kind of what I'm waiting for. I hope to actually cover that book in 2022 on our show. So maybe you'll get a head start.
I think it sounds great. I'm loving these covers.
Well, my gift to Chad is actually a gift that Chad is giving to me.
You're one of those gifters. I see. You give the gift that you want.
That's true. But in any case, Chad has, out of the kindness of his own heart and his kind of obsession with going through dollar bins, has decided to help me fill in all of my gaps in my ROM, the Space Knight collection. So my gift to Chad is that he should read all 75 issues of ROM, the Space Knight. I think there's 2 annuals, too. But basically the entire run of ROM, the Space Knight from the 1980s, because it's not just one of those licensed tie-in comic books. It is a tour de force. If you don't walk away from ROM, the Space Knight, Chad, after reading the 75 issues and feel a grave injustice has been done to you with the fact that, like, ROM can't exist in the Marvel universe, then there's something seriously wrong with you, I feel. Because
wait. I'm hitting the pause button. You want me to read 77 issues of a book that once I'm done, I'll be like, this is a grave injustice.
Yes, because it is so wonderful. Bill Mantlo is at his peak. He gets to write from issue 1 through issue 75. He gets to write the entire epic from beginning to end. And most of it has Sal Buscema art. And you love Sal Buscema. This wonderful story of, Rom the Space Knight, one of the first space knights from the planet of Galador, and how he gave up his humanity to fight the dire wraiths, and how he comes to Earth. And at first, he's like destroying people, and they think he's a bad guy. But then he finds the love of this hill woman, Brandy Clark from West Virginia, and it's kind of like a very chivalrous love, right? Because he's trapped in this harbor.
I don't know if you're selling this or not.
But it's wonderful. He interacts with so many folks. Like, he interacts with the X-Men and with Doctor Strange, and there's an issue with Shang-Chi, and there's an issue with the Avengers, and with Beta Ray Bill, and all these.
And Rick Jones, I've been buying them for you out of dollar bins when I see them.
That's right. So not only are you getting these issues for me, and we're going to continue to update folks that listen to the Last Comic Shop as to where we are in our collection, because we're going to try to get them all in buck bins if possible. I'm not spending more than $1 on any of these. Maybe issue 1, that's it. But anyways, because I read them all, my brother's collection, and so, like, at this time, like, once I have my own collection, I feel like you should read them, because it's a really great series. Again, it's probably one of the best licensed tie-in comic books that was ever made, and that's really saying something when you have, like, Larry Hama, G.I. Joe, and even Bill Mantlo's work on Micronauts. But ROM is really special.
All right, I'll give it a shot. I guess I have a lot of issues I have to find now.
Who owns the ROM Space Knight license at the moment?
Hasbro.
Yes. I think IDW came out with a series.
Yeah, the guy that was running IDW, Chris Ryle, however you say his name, he was the big ROM guy, but then he left, and they haven't done much with ROM since.
Right.
Because I was thinking, is there any chance for a ROM Space Knight omnibus?
See, that's what we've all been waiting for. That's why there's people like me running through dollar bins to get the issues, because it's the only way we can read it right now. Is like if you get the original issues. There's no omnibus, there's no trade paperbacks, there's no nothing. You have to either get the single issues or you can't read ROM the Space Knight, and that's unfortunate. But it was originally a Parker Brothers action figure, and then they gave it to Marvel, and Marvel owns the rights to everything else, just not ROM the Space Knight. Like, they own the rights to Dire Wraiths, and I think they can even say Space Knights.
Yeah, like they have Space Knights in Marvel.
and any of the other characters that Bill Mantlo came up in terms of supporting characters. In fact, there's an issue where Rom shows up in his human form at Rick Jones's bachelor party in the Incredible Hulk series. So,
that's a great issue. The Rick Jones bachelor party. I probably didn't even get the Rom reference.
But
since there's no Romnibus. Very cool. I'll definitely check it out. It's something I've been meaning to read once we got everything collected there for you. But I guess we'll have to speed that up now. Thanks. Merry Christmas and all that.
Yeah, read this book that you're buying for me.
It gives him extra incentive, right? He's giving so that I can give back to him. It's a symbiotic relationship. And we hope that you have a symbiotic relationship with us here at The Last Comic Shop every single week by rate, reviewing, and subscribing to our terrific podcast. 2022 is coming right around the corner, and we've got brand new episodes for you all next year. So make sure that you go out to our website, www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com, and you can find our links to all of those terrific podcasting services where you can find our show, including YouTube. And while you're out there, listening to our show and whatever, make sure that you leave us a Christmas present this year by leaving us a 5-star review. It's the best way for other folks to find our podcast.
There you go. And while I don't think I would have chosen the word symbiotic relationship in either of these cases to use, I will say, if you want to talk to us, you can check us out on the socials, Twitter and Instagram at Last Comic Shop, where you can check out our Wednesday polls, our daily comic book factoids, and all other sorts of manner of fun comic book stuff that we post each week.
And you can find links to all of this on our website, www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com, where we also have a link to our merch store. And just for the holiday season, if you need to buy somebody a gift that you forgot about, we still have a special on our Christmas-themed Last Comic Shop t-shirt. It won't be hanging around for very much longer, so make sure you get in and get your discount and buy that present for that boss and or neighbor that you forgot about.
And there you go. And while we may be the Last Comic Shop podcast, we don't want to be the last comic shop out there. So we encourage everybody to go to the Comic Shop Locator, www.comicshoplocator.com, where you can find a shop near you where you might pick up some Spider-Man, not Spider-Man 2, or you might pick up some Spider-Man 2099, perhaps some Amazing Fantasy by Care Andrews, or maybe you want to go in those back issue bins and search out your own collection of Rom the Space Knight. All that and more is waiting for you at your local comic shops.
All right. And until next week, I was the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Chad Smith. Make sure that you go out and watch Spider-Man No Way Home. It's in your theaters now, unless, of course, you live in the Philippines. Then you'll have to wait for January. I think that's when it's coming out there. So maybe J.A. can give us his review when he eventually sees it. But until then, stay safe, stay sheltered, and make sure you don't ask for a Red Ryder BB gun for Christmas, because you'll shoot your eye out! Maybe you'll get one of those lamps, those legs.
Italy. It's a prestigious award.
Merry Christmas.
Stay cheery, everybody. Happy holidays.
The Last Comic Shop was a 2021 Black Angus production.
Hey fellas, looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture goodies, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCS Pod at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD.
In the not-too-distant future, following the rapid succession of World Wars III and IV, plus the hidden horrors of secret World War II, there's not much left. All that remains is a place where folks get together to read and discuss comic books. Sometimes they laugh, sometimes they argue, but they always record and upload their transmissions.
You've found one of those transmissions today. Welcome to the last comic shop.
Look, it's fresh from the darkroom. Mr. Jameson, fresh from the darkroom. I got some photos.
What? These aren't good photos. These are back page at best. Miss Brandt! Miss Brandt!
Look, but Mr. Jameson, it's Spider-Man, and he's fighting the last comic shop. Look, I got my automatic camera. I set it up for you.
Why does Peter Parker sound like he's like a 10-year-old kid?
What happened to your Peter Parker? Bit by a radioactive 10-year-old.
Yeah. It's like Peter Parker meets Jimmy Olsen meets a paperboy.
Anyways, it's the last comic shop. We didn't fight Spider-Man, but we are talking about Spider-Man on today's program. Right from the start.
Spider-Man in name only, but he's in there.
He's not. It's not even the real Spider-Man, because at the time it was actually the Doc Ock Spider-Man. But whatever. I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson. I've got J.A. Scott and Chad Smith to help me out with this review of the Superior Foes of Spider-Man, and it was done by Nick Spencer and Steve Lieber. We've already done a Steve Lieber book on this show, but we've not done Nick Spencer yet. So this will be awesome for all of our Nick Spencer fans out there, or soon to be Nick Spencer fans if you've never read.
We've never done a Spider-Man book either. And, well, we're not really doing one, I guess.
We're still not.
Yeah.
We did do Superman versus the Amazing Spider-Man, but even then, it was only a half of a Spider-Man book. We have to eventually get around to a Spider-Man book, I guess. Like a real
Maximum Carnage, right?
No!
Please, no.
Our viewers will love it. That would get massive ratings. Maybe we'll do that when the Venom movie comes out. We'll do Maximum Carnage as our read pile. We'll put that out as a poll, and if there's enough votes, we'll do it around that time. Real quickly, Chad, if there was going to be another Amazing Spider-Man book that you would do on our particular program, what would it be?
Oh, there are so many. I would love to do the Eric Larson Return of the Sinister Six.
Oh!
And its follow-up in the Adjectiveless Spider-Man book, where Spider-Man gets his cybernetic eye and all that other craziness.
Now, that was the summertime event. I remember at the time I was like, they're going to make me buy 2 issues a month? I hate these bi-monthlies. Little did I know that would come back to bite me in the ass later on with triple shipping. But anyways, J.A. Scott, what's a Spider-Man book you would like to read on this?
I wouldn't mind revisiting Spider-Man Torment, the first 5 Todd McFarlane Spider-Man issues, just to see if it still holds up. I want to know if it holds up or not.
You like all the worst stories. Todd McFarlane writing Spider-Man was terrible.
Torment was better than that second story with Wendigo and and all that stuff happening in Canada and the child abuse or whatever. I don't even know what was going on in that. I just know I shouldn't have been reading it. I was just buying it for the covers. I was like, this is awful.
The issues with Hobgoblin. Did you have the issue with Hobgoblin with all the writing on the page? And it's like, what the hell's going on, Todd McFarlane? We're just buying this for the pictures. Get all the letters off of there.
Nobody cares about Spider-Man going out in the sewers and fighting Mobius. Maybe we'll do that for our Mobius show. I don't know. Next year when Mobius finally comes out. The Back in Black stories, they were awful as well. I mean, you guys listen to all these bad books. If I was going to pick a Spider-Man book that I actually haven't read yet, it would be Spider-Man Spirits of the Earth. All that Charles Vess stuff. That looks awesome. Like, that is some very, very interesting art, and it was at the same time as everybody was doing the Todd McFarlanes and the Eric Larsons, and everything was looking the same. This was all kind of like watercolors and like dreamlike, super neat stuff. I don't know what happens in it, but I want to read it because that art and that cover especially, where he's like on top of the broken building, that's super iconic. I want to read
Spider-Man in Scotland.
It sounds great to me.
How about Kraven's Last Hunt?
Well, I mean, eventually we're going to have to read that. Like, that's kind of like a no-brainer.
That's a classic.
Yeah, right. That's a good one.
But speaking of like Kraven's Last Hunt and Spider-Man baddies, because we're talking about the superior foes of Spider-Man and the fact that Spider-Man has the best rogues gallery in comic books, at least in my opinion. Who are the most superior members of the foes of Spider-Man. Not talking about the jobbers and D-listers we'll be talking about today, but who is actually the best Spider-Man villain out there? And we'll start off with our Spider-Man aficionado, Chad Smith.
For me, it's always going to be the Green Goblin. And it goes back and forth between Norman and Harry. I will dig Nick Spencer a little bit for the most recent storyline he's done where he's made Harry into Kindred. And that's done. But no, Norman Osborn is the one. There was so much pathos there when he knew Spider-Man's identity, but he has amnesia. He's not going to remember. He's the Spider-Man's worst villain, but he's also the father of his friend. Let's have dinner. It's weird. So socially awkward. It was the best. And it tied so well into all the teenage drama that was going on in the Spider-Man books at the time. And from there, the Green Goblin's just one of those villains that had that menace, but also that personal connection that some characters have gotten close over the years, most notably Dr. Octopus. I mean, he did almost marry Aunt May. But at the end of the day, Norman Osborn and the Green Goblin.
Okay. Favorite Green Goblin story?
Spider-Man 39 and 40. Okay. The first John Romita issues, where they discover each other's identities.
Yeah. It's either that or the death of Gwen Stacy or the drug issues. The drug issues are pretty good. They hold up. J.A., who's your best Spider-Man villain?
I almost want to go Kraven just for his killer fashion sense. Anyone who wears a vest that shoots laser beams is just, pretty cool.
And I haven't made you read Squirrel Girl yet, Jay, with the Kraven. It has his image painted on the side. It's the best.
And I do like sort of those transitional characters like Black Cat, I was going to put at the top. But, I think you still have to knock her down a little bit. She's not in the same league as Doc Octopus or Green Goblin or my favorite, Hobgoblin.
Oh, yeah.
I got tired of the whole Harry Osborn, Norman Osborn, Green Goblin, bad, good, they're bad again, they're good again, they're bad again. Hobgoblin was like, this is Green Goblin stories as they should have been told. It was even created because they wanted to do a Green Goblin story, but they didn't want to get into the whole Harry Osborn and Norman Osborn or bring them back again, so they just made a new one. It's got all the good parts of Green Goblin and none of that other crap.
Until the 90s.
That's true. Yeah, Jason Macendale took over, and then you got the Demon Goblin and all that other garbage. Yeah, that was awful.
Much better costume.
I do like the hood and the little cape. Like, that does kind of add some menace, especially when you would see the red eyes peering out from, like, the black face. Like, that was kind of menacing. Plus, it gave us some great issues, like my favorite issue from the Todd McFarlane run, The Goblin War, where you got Harry, like, putting on the Green Goblin stuff to fight the Jason Macendale Hobgoblin. I loved that issue growing up.
Yeah, but was it as cool as when the Green Goblin, Harry Osborn, teamed up with Spider-Man and Molten Man for 2 or 3 issues of Web of Spider-Man? I don't think so.
That's true. Well, you're both wrong. The best Spider-Man villain of all time is Mysterio. I'm not going to take any ifs, ands, or buts on that. Mysterio, old bullhead, he's the guy that you really got to watch out for because, he is the best looking of all of them. The Green Goblin, he's running around in, pink tunic with little tiny shorts.
It's Doc purple.
Ock, whatever. Doc Ock had an awful costume because it was pretty much like overalls for a long time until he got that green spandex, which was stupid too. And what was going on with those glasses? Stupid look. The only person that even looks even close to Mysterio is Electro. And we all know that Mysterio is a better character than Electro. Electro is like one step away from being on the Superior Foes of Spider-Man, for God's sakes. And he got a great movie. I thought he actually really worked as a character, not only, pretending to be the good guy and then ultimately being the bad guy, that ultimate illusion. It was just really a neat spin on the character, and I loved it. So, yeah, Mysterio, that's the way to go. He's the best.
I tell you, my favorite Spider-Man villain turned hero turned back to villain. I don't know if there's a villain. No, he's pretty much a hero now. Was the Prowler.
Yeah.
Boy, did I love the look of the Prowler.
Yeah. Didn't have a single issue that was good, but he had an awesome look.
What?
Who is he?
He's like the villain Spider-Man. He's like Spider-Man's pal.
Every single time the Prowler showed up, I was like, all right, this is a throwaway issue. He would hang out with Rocket Racer and that weird guy that had the sun. Will-O-the-Wisp.
Oh, there you go.
Will-O-the-Wisp and the rest of the Wild Pack.
I thought you were going with Big Wheel for a minute.
Yes, and Silver Sable and all those people that I didn't care about. That's what Prowler hangs out with. He's like one step up from Puma.
Oh, Puma. That's a deep cut.
Maybe on another show we'll do worst Spider-Man villains. But we've got The Superior Foes of Spider-Man by Nick Spencer and Steve Lieber coming up right after these messages. Your review of this comic book. Stay tuned.
Hey everybody!
Hey!
I'm Ashley.
And I'm Maggie.
We're from Rock Candy Podcast. Kind of like behind the music,
Except unauthorized and drunk. But come along every week and listen to us talk about artists or albums that you may know really well or may have never heard of while we're drinking beers.
witty things to talk about.
Great hot takes with some hot babes.
That's subjective, but okay. So go find us on Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Stitcher, TuneIn, and wherever you catch your pods.
And with that,
Party on, kids!
Oh, that sounded forced.
Is it not?
Looking for a podcast all about nerddom? Want a podcast with an emphasis on representation?
The Nerd Alternative is the podcast for you. Join me, Ram.
Me, Hassan. And me, Levi.
3 black British nerds tackling the pop culture we love and sharing why we love them. The Nerd Alternative, a sweet melting pot of all things nerdy.
Back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our comic book review. Yes, the Read Pile review that we are oftentimes famous for, sometimes infamous for. Regardless of whether you like it or you don't like it, we have it on every single show. So get used to it. This week, again, as I mentioned, we're going to be doing The Superior Foes of Spider-Man, all 17 issues of this particular series. That was done by who, Chad?
Okay, so the big names to know are Nick Spencer and Steven Lieber. They, along with Rochelle Rosenberg and Joe Caramagna, cover the majority of the issues, but there were some fill-ins featuring talents like James Asmus, Tom Pyre, Elliot Kalin as writers, and other illustrators like Rich Ellis, who also contributed additional spots here. But Gerardo Sandoval, Carmen Nunez Camaro, Andres Mosa, Nuno Pilati, Sia Pepe Larraz, and Will Sliney.
Ah.
Yeah, it was right around the Superior Spider-Man era where Dr. Octopus had taken over Spider-Man's brain and started really assaulting his criminals. And so this book spins out of that.
Yes. Everybody was afraid of Spider-Man. It was one of the times I stopped reading Spider-Man as a fan. Really
Spider-Man shot a guy.
Right! And I didn't like any of it. I can remember telling Chad at the time that I was really angry that there was like 1,000 Spider-Man books out there and none of them featured Peter Parker at all. And I thought that was like blasphemy. I was boycotting all Spider-Man at that point.
And you know what I told you? I said, hang in there. They'll fix this in a year or so. Plus, the Superior Spider-Man was the best Dan Slott Spider-Man because he wasn't writing Peter Parker. I mean, he was in there. He was kind of like a ghost or whatever. But it was the one time he couldn't screw up Peter Parker.
Yeah, that's true. He didn't make him a multimillionaire Tony Stark ripoff. I know that much for sure. Why would any Peter Parker date Mockingbird? I don't know. That was the weirdest part about that. Mockingbird? Of all, not hook him back up with Felicia Hardy, not hook him up with any of the other thousands of folks that Peter Parker's been with. We're going to give him Bobby Morse, because that makes sense.
Spider-Woman. Why not Spider-Woman?
Yeah!
I mean, if you're going to do one of those wacky, I don't know.
She's a super spy. She has, like, spy things. She could have fit in that role. Nah, Bobby Morse. Let's give him Hawkeye sloppy seconds. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Any case, what does make sense to me is the 10-cent synopsis. And hopefully it'll make sense to you by the time I get done with it. So the 10-cent synopsis of the 17 issues of The Superior Foes of Spider-Man is you get to find out about the lives of the Spider-Man jobbers. As you might know in wrestling terminology, a jobber is a guy that takes a lot of falls. He is the guy that's set up to lose and make other people look better. In this case, Spider-Man. Over the years, there have been a certain subset of Spider-Man baddies that are kind of like that lower tier. Folks like Boomerang and our quilted friend, the Shocker. Folks like the original Beetle, although he doesn't show up in this as the Beetle, he shows up in this as Mach 7, Mach 8. I think
7, yeah.
But the new Beetle shows up in this series, as well as Speed Demon and Overdrive, who's kind of a new character to the illustrious fraternity. And ultimately, at the end of the day, they decide to not become the Sinister Syndicate, as you might know from great 90s series like Deadly Foes of Spider-Man. No, they decide to be the Sinister Six, because they're 5. Anyways, long story short, this is really a story about Boomerang, though. Honestly, he's your protagonist throughout these 17 issues. It's really a story about Boomerang's original fall from grace, from being a pitcher to being basically bullseye wannabe, a guy that's never really got his time to shine, that's always playing catch-up, kind of a schemer, a scoundrel.
A screw-up. He's not a scoundrel. I think calling him a scoundrel is giving him too much credit.
That's true. He's the world's worst crime boss.
Right. But he's trying to lead his team on a variety of different capers, from to originally get legendary Silvermane's head, and to then eventually getting a painting of Dr. Doom in which you can actually see his real face that was done in, like, I don't know, a Titanic kind of, paint me like one of your French girls.
Yeah. Glorious.
But by the end of it, Boomerang double crosses everyone, triple crosses some other folks, Owl shows up, Hammerhead shows up, all these kind of weird characters that are not the main Spider-Man baddies. You do not get Dr. Octopus in this. Well, you kind of sort of do because he's Spider-Man. But you don't get other folks like you don't get Kraven, you don't get Mysterio, you don't get Green Goblin or Hobgoblin or any of the guys we've talked about on the first segment of this show. It's surprising you don't get Electro. I still think he belongs in this kind of tier. But yeah, that's pretty much what it is, being bad guys, and what the bad guy life is like.
The bad guy support groups, where you get a nice cameo by Dr. Bong.
Yes. The greatest part about the supervillain support group for me is the fact that it reintroduced Grizzly, which actually is a huge, huge part of another great Nick Spencer run, his Ant-Man run, where you get basically Ant-Man teaming up with Grizzly to start like a security firm or something like that. And they're with, Machine Smith. That should be my recommendation for today's program, but we'll see. I've got some other ideas. But yeah, this is Chad's pick. Chad, why did you pick it for this week?
Just because sometimes it's nice to go back to the classics. It's nice to go back to some of that comfort food. And we were talking about this at the time this came out. This was, at the heart of Dan Slott in his Spider-Man run. And I've gone on record as saying I'm sure Dan Slott is a fine person, maybe. But I was not a fan of his Spider-Man. And so even though Superior was some of the best that he put out there, this book was going on simultaneously, and it was so much better. Like, I cared so much more about these characters than anything going on in the main Spider-Man book. And then Nick Spencer was a revelation just in terms of how funny he was, the way that characters pee their pants when the Punisher shows up. And, that's like the ultimate worst thing is when the Punisher comes, because he's not playing around. The other superheroes, you might lose a tooth or something, but Punisher, you're donezo. I love the head of Silvermane, just being a crotchety old man. And I hope this guy has cable so we can watch Bones. I don't want to miss my episode of Bones. That was great. So I like the skeezy Boomerang trying to go out on dates, and lying to this girl to impress her the entire time. And then when Bullseye or an LMD of Bullseye shows up, he's, puts her in front of him first. He's like, I know you like to kill girlfriends, Bullseye, but don't kill this one. There's a power behind.
Throws the boomerang at Bullseye and he dodges it. And then you see it coming back about to hit him in the back of the head, he just steps in and closes the door.
Yeah,
he's like so good.
Himself up. Yeah.
No wonder he's the best.
Yeah. Chad, you almost convinced me. You pulled out all these great bits, and the writing was good in some respects, and you're right on everything, but I just can't. I can't do it, man. It's 17 issues of pointlessness. Who wants to read about random jabronis? If you're going to have a 17-issue arc, write it about a character I care about, because that was the biggest thing is I came to the end of this, and I couldn't have cared less. It was really good writing. It was funny. I loved lots of bits of it. But I just didn't care about the characters at all.
You didn't fall in love with Fred Myers, who, in the first issue especially, I thought he was drawn like Bill Burr. You didn't fall in love whenever Mach 7 would try to leave, and that gag where he got stuck every time?
It was just over the top. What it did remind me of, and I think they played with it a bit, was A, how bad these characters are, and B, how bad their costumes are. Like, who created these costumes? They probably made sense in the moment when they were made, but you put them all together, it's like they went to the Rent-A-Tux place and got the worst villain costumes they could find. This is you know what it is? It's nerd prom for bad guys.
Well, and I will say this, that they missed out on a golden opportunity throughout this entire series not to bring up the original Boomerang costume, because they show the one that we all know, like the blue and purple one with the boomerangs on the chest and the head, but nobody remembers the first time that Boomerang shows up in an issue of Hulk, and he's got basically, I don't know, like red bubble wrap all over himself. He looks disgusting. He looks like he has the measles. It's the worst costume I've ever seen anybody wear, and they missed out because that is Fred Myers too. Everybody thinks of him as a Spider-Man baddie, but he showed up for the first time in The Incredible Hulk and tried to capture The Incredible Hulk for some bizarre reason for the Secret Empire. Believe it or not. That's where the whole notion of the robe guys come up when he's like, is this a sex thing? I won't lie. It's still one of my favorite lines in that. That and Silvermane riding around on the little RC car. That just makes it for me. I can't lie. This question's for J.A., and I know this might not be the case, but I want him to defend himself just in case people are out there are thinking this. Could you not get into these characters because they were bad guys?
No, I don't think it was that, because, we read that Joker book and better criminals, better characters with more characterization to them and bigger histories are interesting. They're jobbers because they're jobbers. They're just not interesting as characters that much as well.
I disagree. I thought they were interesting because they were jobbers.
Oh,
and they're pointing out all the jobber flaws. Like, it takes one to know one. And when Hammerhead shows up, they're like, oh, so I thought you weren't doing the James Cagney thing anymore. And, like, they cut to the quick on all of these characters and, like, oh, shocker, he's our coward. Like, that was great.
I mean, I won't lie that, like, I'm actually very surprised, Jay, because you've been a big fan of, like, movies like Reservoir Dogs over the years, and I thought there were aspects, at least, of this where it's like, these are the lovable losers. These are the guys that don't get the cred, but, like, basically, punching the supervillain time clock day in and day out to try to make a quick buck here and there. And it's kind of sometimes neat to hear about those folks that don't get to the lofty heights. It makes them more human in some ways. I mean, I had difficulty at points because every single time I wanted to care about Boomerang, he ended up being a real jerk. And I was just like, eventually, it's really hard to care and relate to somebody when they constantly are a jerk. Like, I've seen things in which, the criminal is the protagonist or whatever, but at some point they have some sort of redeeming thing where you're like, yeah, all right, he's lovable, I like him. Honestly, Fred was just a douche at times, and I was just like, I don't know about
time. You root for him in spite of who he is, I feel. And I'll also say his fashion sense has gotten better. I really like the newer costume, especially compared to the blue and purple one. And I didn't even know about that red and white one. That was just terrible.
Well, I will say this. I mean, my initial thought about this is I enjoyed it. This is not the first time that I've read these 17 issues. Honestly, the biggest flaw with this series for me is that it's too long. This is a 12-part series at most. And it has like basically 5 issues of filler that are sometimes unnecessary. Sure, you get one issue that's okay, you know, the origin of the new Beetle. I understand that. And it's kind of neat how she steals all that other little girl's presents in that. And then Tombstone's like, many years later, it's the anniversary of your first hike, darling. And he's actually a really good dad. Like, it warmed my heart. Like, I actually felt for Tombstone. But there were other issues that were, like, legitimately, I had no idea why they were there. There was the supervillain support group where they were talking about the new Spider-Man and how he's beating people up and how they were scared of him. And I think that was just a tie-in, but at the same time, I was like, well, I don't think it's necessary. And there were a couple other ones I thought that were like that you could have shortened this and made it a little more digestible by cutting a couple issues out. And I don't think I ding Nick Spencer for that. Maybe that was what he was told to do. Like, he's like, we have 17 issues, you're going to write this, and they had to put some fillers in. But at the same time, I think that's sometimes the problem with comic books overall, is that you have this story, it works for a certain amount of time, and eventually you have to stretch.
Yeah, I think you can definitely tell when there were the fill-in issues. I want to say it was like issue 11. The story basically stops and they start going into all these things.
Yeah.
But yeah, it fits within that Boomerang character to do one or two schemes too many to the point of obnoxiousness. Like, there are too many twists and too many things. But I thought it all fit.
Well, I'm glad that you brought up the few moves too many kind of situation, because there was a question that I had for J.A. in terms of the fact that he wasn't, into this book as much. I'm sure that for folks that have read this and have listened to previous shows, there are a lot of similarities between this particular book and another Marvel book we covered a couple of weeks ago in Hawkeye Freefall. I mean, you really loved Hawkeye Freefall. What was the difference between Hawkeye Freefall in this book?
Editing.
Okay.
When it comes to Hawkeye Freefall, was a tight 6-issue run that was setting up something else potential, and then they didn't go through with it. This is just too long. I think you're right. They could have cut it down to 12. Could have cut it down to 10, probably. The issue where Bullseye comes in, like, another one. How many characters are you going to throw into this story that show up for half an issue for no reason other than you didn't need that? It didn't progress the story any farther. It just showed you what a dick Boomerang was. I was just like, 17 issues is too many issues for me to be spending time with these jobbers. It was like being forced to watch reruns of Grace Under Fire.
Wow! You've got to back that up. You can't just bring Grace Under Fire here.
It's like a 1990s sitcom that everyone kind of remembers, but you probably never watched. And then you watch an episode and you're like, oh, wow, that's not nearly as good as I thought it was, but the writing's okay.
All right. I think you did hit a nail on the head. I mean, I'm going to ding you a little bit on not liking, all the superfluous characters that show up, because Hawkeye Freefall was, like, covered in that. Like, every single superhero under the sun that was a street-level character shows up at some point in Hawkeye Freefall. So you can't use that as an argument. But I think to your point about it being a little too long, a little too drawn out, that Hawkeye Freefall is a very tight 6-issue arc that kind of ends having you want more, I think works. And I won't lie that the first time I read Superior Foes, I only read the first trade, and it really did make me want to read more. I think it's ultimately in reading all 17 that I kind of went, well, there are a couple issues that stuck out that maybe shouldn't have been in there and could have made for a tighter story.
And I think the big difference is, to stick up for J.A., the fact that in Hawkeye Freefall, Hawkeye's trying to do good. He's just real bad at it. Whereas here, like, Fred Myers is a scumbag, but he's also really bad at being a scumbag. Like, even in his dreams, he's trying to imagine his girlfriend topless, and that doesn't work. It's in his dreams. I don't know. I just love the way that he's foiled at every turn by all of this crazy stuff. And have we talked enough about the head of Silvermane?
We have not.
Between him and the Shocker, who doesn't have any confidence, and Silvermane, who's just keeps calling him the Sprinkler. Like, that was great. Makes fun of his outfits.
And it's sad, too, because ultimately, if there was a character that I enjoyed the most in this book, other than Silvermane, it was the Shocker, actually. For as much as I disliked Fred at times, I actually felt for the Shocker, because the Shocker was kind of like, I used to be an engineer, and, he's actually a fairly well-known Spider-Man villain. Of all the characters that show up there, I think more people would know the Shocker more than anybody else. And the fact that he doesn't really want to be a supervillain, and he kind of went down this road, and and he lacks a lot of confidence, and he's kind of a little bit of a coward. I think that is much more believable and much more human than any other person that you get in this, honestly.
And fair warning: don't mock the Shocker, because he's gonna come at you in his Shocker Spidey mobile.
And I love the scene where he's working out the trajectory with using his. I mean, the guy's smart, built his own tech. He's actually pretty badass when you think of it. So maybe that was a missing opportunity, was not spending a little more time with the Shocker. And I did enjoy those issues more than anything else. They kind of reminded me a little more of what we would have got with Ant-Man eventually, where it's yeah, I like you. You're likable, Shocker. I enjoy your presence.
One last thing that this series brought to my attention was the art of Steve Lieber. And how funny and how expressive his art can be. He had been in the industry since the early 90s. And, I've seen his work before, but this was oh, wait, this is really good. This is really expressive and so fun. Where had this been the entire time?
Right. And I enjoy basically all the cameos that he gets to draw. I love his Luke Cage and his Danny Rand. I think they're great. I love just the scene where Overdrive is fawning over Luke Cage as a fanboy. Oh my gosh, you're Luke Cage. Can I get your and Luke Cage is basically this is making me real uncomfortable. And Danny's he's paying you a compliment, man. Just take it. Oh, it's making me uncomfortable. I don't know what to do with this.
Well, that was also after he flattened him with a steel chair, pro wrestling style.
Great. So anyways, we'll be right back with more of the Last Comic Sharp right after these messages. We're going to get our ratings for the superior foes of Spider-Man. Will they be superior? Stay tuned.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nick Palatichuk. I'm an independent film director and screenwriter. I'm also an independent comic book artist and creator. I want to let you know about my podcast, the St. Paul Filmcast. It's a weekly podcast where I interview other independent filmmakers and other artists from the Twin Cities area. You can find the show on Stitcher, Spotify, iTunes, and Amazon Radio, as well as distributor Podbean. You can follow the show on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. So, if you're interested in how independent films get made or the process of filmmaking, also if you're interested in other artists' process and works as well, tune into my show, the St. Paul Filmcast, where it's not over till the guests say it's over.
All right, we're back with more of the Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for our ratings, where we tell Nick Spencer and Steve Lieber, hey, we got a 1 out of 4 scale, and you made this comic book, and you worked really hard on it. And that's great, but as semi-critics, we reserve the right to assign numerical value to it, sir.
That's right. We're from the internet. We can do what we want.
We are superior to you in some ways. Or we're those lousy jobbers that you wrote, comic books about. Probably more of the layer. So, in any case, the 1 out of 4 scale is going to be what this week, J.A.?
1 out of 4 boomerangs.
Hey! I like it. Make sure you don't shut the door on those. In any case, we've got J.A. Scott. He's going to start off our ratings. So how many boomerangs you giving it, buddy? Are they coming back?
So some of them come back, not all of them. I'd say it's 4 boomerangs thrown and 2.5 boomerangs returned. So about 2. I'm between 2.5 and 3. I think it was a little bit too long. It could have been edited down to a more succinct story. It is not a comic for people who don't know the characters. I think you get more enjoyment out of the series if you've been reading Spider-Man or if you've been reading Marvel for a while, because some of those cameos are really fun if you recognize the characters, like Dr. Wong. If you don't know who they are, they don't carry as much weight, and they're not as interesting. That being said, the art is beautiful, the dialogue is funny and witty, though I got sick of all the swearing that's not swearing. That got old. I know why they did it, but I was just like, do it PG-13 and swear once. It was kind of, it's like watching those movies where they're about to swear and they cut to the next scene so they can get away with not swearing.
Like watching Major League on USA. Strike this guy out.
Yeah. I say, forget you, Joe Boo.
Okay. Chad, since it was your pick, what's your rating?
Oh, I love it. I love the whole thing. I think it's beautiful. I love the pacing. And we mentioned about Mach 7 and how they set up the gag perfectly, where every time he tries to make the cool exit, he gets stuck in the doorway. Except the last time when he remembers he's about to leave the restaurant. He's like, nope, gotta lower my wings, fold them in a little bit. And he gets out the door and turns around, smacks a blind guy right in the head. And it was great. They spent all that time setting it up, and it paid off. It's all about the little things. It was about Shocker gaining his confidence. It was about Speed Demon bringing the dog back to the little girl and then going back and bringing the food back and then the leash. And it was about getting to know Janice Lincoln, the new Beetle, who I think is a really great addition to the Spider-Man Rogues Gallery. And like we said, the art is beautiful. Steve Lieber has that style of cartooning that is super expressive, super clear and clean, and he knows how to tell a story. And I alluded to his pacing earlier. Like, everything here is just great, fun comics. And this hit at a time for me when I really needed something fun, and this filled that void perfectly. So yeah, 4 out of 4 boomerangs.
There you go. All right, well, I think I'm going to split the difference between the 4 and the 2.75. I think I'm going to go with just a solid 3 boomerangs for this particular book. It would have been 4 had it been about 12 issues. I do think that there is some filler here. And I'm not just talking about the actual filler issues. I'm thinking some of the issues actually could have been trimmed down in terms of actual plot. I think there was a little too much running around at times, and some of the best moments kind of get lost in the shuffle as a result. Like, honestly, do you really need the relationship between Boomerang and the girl, even though she ends up being Black Cat in the end? I don't know if you do.
Plays off the chameleon and the people being who they aren't and all that other.
It is true, but at the end of the day, I think that had it been a little tighter, at 12 issues, it'd definitely been a 4 out of 4. And I think that, from my experience, again, I enjoy the Ant-Man series a lot more because I feel it was tighter as an overall series than what you got with Superior Foes of Spider-Man. Almost like Nick Spencer took some of what he learned with Superior Foes and took it to the Ant-Man and made even better work. That's the way that I kind of sort of look at it. But also, it's interesting because this book is one of the first books I can remember as really feeling metafictional to me. This is a book about making fun of supervillains, especially supervillains that are ridiculous. And, there's like this whole panel where all of those D-lister villains show up, at the beck and call of the owl, like Man Mountain Marco and The Fly. And I think Bi-Beast is in that panel, which is weird because he's a really powerful Hulk villain. And again, I don't know why he's there, but whatever. He's there. And basically, Nick Spencer's having fun saying, hey, look how ridiculous some of these supervillains are and how we shouldn't really take them seriously at all. So for those folks that may not like that kind of stuff, this might not be your bag You might be like, oh, this cuts a little too much to the quick. And I actually really like these characters, so I don't know why they're making fun of my friends. For those people that
Speed Demon fan out there,
yeah, who's not gonna laugh when you see Silvermane dressed up as Starchild from Kiss?
Hey, Speed Demon was a member of the Squadron Supreme, so like there's folks that are like the Squadron Supreme. They're reading that Heroes Reborn right now, so he might like that. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. In any case, one thing that's never small on our show is recommendations. We try to make those as large as possible to cast that net out there, to bring folks into that comic book tent by telling them about comic books they can pick up at their local comic book store, in addition to the 17 issues of Superior Foes of Spider-Man, which you can get in trades or in single issues. I've seen them in buck bins, so pick some of them up in buck bins. For shores. And on this show, we often do a current book, a similar book, and a book out of left field. And we're going to start this week with our good friend, J.A. Scott, who's got a out of left field pick, which is more than just out of left field. I think it's in the next county.
Oh, yeah. So we're going with the Marvel Inferno crossover, which was a company-wide crossover that took place in 1989.
Wow! Did you get the omnibus recently? Because they got that in omnibus.
No, but I might have to, because there's a lot of cool things that happen in this. I picked it because it's one of the first big storylines with Mr. Sinister, one of my favorite X-Men sort of second-tier bad guys. It takes place, obviously all the mutant titles, Uncanny X-Men, X-Factor, Excalibur, New Mutants. Essentially the story of Madeline Pryor becoming the Goblin Queen and Magic finally changing into Darkchild. The Hobgoblin becomes a demon. Written by Louise Simonson, Chris Claremont, Steve Englehart, Jerry Conway, David Michelini, Ann Nocenti, Walter Simonson, John Bogdanova, Terry Austin, and Juliana Jones.
So pretty much everybody that worked at Marvel in the 80s.
Yes.
I love those crossovers. The Daredevil and Spider-Man issues across into that, those were great.
That Goblin Works issue that I talked about earlier in the show, my favorite issue of the Hobgoblin, that's an Inferno crossover as well.
And what I love is, like, you go through all this and there's all this death and destruction, and then by the end everyone's like, well, wasn't that just a bad hallucination, man? I just had a bad trip. Which is so classic with Marvel, right? They have this big crossover event, all this massive stuff happens, and then at the end of it, they're like, well, everything's back to normal. Don't take the brown acid.
I was wondering whether you were going to bring up the fact that leading up to that series, Cyclops is the biggest dick ever to Madeline Pryor, who had his kid. But it's like the moment that Jean Grey is like comes back, he's like, yeah, I don't know about you, Madeline Pryor. Like, I hate your guts. I'm going to leave you. And she smacks him, punches him, and rightfully so, because she's just like treated like trash. It's awful how they treat Madeline Pryor in the issues leading up to this.
Well, that's the thing that effectively broke Cyclops, because when Chris Claremont killed off Phoenix, he had no intention of bringing her back. They're like, oh, we're going to give Cyclops this happy ending. We'll bring this girl who looks just like Jean Grey and just make him go off with her. And so turning her into this Goblin Queen and this villain and like all the stuff that came after that, it's like, wait a minute, Cyclops, not a good dude.
You're right, and this is where you find out that Madeline Pryor's the clone of Jean Grey by Mr. Sinister, and you get all that Mr. Sinister really starting to play with his genetics and messing up the X-Men.
One that sweet Summers DNA. Gotta get it. Got a Jones in for it. You got some of that Summers DNA. I can get you next week. If just a little taste, man. Just a little
testers are out on the street.
All right. Well, my recommendation this week is going to be our similar book, and it is an interesting one because it's technically not a comic book, so I don't know if I'm going to get dinged, but it is a book that you can buy at many, many comic book stores because it is kind of like comic book adjacent. It's almost like a comic book reference book. It is The Legion of Regrettable Supervillains by John Morris. It is a fantastic little coffee table book that I highly recommend to all comic book fans out there if you just want to have good fun laughing at some of the crazy folks that have got to be supervillains in major comic books over the year. And boy, oh boy, do they've got everybody. From the folks that we know for sure, folks like Batroc the Leaper makes an appearance in this particular book. The Headman, who we talked about on our sensational She-Hulk book. The Hurly-Gurly Man, Mr. Fish from Luke Cage with the fish face. All of the gorilla-related bad guys that popped up in Silver Age books in the 60s at DC, such as the Gorilla Boss of Gotham City, the Gorilla Witch, King Krypton, and then, of course, you got Mandrill from Marvel.
Gorillas sell comics. Everybody knows that.
That's true. I think that was like a strategy at one point. Somebody had the strategy, put more gorillas in the books. That's what the kids like. They like the monkeys.
That's right. So much so that Stan Lee, whenever they licensed out Conan, was telling Roy Thomas to copy that strategy, and he wanted Conan fighting all these animals each week. And so they did that for a long time until they realized, wait a minute, instead of animals, we could have him fight skeletons. And then Conan started fighting skeletons all the time because you got to move those papers.
Absolutely. But if you wanted to ever hear about such wonderful characters as Uzi the Clown or Turner D. Century, or, MODOK shows up here. There's a wonderful Golden Age villain named The Dude. Which, again, I don't know if he drinks White Russians or not, but he looks nothing like Jeff Bridges. But ultimately, it's a fun book. And I think it's a wonderful afternoon reader this time here in the summer. If you can find the Legion of Regrettable Supervillains, I think you'll have a good laugh. And plus, I love the fact that not only do you get, like, their first appearance, but you get their major adversary. Like, for example, the Dude was Bullet Man and Bullet Girl, the other characters that were in Captain Marvel's original universe, like from back when Fawcett owned Captain Marvel, a.k.a. Shazam. So, yeah. And we've got Chad with our current pick, and I think it's fairly current. And it also has some kind of D-list villains in it, right, Chad?
Sure. So initially I was thinking about recommending The Fix by Steve Lieber and Nick Spencer. But I know you guys wouldn't like that because you're all against bad guys being bad guys. That's about two crooked cops. So I'm going to go with a Nick Spencer book where it has a good guy. And it's the one Andy had talked about earlier. It is his run on Ant-Man, which included the Ant-Man series itself and the Astonishing Ant-Man where they rebooted it, the Ant-Man Last Days, all sorts of things that started in 2015 and ran for a couple of years. But this was one of the best examples of the comic books piggybacking off the movie's success. Because these came out post the Paul Rudd Ant-Man, and so they really tried to Paul Ruddify Scott Lang and turn him into yet another lovable loser who teams up with Grizzly and Machine Smith to run a security company. He also meets up with Janice Lincoln, who Nick Spencer is notorious for coming back to the superior foes. Boomerang just showed up in the Spider-Man book that he's been writing. But the run on Ant-Man is great because you have those redemptive elements. You know, Ant-Man is a good guy trying to do good things and just screwing it up. And not nearly as bad as Hawkeye in the Free Fall series from Matthew Rosenberg. You know, Ant-Man is trying to do what's best for his family. He has his young daughter who he's trying to protect and impress. It's just a really great story. It's really heartwarming. You can get the complete collection for a little over $35. I should mention the artist too. It's Nick Spencer's the writer. Ramon Rosales was the primary artist, in addition to a couple other folks. But it's definitely worth your time. If you enjoyed Superior Foes, give Ant-Man a try.
There you go. And something you should always give a try to every single week is more episodes of our podcast, which you can find out at www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. It is our tremendous little website where you can get all of our archived past episodes, and there are some real gems there. We just mentioned all that Hawkeye Freefall talk. If you're new to our series and have not listened to our Hawkeye Freefall show, go back and listen to that show. Maybe listen to our Superman versus Amazing Spider-Man show that we alluded to earlier in the program. Or even some of those X-Men books, if you liked some of our X-Men talk just recently. All fantastic stuff. So make sure that you rate, review, and subscribe at any of those terrific places such as Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Stitcher, Spotify, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, YouTube, CastBox, Pandora, Amazon Podcasts, and a variety of other places. And while you are listening to our terrific podcast, you should make sure that you check out our website for
merchandise. That's right. You can get some t-shirts, you can get some coffee mugs, get some can koozies, and maybe boomerangs.
Oh. We had to take those off the site. We were causing too many eye injuries. We were liable for too much stuff.
They kept coming back.
They worked too well.
I've never been able to get a boomerang to come back. I don't know. You guys ever tried that in real life?
I reckon it's the boomerangs I've had aren't real boomerangs. That's what I say. It must not be a real one, as it goes 5 feet and falls into the dirt. I did have, when I was growing up, those Nerf boomerangs, and they came back all the time. Those things were awesome.
Right, yeah, no, I remember. They had like 3 pegs on each side, and yeah, if you huck those things, man, they'd come back in a hurry, dude. I don't know why real boomerangs don't look like those, because those actually work.
Your comic shops might work for you. If you need one, you can always go to the Comic Shop Locator at www.comicshoplocator.com, where you could find a place that stocks things like The Superior Foes of Spider-Man, or that book that Andy talked about with the other ridiculous villains, or the Inferno Saga that Jay was talking about. But support those local businesses that keep the comic book industry afloat and make it so that we can remain the last comic shop podcast, but not actually the last comic shop.
I bet you can find most of Inferno in the buck bin.
There's some issues I guarantee you can't. Find me an issue of the Goblin War in a buck bin. That seems like something that would be hard to find because that's Todd McFarlane art.
Yeah, the McFarlane's art there, and that was the introduction to Typhoid Mary was part of the Inferno crossover. So you're not going to find that one. But some of those X-Men ones you can. Some of those X-Factor, X-Men, they're out there. They're great issues. They have that Mark Silvestri art, the Walt Simonson art. There's really good stuff.
Absolutely. And until next week, when we talk about more really great stuff, I was the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Chad Smith and J.A. Scott. And remember to stay safe, stay sheltered, and remember when you want to tell your life story to somebody in a bar, make sure it's Peter Parker, because he's the first person I would think that would go to a bar, even though he doesn't drink. He seems to spend a lot of time in these places. What is he doing there? Just listening to the jukebox?
That's a good point. These guys drink a lot. There's a lot of scenes in bars, which raises the point you never see good guys drinking, almost ever. Don't they go to cocktail lounges?
All right, 2 things. Number 1, I thought the alcoholism was going to be your connection to Grace Under Fire. 2, there's a really great issue of Spider-Man where Boomerang takes him to a bar. It's Spider-Man trivia night, and Peter Parker gets all the credit.
The Last Comic Shop was a 2021 Black Angus production.
Looking to save money on your collectible supplies? Whether it's comics, cards, sports memorabilia, or miscellaneous pop culture bric-a-brac, make sure to use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off your orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get you a discount on BCW's already low prices, but using LCSPOD at checkout is an amazing way to show support to the Last Comic Shop podcast, the most incredible comic book podcast on the airwaves. So if you are in need of collectible supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's promo code LCSPOD. Cheers!
Countdown to the Last Comic Shop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. Spins a web any size. Catches thieves just like flies.
Who are you, Michael Bublé?
That or it's William Shatner.
In any case, it's The Last Comic Shop. I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson, and we are talking about Spider-Man. And I am joined by my two co-hosts, J.A. Scott and Chad Smith, one of which is also a major Spider-Man fan, like me. The other one kept on saying that Silver Surfer would just beat him up in a fight, like we didn't already know that. Come on, 13-year-old J.A. Why did you have to burst our bubble?
Oh, man. As we'll see later on in this episode, mild spoilers, he could take down Silver Surfer's biggest bad and swing him back into space.
That's right. It happens in today's book. And for all of those panel pals that may have been going out to go see the new Spider-Man movie in the movie theaters across the Spider-Verse, we've got that movie review for you later on today's program. But first, we're going to give you a comic book that you, or maybe your parents or grandparents or, I don't know, people on the street that you're like, yeah, go to a comic book shop and go pick this up. They're all going to enjoy it. Because it's an awesome book, I feel, for all ages. It is called Spider-Man Miles Morales.
No.
It's called Spider-Man Double.
No, it's not.
Oh, what is it called then?
It's Peter Parker and Miles Morales, understood, Spider-Man, Double Trouble.
Oh, okay. Well, Chad, who did this particular project?
It's a 4-issue miniseries that started coming out towards the tail end of 2022 and just wrapped up earlier this year. It was written by Mariko Tamaki and Vita Ayala, which we're familiar with Mariko Tamaki from...
Laura Dean Keeps Breaking Up With Me, one of our shows from last year.
And Vita Ayala, you fine folks out there may or may not remember, wrote The Labors of Magic.
And not only that, but then we've got an artist that was also highlighted on a past episode of The Last Comic Shop, right?
That's right. Guri Huru, the artist team that was responsible for one of my favorite books, Superman Smashes the Klan.
Yeah, all of those episodes available out on lastcomicshoppodcast.com. You can check out all of those reviews, but we hope you stick around for this review. And to start us off with that review, we've got the 10-cent synopsis, as always, and that comes from J.A. Scott. So, J.A., what happens in these 4 issues of Double Trouble?
Well, it's lots of trouble. Doubly so. Miles Morales teams up with Peter Parker, or Peter Parker teams up with Miles Morales for Bring Your Sidekick to Work Day, though Miles Morales is nobody's sidekick.
That is true.
They then go swinging around the city and land in Peter Parker's warehouse in Gowanus because it's rent controlled. And that's where Peter Parker keeps all the evil stuff. Miles Morales opens some portal into this dark dimension and these Beanie Baby things jump out and they have to round them up.
I thought they were tribbles.
Yeah, they were something.
Colorful tribbles with massive mouths. Like if Tribble and Pac-Man mated. And then Mysterio shows up and sucks Miles Morales into this interdimensional milkshake container and takes him to Villain Con, which is a comic con for villains, to show him off as like a part of his show and tell section. And then all the villains try to attack Miles Morales. Peter Parker tries to help out. Thanos shows up because he's the keynote. And it's 4 issues of very kid-friendly, very Spider-Man-y.
So worth noting that Spider-Man Double Trouble, it's not set in your standard MCU. I like to think of this as one of those things that bridges the gap between the Super Kitty books that you might find from those Marvel Age imprints to the standard, aimed at teenagers Spider-Man book. This is a little bit more kid-friendly. We're living in a universe here where Spider-Man and Venom are roommates. This is actually the second Double Trouble miniseries Spider-Man and Venom were in. The first one was Spider-Man Venom Double Trouble, which had the unfortunate timing to come out right around December of 2020. And so that one got a little bit buried. But it's definitely like a cartoony flair and style. It's not so kiddie that it's like the Spider-Man cartoon with Spider-Gwen and Miles, and Webby. But it's definitely more of an all ages flavor than you're going to get out of your standard Spider-Man book.
Yeah. And I will say that I really love that approach. As somebody that has gone on this program before and said, I love me an all ages book. I'll say it again. That is my bread and butter. That's what I was raised on. I was not raised on, certain comic books for, adults and then other comic books for kids. You wrote a comic book and hopes that like anybody from 6 to 60 could pick this up. And I find this particular 4-issue arc completely and utterly charming. This is not written down to kids, nor is it like too, immature that an adult can't find humor and wonderful just reasons to smile the entire time. I mean, my favorite part of this entire book is what they do with Thanos. I mean, Thanos is the big bad, one of the biggest bads of the Marvel Universe. And here he shows up at Villain Con, and boy, he's a heck of a keynote speaker. All these other supervillains are all in awe of him, wanting to take his picture with him and everything. And there's this wonderful part where he's being walked around by a quote unquote personal assistant, an AIM crony. And at one point he just asks Thanos if he wants a bottle of water because, fighting might dehydrate.
He hasn't hydrated.
and Thanos thinks it's so thoughtful that he signs an autograph picture and says, "Keep doing that great job, kid." I was smiling ear to ear this entire time. I mean, what did you think, J.A.?
I think you need to be in the right mindset going in, knowing what you're getting into, because if you're in a grumpy mood or you're ready for some dark, heavy comic booking, this is not it. And you'll just get angry at it. It's cotton candy-esque flavoring. That being said, if you're in a good mood and you're ready for it, it is quite charming and fun. So I read half of the book yesterday, and I was not feeling it because mainly I was ready for something a little bit more, with a little bit more teeth, I guess.
Were you more Lego Batman, was like darkness, dead parents, super rich, so I guess that makes it better.
Well, today I read the final bit of it, and I was much more, this is quite nice and fun, and I was laughing at all the gags when the villains are all chasing after Miles Morales, and they've got him cornered, but they're coming from two different directions on a street, so he just disappears at the corner, and they run into each other. I thought that was classic Three Stooges-esque. Yeah, it was fun. I think you need to be in the right mindset, and it helps knowing what you're getting into, because when I first started reading it, I didn't have any idea what this was. I almost sent a message saying, is this the book we're meant to be reading, and why are we reading it?
Well, Chad, why are we reading it? Why? There's a good reason for books like this.
Heck yeah. I enjoyed the heck out of this. Why are we reading this? Why is this such a great book? Like I was saying earlier, this is one of those great fill-in-the-gap books that so many kids are going to go out and see across the Spider-Verse and want to get in and read comics. This is one of those comics you can hand one of those little kids. Somebody that wants a little bit more than those Disney Adventures cartoons, but isn't quite ready for the heavier lifting stuff. But for me, as a grown-up, I love this because there's all sorts of fun little sight gags and things about conventions. And I used to work conventions, and the second issue in this is just my absolute favorite, where you see all these different people dressed up. You see, all the different Lokis and people of all different body types and shapes, being super Skrulls, and then there's Sandman shirts, and there's a guy in a giant Onslaught costume, and little kids dressed up like Nebula are tugging on Mysterio's cape, and it's so much fun. And then too, when Thanos gets there, and of course there's a fight scene that ensues, and he blasts, and he ends up hitting Sandman in the shoulder, and Sandman's like, I got hit in the shoulder by Thanos. How cool is that? That whole Comic-Con culture, and there's so many little things in here. You see the Green Goblin and Hobgoblin cosplayers walking down the hallway, talking to each other. They just like the old school costumes. One has a giant H on it, so you know it's Hobgoblin, and one has a giant G on it, so you know it's Green Goblin. But there's just so many little fun notes. And as anyone who's ever worked at conventions knows, that trick with the bottle of water, that's how you make friends at conventions. If you want to get in with somebody, you come around with food, bottles of water, because these people have just been stranded at their tables, for days at a time. Those small acts of kindness go a long way. But I couldn't help but laugh, when you were talking about that scene with the AIM soldier, and it was such a big deal. He gets this picture, and it made his day. They have that spirit that comic books used to have, where they're not afraid to laugh at themselves, and they're not afraid to be a little ham-fisted, and the whole plot contrivance with, there's this thing that teleports people out of the way, and none of it takes itself too seriously. It never forgets to have fun, and the interplay between Spider-Man and Miles, Spider-Man and Spider-Man, I should say, just all of it is a joy, and it's never too serious. It knows what it is, and it just lives in it.
Yeah. We're talking about this is for kids or whatever. But honestly, when I was reading this, another past episode of the Last Comic Shop that immediately came to mind was when we read that Jimmy Olsen series that Matt Fraction did, just simply because of all of the sight gags. Like Easter eggs, and every other page would just be another little gag or funny thing that was going on that you really had to pay attention and maybe even read the page 3 or 4 times, almost looking at a Where's Waldo picture, because it's you missed this or you missed that. And so I feel like some comic book fans that, are too sophisticated might just immediately dismiss this as that's just kiddie's fare. But I feel like it really takes skill to write a book like this, to make it kind of appealable to not only somebody that's 8, 9 years old, but then somebody like me that's in his 40s.
Oh, yeah.
That is still just kid at heart and just wants sometimes a quick read.
And it goes deep on the Spider-Man lore. Some of the bad guys that show up, you run the gamut between everybody from the Tarantula to the Looter to Grizzly. There are a lot of deep dives in here, whether it is, cosplayers at the conventions. And there's modern stuff, too. I saw Boomerang from Superior Foes of Spider-Man pops up in here. That's 60 years of Spider-Man continuity is, lovingly addressed in this miniseries.
One question I had for J.A. was, I know back when we read Superman Smashes the Klan, he really liked Gurahiru's art. What did you think of the art in this particular book? Did you think it was that same similar style, or what did you think?
I thought it fit the storytelling very well. I don't think I liked it as much as I liked it in Superman Smashes the Klan. I don't know why. I think I didn't like Spider-Man's legs. They look too, Miles Morales' legs were very chunky, and the feet and the calf muscles, they look very big. And I always think of Spider-Man as this lithe creature that's sinewy and long. I guess that's a result of growing up in the Todd McFarlane era. That being said, I really liked how they did sort of those double page panel grids. There's that one where Miles is talking to his mom, but jumping all around the city.
Oh, yeah. There's a name for those where they show the different character interactions throughout the course and time is going through the panels.
Yeah.
But they're really great at those.
I wasn't a big fan.
What did you think of Thanos? I mean, Thanos is one of your big dudes.
Yeah, it was good. I like the touches. So the Thanos mobile has an infinity gauntlet as its hood ornament. I think there were a lot of nice little touches that the artist put in at the background or what's been added that doesn't take away from the story, but adds a bit more depth if you're an adult. I think the people who would struggle with this book the most are probably going to be teenagers who are ready for something more serious, and they'll be like, this is a kid's book.
No,
so
I feel
they might have to wait until they have kids of their own, and then they'll appreciate it again.
Right. For those folks listening to the show that are parents and things like this, I feel like this taps into some of the animated shows, again, Across the Spider-Verse, or a Disney movie where you originally go because you're taking your kids, and then you end up they put all these little gags and sight things in, and you're like, oh, that's at me. That's not at the kids. That's at me. I'm the target for that because they know I'm coming. So I think this is a great book to read with your kids. If you're a parent and you're listening to this particular show, buy it for your kids and then sit down and read with them. I think this is one of those books that I think you'll all enjoy. That's just my take.
It has that readability quotient, not unlike something like Goodnight Moon, where you can read it over and over again, and it's very simple on the surface, but at the same time, there's so much going on in the pictures that every time you read it, you pick up something different. And you can pick up something different. Oh, look, there's the mouse. Oh, look, the mouse moved. And no, the cow is now jumping over the moon and not under the moon, and all these little things.
Chad, what did you think of the fact that Spider-Man doesn't take off his mask at all?
Oh, I think that's part of the charm. I love the expressiveness. Anytime artists are given the leeway to play with Spider-Man's eyes for expression purposes, like I love that. I love to see the squints. I love to see the giant-eyed looks. My favorite, though, had to be the villains and just how the villains interacted with each other. I love seeing the villains at VillainCon. It was such a ridiculous premise to see them intermingling and like all the little petty things that go on. And then too, you have the convention ears, where they're getting ready to go, and then Miles pops in and everybody goes out to chase Miles and destroys the convention. They're like, oh no. And they get everything cleaned up. And then all of a sudden, here comes Thanos back in. I love it. I've been there. This story, it speaks to me on a couple of different levels, but no, I agree. If you are a teenager, you're probably not going to be digging this one as much, unless this is something a certain style that you're looking for. Like I said, it's a gap bridger. A lot of times these movies, they come out and you have all these kids that get all excited about these movies, and they go to the comic books. And if you look at the Amazing Spider-Man comics right now, like, yeesh,
yeah,
I mean, it's not like I personally have been enjoying the storyline. But if you're a kid reading that stuff, it's tough to break in. Whereas this is something, you can hand to anybody.
Yeah. This is almost a book they should give away for free with your movie ticket. This would be a perfect particular book for that. But in any case, one thing that we always give away for free is our ratings. So, Jay, what is our rating scale for this week?
1 out of 4 VillainCon passes.
Oh, yeah, we get the VillainCon press passes, honestly. J. Jonah only.
There's no J. Jonah Jameson. I could have used some press pass. Press. No coverage of the VillainCon.
He is one of the biggest Spider-Man baddies. For him not to be doing some press coverage at this event, that seems like a missed opportunity. Any case,
did you not get enough characters in here? Jeez Louise.
Any case. All right, we'll start off with J.A. What did you think? How many press passes you given this?
As I said, you have to be in the right mindset, or I think it helps to know what you're getting into when you go into it. When you do that, it's a really fun read. It's something that you can go back and reread again, and you see more in the background. It's, as we said, a bit Where's Waldo or Goodnight Moon, where every time you read it, you see new things, new little bits of the art pop out. So I'm going to give it's a solid 3.5.
I thought it was going to be a lot lower for you. Is this after
Because it's not serious. I need some serious darkness.
So, Chad, what do you think?
I'm going to echo J.A. I think this is also a 3.5 press passes. I think it is tons of fun. What makes my heart a little bit sad is, while I'm talking about this book as a great way to bridge that gap for those little kids that watch Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse and want Spider-Man stuff, that's a little bit higher level than the basic. At the same time, I don't think there's a good book out there that captures the Into the Spider-Verse or Across the Spider-Verse spirit in comic book form. It's weird that they've taken those storylines and adapted them in a way where it's accessible to so many more people than what the original storylines they based off of were. And there's nothing that captures that coolness, I think, in the Spider-Man oeuvre that the movies do. And so, I like this for what it is. This is something I'll share with my 5-year-old and my 11-year-old. And my 11-year-old will roll his eyes a little bit, but he'll still kind of enjoy it and he'll laugh at the jokes. I just wish we had a better, more representative Spider-Man book to read to pair with this movie.
Yeah. Well, that was the problem with this week's show. I was trying to find a book that was, not only only a couple issues in length, but I really, truly wanted to find a book that not only tapped into that same spirit in terms of artwork, but also was all ages, because I feel like as we'll get to in our review later, I think Across the Spider-Verse and the predecessor Into the Spider-Verse has tapped in to what kind of makes Spider-Man great, that it is kind of an all-ages character, similar to like Superman over at DC. A very hopeful character, a character that everybody can kind of get behind. So, like, that's what I was looking for. And this was really the best pick, because not only that I think it came from folks with a really good pedigree based on other comic books we've read, but I also just thought that it was colorful. And from a visual perspective, something that interested me. So I wanted to see what it was all about, and I'm really glad that we read it. I'm going to give this a 3.75, a little bit higher than my co-hosts. I think this is a very, very good Spider-Man book that you can give anybody. I would even give it to teenagers. I'd just be like, lighten up. Seriously, you think you're so cool? Nah, you know what? This stuff's cool. Gurahiru's art is cool. Mariko Tamaki is cool. I mean, and then I would, say, hey, she also read these other books like Laura Dean, which you can check out. I think
and I would say good luck with that with the teenagers.
I think I would have some pretty good luck with those cool teens. The ones that aren't so self-obsessed, I think I'd be okay with them.
Wait. The ones, yes, you haven't had teenagers yet. Just wait. The ones who aren't self-absorbed.
I say it's a 3.75. I think if you're out there, if you're listening to today's show, I think you should go pick it up. For no other reason than the Spider-Man Venom relationship. We haven't even touched upon that, but that was also another favorite of mine, is the fact that like Venom acts like, hey, stay out of my room, older brother guy. It's pretty hilarious.
He's honestly the jerk roommate who eats Spider-Man's toast and then says, we're out of toast.
I just love this book. Any case, we'll be right back after these commercial breaks with more Last Comic Shop and some recommendations, which I hope you'll also love. Stay tuned.
Hey all, I'm Frank. Join me and my friends as we talk about all things geek. Here at Geek Freaks Podcast, we go over the weekly news of everything in geekdom, from movies to TV, to video games, and comic books. We also have a growing YouTube community. Join us as we go over everything in your geek life and share in the love of geekdom.
Interruption in progress. Now hijacking into ANS 2.0 immersion rig. Now simulating the Amazing Nerd Show. Featuring comics.
And Batman's like, you're safe here and everything, but the Joker all of a sudden pulls out a gun and shoots himself.
Movies.
People fight with lightsabers. What the hell do you want? I mean, in every one of these movies, there's a lightsaber battle.
Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna rewatch it a million times.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, give me something more.
Wrestling.
That would be awesome. Oh my god, just a monster. Fans would be like, holy, what the hell's going on? What happened to Jericho?
Horror.
It starts off like any other like home invasion type of story, and then it just goes crazy.
And more.
Hey, this is Christian.
Hey, this is Dan.
And we are the Amazing Nerd Show.
Make sure to download us on all your favorite podcast platforms.
What if you could live with your favorite fictional characters and have a place to connect with the best nerdy neighbors and creators out there? Join us on your friendly neighborhood comic show. Every week, we keep hope, give help, and share comics with all. With games, interviews, and more, this isn't your average talk show. It's a living neighborhood. We are honored to be your CBC Comic Book Community Award-nominated nerdy neighborhood. So what are you waiting for? Come join the fun and join the neighborhood. It's your friendly neighborhood comic show every Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern on YouTube.
All right, we're back with more of The Last Comic Shop, and it is now time for recommendations. Yes, that time of every single show where we give you other comic books in addition to Peter Parker plus Miles Morales, Spider-Man Double Trouble.
It's actually Peter Parker ampersand
Miles
Morales understood Spider-Man Double Trouble.
Go pick it up.
That first colon, not on the initial covers, but it is on the in-text indicia.
You get to the movie review.
All right.
So, any case, we're going to start off with J.A. Scott. What do you have for recommendations this week?
So I am recommending a single Spider-Man issue from Amazing Spider-Man Volume 1, number 267. This came out in 1987 by Peter David and Bob McLeod. It is The Commuter Cometh. And this doesn't showcase spectacular rogues or goes deep into Peter Parker's guilt over the death of Uncle Ben or Gwen Stacy. No. This is just a one-issue exploration of Peter Parker in the suburbs. And perhaps his over-reliance on the architecture of New York City. What does he do when there are no skyscrapers from which he can web and swing from? It's very much a fish out of water story.
You're right. Yeah. What would they call those in on TV? Aren't those called bottle episodes? It's self-contained. It's one place, and like I think it fits perfectly with this particular episode with other kind of unique and interesting stories that you can tell with the Spider-Man character.
I think it gets so bad at one point a kid offers to let him borrow his big wheel. Do they still make those, or is that also a product of the 80s?
I'm pretty sure they still make big wheels.
Yeah.
I think it's come all the way around again, where it's like for a couple of years they weren't making them because nobody, and then it was like now it's so old-fashioned that it's cool. Regardless, Chad, what's your recommendation?
Okay, so my recommendation is for you, buddy, because you love the Spider-Man Venom dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
And so what you need to do is go back and find that first Double Trouble Spider-Man series, Spider-Man and Venom: Double Trouble, from 2019 into 2020. This is Spider-Man and Venom as roommates. This one also, instead of Miles, it features Ghost Spider, aka Spider-Gwen, pretty heavily. Basically, the Green Goblin is coming after Venom because Venom owes him something, and Venom is abusing Spider-Man as his roommate, and you get all those interactions back and forth, and Venom is throwing his garbage outside into Spider-Gwen's apartment, and she's getting mad, so everything's converging, and then there's body switching, and superhero contests, and hilarity ensues. It's another 4-issue miniseries. This one was just Mariko Tamaki and Gurahuru, but it was even more fun than the one we read today. And it also read just as quickly. So, if you like the Spider-Man and Miles, you want to see Peter and Gwen along with Venom in there, I recommend going back and picking this one up too. It's Spider-Man and Venom Double Trouble from 2019 to 2020.
Well, there you go. My recommendation this week is for those teenagers that think they're too cool for school, that don't want to read the Double Troubles like Uncle Andy has suggested. I say you go out and you pick up Hulk Gray as part of my summertime reading series. Yes, these are great books that you can pick up and then go sit by the pool and enjoy in that summer sunshine. Hulk Gray is a wonderful 6-issue miniseries done by the terrific talents of Jeff Loeb with the late, great Tim Sale doing art. It was part of the Marvel color books like Captain America White and Spider-Man Blue and Daredevil Yellow, kind of retelling some of the origin stories of some of Marvel's greatest heroes. A Hulk Gray is basically a retelling of issue 1 of The Incredible Hulk. Dr. Banner first gets pelted by gamma rays and turns into the Hulk. Of course, it's not the Green Hulk, it's the Gray Hulk, which is sometimes my favorite because he's a lot more interesting. But it really tells the story, first interactions between the Hulk and Betty Ross, Thunderbolt Ross, and how those relationships first formed. And I think if you have an opportunity to not only read the book, you should pick it up. But as you're reading the book, make sure that you're checking out one of our favorite podcasts, Short Box Summary. Both Chad and I reviewed this particular book on podcasts with George, who has been on at the Last Comic Shop before. So again, you have an opportunity to listen to some bonus material featuring some of the stars of the Last Comic Shop over there at Short Box Summary with Hulk Gray.
Yeah, that was a great show. George is tons of fun to work with.
Yeah.
So if they did Hulk Gray, who got green? Because I would have thought Hulk Green would have been the color that he gets. And was Punisher the black one? Was it Punisher Black?
No, unfortunately, they only did those 4. So they never got into X-Men Blue and Yellow. I mean, I guess that's where I don't know who else they would do. But yeah, it's all based on like their first appearance. So like Hulk's first appearance actually was as Grey Hulk. So.
Oh, Grey Hulk, right.
Yeah.
Silver Surfer Chrome.
They did Silver Surfer Black, which, I mean, are we ever going to read that on this show, J.A.? Come on, man. You have all these picks and you never want to do that one? So yeah, maybe we'll do Silver Surfer Black on a future episode of Last Comic Shop, and you can make sure that you don't miss that by rate, reviewing, and subscribing over at our website, www.lastcomicshoppodcast.com. As I mentioned, there's tons of episodes that we already talked about on this week's show. You want to read Laura Dina's Keeps Breaking Up With Me and then listen to our show, that's there. If you want to read Superman Smashes the Klan and then listen to that show, it's there. All these wonderful episodes, all evergreen. Check it out when you can.
What great recommendations. That reminds me of our recommendations today from our Peter Parker Miles Morales, Spider-Man Double Trouble miniseries. Our recommendations were Hulk Gray, Spider-Man issue 267, The Commuter Cometh, and Spider-Man and Venom, Double Trouble. And you can find out more about recommendations and things like that by following our social media. Jay, what are the accounts and what can people find there?
At Last Comic Shop on various platforms, mostly Twitter, still around. We've got polls. While we can still do polls every Wednesday, we've got Golden Age covers to tuck you into bed at night, unless you're waking up in the morning like me, and lots of other stuff. Everything you can, all the links, of course, back on the home base, which is the Last Comic Shop podcast.com.
Yeah, sure. And then get merch there. What kind of merch have we got today?
Oh, well, if you're going to a Villain Con, you need a Villain Con t-shirt. So check it out. This week only Villain Con t-shirts, but also Last Comic Shop podcast t-shirts, tote bags, coffee mugs, everything you need when you're sitting down, sucking into a comic book and listening to the podcast.
And also recommendations for VillainCon would include hygiene essentials like toothpaste, deodorant, maybe assorted powders.
Yes.
Stay dry, stay hydrated.
Exactly. Do not be one of those people at the cons that you walk by tables and people like, wow, did you catch a whip?
And remember, if you're going to cosplay, think about functionality. You don't want something that takes up both hands.
That's right. How are you supposed to flip through all those long boxes if you're that Chainsaw Man guy? Isn't that the popular dude now? Yeah. The chainsaw face dude?
You can't flip with chainsaws.
No,
think about
can't.
It, kids.
That's right. Be practical when you're conning this summer. Any case, we hope that you stick around for more of the Last Comic Shop right after this. Until then, I was the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by Jay Scott and Chad Smith, and we will be right back after Mikey Wood tries to sell you some stuff. Things to put all these great comic books in, right? Yeah.
You just answer yourself. Yeah.
Hey, it's Mikey Wood, frequent Last Comic Shop guest and collector. And as a collector, I'm always in need of boards, bags, long boxes, and more to house all those comics. That's why I use promo code LCSPOD to get 10% off my orders at bcwsupplies.com. Not only does it get me a discount on BCW's already low prices, but I know using LCSPOD at checkout is another way I can show my support to the Last Comic Shop podcast and their continuing mission to bring fans together under that big comic book tent. So if you're in need of comic book supplies, head out to bcwsupplies.com and use promo code LCSPOD today. That's LCSPOD.
No. As you know, we're still here. It's the Last Comic Shop, and we've got our movie review for you. Thank you so much to Mikey Wood for telling you all about BCW Supplies, where you can get actually 20% off. Yes, 20% off from now until Father's Day using the promo code LCSPOD. So get your comic book supplies and support our show. Any case, it is now time for Across the Spider-Verse. And J.A., who was in this tremendously wonderful animated feature?
Okay, so Across the Spider-Verse was directed by Joaquim Dos Santos Kemp Powers and Justin K. Thompson on a script from Phil Lord, Christopher Miller, and David Callahan, based, of course, on the Marvel Comics Spider-Man, created by Stan Lee and Steve Ditko. It was produced by a bunch of different people that probably people haven't heard of. It starred Shamik Moore, Haley Stanfield, Brian Tyree Henry, Luna Lauren Velez, Jake Johnson, Jason Schwartzman, Issa Rae, Karen Sony, Daniel Kaluuya, and Oscar Isaac.
You did not say anything about Andy Samberg.
Wait. Spoilers. Should we give spoiler warnings?
Yes. Spoiler alert. That's right. Andy Samberg is in this movie doing the great voice of Ben Reilly. Look at me. I'm so dark and brooding. I laughed out loud. You can ask Chad. I was in a theater full of people. And I just lost it. I just absolutely started laughing my ass off because that's Ben Reilly. That's Scarlet Spider. That's one of my favorite Spider-Mans of all time. But to your point, Oscar Isaac stealing the show? No, that was Spider-Punk. Come on, he stole the show. But Oscar Isaac was Miguel O'Hara. Any case, Chad, why don't you hit us up with that 10-cent synopsis since we, again, started to spoil what happened in this movie?
Okie doke. The movie opens up with actually a pretty long opening, all about Ghost Spider, a.k.a. Spider-Gwen, who's living in her timeline and dealing with issues with her dad, Captain Stacy, who is trying to find the killer of Peter Parker, who had turned himself into the Lizard. And then he finds out she's Ghost Spider, and then she goes into a portal with all these other spider people. And it turns out that Spider-Man 2099 is running that portal, and he's playing Time Cop, correcting issues with the time stream because of all the multiverse-based malfeasance that's been going on since Into the Spider-Verse 5 years ago. Which I think is like a year. I don't know how long it is. But anyway, and then we get to Miles, and he's also having issues with his family and is also feeling lonesome just like Spider-Gwen. And so in addition to fighting the Spot and meeting up with Gwen, it turns out Miles is one of those multiversal anomalies. Oh yeah, and all the spiders, man.
Yes, there are a lot of them. We get Bombastic Bagman, Spider-Woman, Samurai Spider-Man, Canadian Spider-Woman, Flash Thompson, Captain Spider, maybe release Lady Spider, Mary Jane Parker, Spinneret.
When was she there? I didn't see her.
These are Last Stand, Peter Parker, Earth X Spider-Man, Spider Cop, Spider Armor Mark 1, Mark 2, and Mark 3, Chibi Spider, Ultimate Tarantula, Prince of Arachne, Peter Parker, Spider Rex, Spider Cat, Spider Monkey, Spider Wolf, and Peter Parked Car, Spider-Mobile.
Spider Buggy. I never knew his name was Peter Parked Car. That was wonderful.
I won't lie. I can't wait for this movie to come out streaming or whatever so that you can pause it at certain points and see if you can pick people out like a Where's Waldo kind of thing. I know we've been talking about Where's Waldo a lot on this show. Any case, yeah, but I miss Spinneret. She's one of my favorites, honestly. That whole Renew Your Vows timeline with Spider-Man and Spider-Man's daughter and Spinneret, and they all have the spider powers. That's one of my favorites, storylines out there with Spider-Man in the last 20 years. So I think it was started by Dan Slott and then went on to be written by Jerry Conway, who is one of the awesome Spider-Man authors from my youth.
Yeah, premier Spider-Man writer, Jerry Conway.
That's right. So if you have an opportunity, again, that's just a quick recommendation. See if you can find those Renew Your Vows issues, especially the ones done by Jerry Conway. Those are real good. Any case, J.A., he got to see it first. And Chad's like, what do you think?
I said that Sony used to be crap and Marvel was the banner leader for these sort of superhero movies. And now, how the tables have turned, my friend. Because Sony is the only one bringing any sort of interest and action and different and challenging, and yet not freaking fan servicey, not knocking you over the head with horrible fan service bits.
Yes,
they even throw shade at the MCU, where they go, "Don't even get me started with Doctor Strange and 19999. He messed everything up."
You know what? And I was so happy he said that because he made sure that we all knew that the MCU universe is not the 616. Please, that's in a comic book.
Does not matter.
It does too. What matters to me, I've been following the damn thing for nearly 40 years. It should matter to somebody. Any case, what mattered to me so much, again, not only was it fan servicey in the right way, but boy, did they really make Miles Morales just the centerpiece of this movie? Not to say that he wasn't Into the Spider-Verse, right?
But did they really? I thought Gwen was sort of the centerpiece of this movie.
She does carry a heavier load this time than the first one, but this is Miles' movie to carry for sure.
Right.
Yeah, if I compared this to like Empire Strikes Back, because it's the middle of a 3-part movie series, it ends on a cliffhanger, and the main protagonist is only in the movie for half the time.
Oh,
Gwen is often in Cloud City and stuck on the Millennium Falcon for a while. Miles is off with Yoda, and
cool.
Gwen has got the Hobie hand with him.
So, no, I have to disagree. I mean, I won't lie. I mean, Gwen was really good. And I mean, again, one of the nice things about Gwen being in this movie is, again, in her universe, she's Spider-Woman, which is great. Seriously, still don't understand why they just don't call her that, because like they don't need to call her Ghost Spider or whatever. They just call her Spider-Woman. Just like there are more than one Spider-Mans right now in the Marvel. Why don't you just have more than one Spider-Woman? That's fine by me. I think that she was there create a lot of the real internal drama that we really felt throughout this movie, because again, that sexual tension, that romantic, will they, won't they kind of thing between Miles and Gwen throughout the entire was not only incredibly engaging and very well acted and very well paced, but it actually mattered. Like there was a real reason for it.
Well, I was going to say too that you remember Parallel Lives, and that was about Peter and Mary Jane. In this case, Miles and Gwen are the ones with the parallel lives. They both have the dads that are going to be captain. They both are struggling with these family issues. They're both struggling where they don't feel like there's anybody they relate to but each other and some of these other spider folk. It's two parallel tracks coming down the road at the same time. But I think Gwen is she's the only Gwen Stacy that's made it.
Yeah.
In every other universe, you don't have a Gwen. I think it's great.
Well, one thing I had a question for you, Chad, is as our resident Spider-Man fan, right? There are multiple versions of Peter Parker, right? Like there are so many Peter Parkers. In fact, at one point, Miguel O'Hara says, like, the whole reason why Miles is the anomaly is because he was bit by a spider from a different universe, and as a result, that universe never had a Spider-Man, and therefore this Peter Parker in his universe should have never died. So this means like Peter Parker is kind of like the default Spider-Man in a lot of universes, but the ones that seem to be the most important are the ones that are like specific to one universe. You know what I mean? Like there's only one Spider-Gwen. There's only one Miles Morales. And it seems like there's only one Miguel O'Hara. There he says there was a universe with him as well. It seems weird that there's like so many Peter Parkers, yet there's only ones of certain people, which kind of makes it really cool that they're the ones that kind of step up and like pick up the slack almost.
Well, I think that's part of the meta commentary that you've got going on in this movie, where anytime you're dealing with the multiverse, you're dealing with all these different replaceable parts. If you can have infinite options, then no option means anything. Unless it's the only option. Unless it's the only Gwen. Unless it's the only Miles. You need them to be the only one for it to matter, for it to have that impact.
Speaking of being the only ones, J.A., favorite version of Spider-Man that's not Peter Parker that came out of this movie for you, sir?
I liked Spider-Man India. Avita Pabhakar.
He was wonderful, really, with his hair and like his whole attitude. And again, I think there was some real growth with him throughout his little story arc.
Oh yeah, and once again, that's that meta commentary again, where like one of the whole reasons there's an issue here is his version of Captain Stacy gets saved. And because that happens, that's ruined the canon. There has to be these certain elements that all these Spider-Men and women have in common.
Right.
And so that's a really interesting opportunity for Spider-Man India to grow and develop and become something different.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, did you guys feel like that was really the focus point of some of the background meta commentary for this entire movie is like the fans out there saying, no, this is what Spider-Man has to be. These are the kind of things that have to happen in his origin story. If you don't have that, then you're not telling the story right. And Miles is like, screw that. Like, I'm telling my own story. So what do you think about that, Jay?
Yeah, well, we haven't had the classic great response. Did we get it in the first one? Great power comes with great responsibility. Did we get that in the first one? I don't remember. It was definitely not in this one.
Yeah,
He didn't get the. So, I mean, it took the MCU Spider-Man 3 movies, and they had to bring back a bunch of old Spider guys just to get to that with great power comes great responsibility bit.
Right.
So maybe we'll get it in the third one here. I don't know how they do it, because I'm going back to this is the best superhero movie I've seen in a very long time, probably since the first Spider-Verse movie. So much better than the MCU Spider-Mans, like different plane better. And I thought those were good, and now I don't think those are so good. Not only is this elevated itself, it has diminished the other Spider-Verse movies.
I'll argue with you on that one. I don't think this diminishes No Way Home, because I still love that movie. The fact that they were able to do those things with those live action actors and make everything work. Did they fudge some of the things? Absolutely. But I don't think this diminishes it. But what this does, it just made me mad at a whole bunch of other people for not being as good. Like, first and foremost, Zack Snyder, who the best thing about Zack Snyder is occasionally he's able to put in those comic book panels and people are like, look, that's a scene out of the comic. Oh, he's such a great cinematographer. Watch Across the Spider-Verse. Not only do they take panels, they take entire styles, artistic styles filled with color and flash. They spent an entire, chunk of this film in a world that's styled after the Robbie Rodriguez Spider-Gwen comics. Put Zack Snyder on notice. Dan Slott, Mr. No One Dies, which is the dumbest freaking thing I've ever heard. In this movie, you get a version of No One Dies, but a version that makes sense and is true to the Spider-Man ethos, where you have Miles saying, I'm not going to not rescue somebody. We do both. We find a way to do both, and it made sense. Also, by the way, Dan Slott, great idea guy. He's very proud of coming up with the Spider-Verse idea, which may or may not have come from the Spider-Man cartoon first, but whatever. But his Spider-Verse is all built around the Spider Totem and Morlun. And look at this movie. Look at the plot of this movie. Everyone, even the bad guys, have motivations that are noble. You have Miguel O'Hara, who wants to protect all these different worlds, and he's trying to maintain the canon of these different universes so that worlds aren't destroyed. You have Miles Morales, who's bucking the trends. He's bucking what's come before. He's going to find his own way to do things. You have a morally conflicted Peter B. Parker with his daughter that he's taking around in tow. She's got her superpowers.
Oh my goodness. Plus you got Mary Jane, and she was looking cute as a button. Oh man, why can't I get that in the comic, damn it?
That's because this movie does all of those things so well. And you want to talk about references? There's so many references. There's so many poses. There's so many artists. There's so many different cartoon appearances from the Spider-Man Unlimited cartoon that nobody remembers from the 90s. Like, everybody's in there, and they managed to do that all while telling a story that is so frenetic and so fast-paced and mixes up so many different animation styles and still manages to have a story that's grounded in family and acceptance and that whole theme they talked about in the first Spider-Man movie, that it could be anyone behind the mask. And there's so much going on here. I can't sing the praises of this movie enough, except for the fact that it had a cliffhanger ending, and I'm going to have to watch it 35 times.
Come on, Jay, you hit the nail on the head. It's the Empire Strikes Back. It is, the plot point before Act 3. Like, that happens. Like,
no. So you know what that means? That means we're going to get some murder bears. They're coming. Look out for the murder bears. So according to various sources, Justin Thompson confirmed that the film has 280 variations of Spider-Man. 95 of them are unique and named characters.
I want to know the mall cop Spider-Man that I kept on seeing with the big paunch. With his dad bod, and what is it, that Paul Blart?
Yeah, Paul Blart. He needs one of those
Paul Blart, man.
Cop.
But this wasn't even just that. It's all the Spider-Man. It's all the cartoon Spider-Man. They pop into the Venom universe for a minute. They go to his bodega and talk to the Venom lady.
Which I thought was new, but that's just archival footage that they used. A lot of that stuff. Though we do get Donald Glover shows up.
I was going to say that was new. That was new.
So I don't get that. Why was he the Prowler eventually? Because he was the Prowler?
All right, time out. So This goes back to the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movie. Donald Glover was campaigning to be Spider-Man. And there was a big, huge backlash on the internet. Like, how could an African-American person be Spider-Man? Spider-Man's a white guy from Queens and blah, 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 blah. And so that actually indirectly led to the inspiration that Brian Bendis had to create an Afro-Latino Spider-Man. Because Brian Bendis has several, adopted children of different backgrounds, and he wanted to show that anybody could be Spider-Man. Anybody could be behind that mask. Now, fast forward to the first Tom Holland Spider-Man movie, and who does he bust in that movie but Donald Glover? Donald Glover, who references his nephew Miles.
Oh, right.
While we haven't seen the MCU live-action Miles, we have seen live-action Donald Glover, who becomes the Prowler, just like in the Ultimate Universe comics and in first Spider-Verse movie.
I completely forgot about that from Homecoming, honestly, because they just never did anything with it.
Well, they did it here. They did it all here.
They saved it here. Just like the third Spider-Man MCU saved Andrew Garfield in the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movies. This one saved the MCU movie.
Well, thank you for explaining that deep cut, because I just was like, I kind of got the meta commentary about why Donald Glover was there, but I was just like, why do they call him the okay, fair enough. Any cases, time for our ratings of Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. And JA, what is our 1 out of 4 scale for this?
So we are going to go with 1 out of 4 members of the Spider Society.
Oh, wow. The Spidey Squad? The Super Spidey Club? Yeah. Well, I'm going to go first. It's going to be easy. I'm just going to give this a 4. This has been the best movie, comic book-wise, that I've seen this year. I mean, I may have given these guys grief before about like, the MCU is just another comic book movie, and why are you wanting these things to be perfect? And I still agree with that. Like, for the most part, these movies are just movies. And so, like, you go to see them or you don't see them or whatever. But this one's a gem. It's a treasure. From the animation style, again, there's something about comic books being adapted into animation, which seems so much better to me than comic books to live action. I think it's like one step too far, whereas comic books and animation, they're brother and sisters. So they make sense, and they kind of follow the same rules a lot of the time. So, like, for me, it is always going to be a better representation of the thrill I get from reading comic books when I see a good animated comic book movie or TV show or what have you. But just, I loved everything. And I love the fact that Peter B. Parker got Mary Jane and his daughter. Mayday, that's right. Spider-Girl. Yeah. And Pat Olaf and Ron Friends and all those wonderful guys that came up with all that wonderful Spider-Girl stuff. And she's there. And she pulls out her little mask. I thought that was adorbs. Adorbs! And I got Ben Reilly, and that was great too. And the Spot was truly terrifying.
Well, that's something we haven't brought up at all. We haven't talked about the Spot and like how they utilize his power set. We've been talking about the different animation styles, but I don't think we've sung the praises of it enough, because like when the Vulture comes in and you have like, what is that, medieval Italian Vulture, like Leonardo da Vinci Vulture, and he's drawn in his own different, almost like a sketchy pencil style, that's how that character's animated the entire time. But you get Spot, and he's the perfect villain for this style of movie, this frenetic madcap, because he has that Looney Tune-like ability. And then played up with that whole sad sack Jason Schwartzman voice. You're laughing at him, Miles is laughing at him, and it's like, oh, wait a minute. He's a bigger deal than that. He's going to cause some serious trouble.
And wow. I love his character design, too. He's essentially an unrealized character. He's drawn as you would draw the beginning of a comic book, where you just circle out the head and the torso and the legs and the arms, but you don't start to define it or fill it in. So it's just got some reference lines.
Yeah, I was going to say, when he goes inside himself, you see the rest of those reference lines, the little sketchy parts for his arms. And yeah, can't sing the praises of this enough. Like, it just does so many things well. And like I said, it made me angry at other people. I'm like, no, Dan Slott, this is how you do this. Brian Bendis, this is how you make things snappy. I saw he got his name on the producer's credit for this too. I don't know what Bendis did. There's just so much about this to love. With all that said, I still think I prefer the first one. Ooh. I would put Into the Spider-Verse above this one solely because I felt like that was a more complete movie. This one, it's contingent on, them following through with the next half. The stakes are high, the expectations are super high, but like, this movie is not an animated movie. This movie is art. This movie is doing things in film with real life people, not AI generated things. It is just artful in every way, from the storylines that capture that heart, that capture that emotion, that capture the essence of these characters, through the varied animation styles that are doing so many different things at once, through all the crazy madcap ideas with the Spot pulling things out of the Hammerverse, which is where cartoon people steal things. And by the way, I can't wait for more Spider-Ham in the next one. Managed to have a movie with how many Spider-Men, J.A.?
It was 280.
280 different Spider characters appear in this movie. Well,
including Lego Spider-Man. We didn't mention Lego Spider-Man.
Loved it. Oh, and how did I not bring up the greatest casting of all time returning again in this movie to serve as the voice of like 3 different characters? It's J. Jonah Jameson, portrayed by J.K. Simmons, and he's there in the Legoverse. His fingerprints are all in there. There's so much about this to love. So yeah, it's obviously a 4. I honestly think this is it is transcending animation. It's transcending superhero movies. They are doing things, Lord and Miller and company, the thousands of other people that are working along with them. They're doing things with these movies that are just unprecedented and beyond impressive.
All right, J.A., how are you going to top that?
Well, you can't top it. It's a 4. It's obviously a 4. It's so beautiful. Each of the worlds are completely realized in different art styles. I think there's six distinct worlds that they show off. And then, as you said, I can't wait for this to be out on home media so you can pause and go back and pick up things that you might have missed the first time. For example, Miles Morales' roommate at school, I'm not your guy in the chair, while he's playing the PlayStation version of Spider-Man.
Yeah, that was a nice little touch.
And he's Genki, whereas the guy in the MCU movies that looks like Genki is Ned Leeds. He wants to be the guy in the chair. So many things going on here.
Yeah, it's just great. I will admit, when it came to the end, and I was looking at my watch, I'm like, I don't think this is ending. I don't see how they tie this up very quickly in the next couple of minutes. Yeah. And then it goes, to be continued. I was like, 2.5 hours to not tell the end of the story? What?
It was abrupt too.
But then I thought, well, maybe it's a bit like Empire. So Empire was like, though Empire had a bit more of a sort of, it felt like a pause. This just felt like they just stopped the movie. Not unlike the Fast X movie that came out very recently, also just ended very abruptly. So you're like, we got to wait till 2024 for this thing to come off. By the way, this movie, also with a runtime of 140 minutes, is the longest animated film ever produced in the United States.
Wow. It was so fast-paced and so frenetic, it did not feel like it was a 2-hour-plus movie. And we went to the late showing, too, and I didn't expect to stay awake the whole time. I did!
Well, I'm just hoping that, again, it sticks the landing. I'm not going to give it a contingent for, but like it better stick the landing. It better not be a Return of the Jedi where like the first like half an hour is awesome because it's all the buildup of what happened to Han Solo. And so that's why everyone loves the stuff at Jabba's palace, because they're like, that was the story we wanted to see resolved. Now we got it resolved and we're like, who cares? There's murder bears.
That's another group of people this movie made me mad at. Star Wars. Star Wars is always going back and rehashing these ideas. This movie shows you how you can go back and acknowledge and rehash some of those ideas, but in a way that's being propelled forward in a brand new story. So suck it, Star Wars fans. Fired Lord and Miller from Solo? Look at your mistake and wallow in misery.
With the Ron Howardness and the...
I enjoyed a Solo story.
Yeah.
it's nowhere close to this quality. Suck it, Star Wars.
Yeah, because this one you could actually see. It was colorful. It was bright. Unlike the Solar Story, it's like, can I turn up the brightness a little bit?
Not only that, all right, they didn't have Vision sitting in a room for the entire movie. They went all across the multiverse.
Okay, this is not a Star Wars podcast. In any case, that's all the time we had for the last comic shop this week. That is actually all the time we had for Movie May. This was the last episode of our Movie May for 2023. We will have some more movies coming up the rest of the summer. We're just not going to call it that. But we're going to be here for the Flash movie. We're going to be here for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. We're going to be here for Blue Beetle. And I'm sure J.A. is going to at least hate one of those three. Any case, we hope that you don't hate The Last Comic Shop. I'm the host with the most, Andy Larson. I was joined by J.A. Scott and Chad Smith. And we hope that you come back.
So in the Spider-Verse, when Miles and Gwen are sitting there talking, are they upside down or is the world upside down?
Oh, it's a metaphor.
The Last Comic Shop was a 2023 Black Angus production.